Hashtag C2153 Weaving Lies. 1. The moment the head of the Yen family finished speaking, many people nodded. Secretly, whether they were humans or demons. In fact, they all knew this in their hearts. But now it is the head of the Yen family who summarizes this information. So what should we do now? While everyone was silently thinking, a slightly older figure slowly continued. The most important thing now is actually not the issue of cutting-edge combat power. But there is a problem with the hope previously established for the Tianxian realm. Now that Xiao Han and the demon saint are dead. When the word dead appeared, all the eyes looking at the old figure became ugly. The man quickly changed his words and said, I mean missing. Let's not talk about that. The most important thing now is to quickly replace the new hope. We will decide on a few candidates here, and then everyone will vote to finally choose a new term. After saying this, someone immediately said, but if that's the case, what's the point? Now that the Holy Son and Holy Maiden have appeared, what should I say if a new candidate is elected? Besides, so many people are talking about it. Are you sure that no one will say it out? Hey, this is easy to handle. The old voice seemed to have predicted all this and said quickly, isn't there a human emperor in the legend of our human race? Isn't there a demon emperor in the demon clan? I think this is not necessarily true. Moreover, according to the wisdom of the ancients, when such a major crisis occurs, this kind of method that everyone thinks is advantageous is needed. Mine. That's enough. Just when the old voice was gushing and everyone was listening with interest, the city lord suddenly said, Lu Shi, although you represent your ranger organization, I wonder if you are not qualified yet. Discuss this matter. If you want to make any suggestions, ask the head of your organization to come over. After finishing speaking, he looked at the many human demons behind him and said calmly, if you think that the existence of Xiao Han and the demon saint is just a spiritual support, then you can leave now. I can only tell you that Xiao Han's existence cannot be replaced by 10 or even 100 spiritual pillars. You think their so-called hope for the Tianxian world is just a spark of fire in everyone's hearts, but in fact they are really the last hope for the Tianxian world. If Xiao Han can't find him, then our Tianxian world really has no hope, and even the so-called human emperor will have no effect. Oops. Many people are amazed in their hearts why the city lord thinks so highly of Xiao Han, even higher than the human emperor. When Lu Shi heard what the city lord said, he wanted to open his mouth several times but finally kept his mouth shut. Indeed, although he came here to represent the ranger organization, he was not the leader of the ranger organization, and he was not even among the top 10 seats. But these words were indeed what the leader asked him to convey. The monks recalled what had happened and quickly determined the answer in their hearts, but the biggest question was where Xiao Han was. What's the point of not being able to find Xiao Han's idea, no matter how good it was? Li Chenggu, who was following the palace master of Shentian Palace, said, City Lord, actually we all know what you said, but the problem is where Xiao Han is. At least there must be a direction. Just after Li Chenggu finished speaking, a deep stamping sound appeared in the Force clan, and the city lord slowly said, if there is any direction, at least you have to ask before you know. Soon the 9 figures appeared outside the formation. Zhou Yan looked at everyone in front of him and said loudly, I wonder why you are visiting my clan? If you are here to ask if the master is in the Force clan, then I have already told you that the master is currently not in the Force clan, but what I can tell you is that the master has no problem. I can guarantee this with the reputation of my Force clan. Zhou Yan has said these words many times. At first, everyone could accept it, and even went back to wait slowly. But now it has reached a difficult moment. The city lord looked at Zhou Yan and responded, I wonder if you can give me some reassurance. How did you conclude that Xiao Han must have no problem? I think you all know something about it. Zhou Yan paused and then continued, Miley family has deduction skills, and the fact that it has developed so far is enough to explain everything. Our tribe elders saw it some time ago. There is nothing wrong with the master. He is just trapped in a place. He will come back soon. It is just a matter of time. Everyone just needs to go back and defend. The city lord seemed to have gotten the answer he wanted, and then turned to look at the monks behind him and said, "You must have heard that everyone in Wanzongqing is leaving now. Go back and perform your duties quickly." In fact, he came here today just because he wanted an answer. Now that the Power Clan has given him the answer, his goal has been achieved. Regardless of whether this answer is true or false, whether Xiao Han is really still alive, everything must go on now. We can't let all the monks give up their resistance just because Xiao Han is not here. After the city lord finished speaking, many monks left one after another, including Shen Palace. Her purpose was basically the same as the city lord's. Soon, many monks gradually left, and only the demons and the ranger organization were left in the entire scene. Soon the ranger organization also left quickly, and only the demons were still standing there. Alas, Zhou Yan sighed slightly, then looked at the two heads of the family, and said, "You can rest assured." The elders said that the demon saint and even the ancient black phoenix will definitely not have any problems. And there is a high probability that she is with our master, so there is no need to worry. The two heads of the family were relieved when they heard the news. First, they did not believe the absurdity of the deduction technique of the Power Clan, but after exploring certain information, they gradually began to believe that it was true. That's why they followed these humans to the Power Clan to ask for an explanation, which was actually a comfort. In the past few years, countless humans and demons have died tragically, and the death toll has been increasing. At the beginning, the demon general level could still have means to save their lives, and then only the demon lord level could save their lives. The panic caused by this is not a little bit, but at this critical moment, the demon saint disappeared strangely. How could they not feel pessimistic? Now they have some explanations. Soon, the demons also retreated quickly. When all the demons disappeared, figure walked out from the darkness. It was Qiao Tanner. "Madam," Zhou Yan and the high-ranking officials of the Power Clan said, respectfully. Qiao Tanner then slowly said, "Have they all been sent away? I don't know how long we can keep it a secret if this continues." Zhou Yan said, "Madam, don't worry too much. The master may really be trapped somewhere and can't get out for the time being, just like we guessed." "I hope so," Qiao Tanner said with a sad face, and there was a hint of sadness in the depths of her eyes. #C2154 Weaving Lies 2. In fact, the truth is not as they said. Everything just now was just a lie, woven by the senior leaders of the Power Clan and Qiao Tanner after discussing together. Now they don't know when Xiao Han will come back, and the most important thing is that they can't get accurate information. Even if the entire Tianxian realm is almost searched, there is no trace of Xiao Han. Now they don't know whether Xiao Han is dead or alive, and they can only rely on some speculation. After the previous speculation of the elders, divination can no longer play any role, but according to speculation, since the elders saw that figure in the future, it means that there is still a certain probability that there is no problem. But is this speculation really reliable? On the other side, Lu Shi led the people of the Ranger organization to the headquarters quickly. With the establishment of the Ranger organization, a sect immediately gave up its position and designated it as the headquarters of the Ranger organization. Lu Shi went directly to the center of the headquarters and headed towards a side hall where only a figure was sitting. After seeing this figure, Lu Shi's body trembled subconsciously. Since the establishment of the Ranger organization, many casual cultivators have joined it, and he is one of them. As a dark horse hidden in the Tianxian realm, he has the strength of the middle stage of the god transformation. But after joining the Ranger organization, he found that this place is really strong enough, but many strengths are just hidden under the surface. For example, the top 10 seats in the Ranger organization are all at least in the late stage of the God transformation. On weekdays, only those who are exposed to the public are those in the early and middle stages of the God transformation. In fact, the entire Ranger organization has nearly 30 God transformation cultivators, including those who existed before, those who have just been promoted, and those who have the opportunity to obtain the Void God Grass. Since the opening of the Abyss Channel and the extensive exploration of the ancient secret realm, the rules of the entire Tianxian realm seem to be touched, and many Yuanian great perfection cultivators have broken through. It's just that all these many God transformation cultivators will listen to the orders of Yuan Meng in front of them. There is no other reason, just because he has a strength far beyond the half-step return to the void. Everyone privately speculated that Yuan Meng was only a little bit away from entering the return to void realm. Tianxian realm did not have any heaven and earth phenomena that could break through the return to void realm, so everyone's speculation was retained a little bit. I'm here. The figure spoke slowly. The person sitting there looked only middle-aged, much younger than Lu Shi. Lu Shi responded softly, Yuan Meng. Yuan Chengtian, the leader of the entire Ranger organization, liked to be called Yuan Meng the most, and this name was decided. Tell me what the situation is? Yuan Meng's voice was very low, and then continued, just pick out the most important things to talk about, what I care about more. Lu Shi then trembled and said, reply to Yuan Meng, Xiao Han is likely still alive, but trapped somewhere. Then Lu Shi told some of the most important things one by one. Only after he finished speaking did Yuan Meng wave his hand, indicating that Lu Shi could leave. When Lu Shi left the side hall, Yuan Chengtian took out a jade slip and quickly input some information into it. After the transmission, he carefully put it away. Then he muttered, didn't they say that Xiao Han had been killed by some means? Why did they predict that Xiao Han was still alive? Could something have gone wrong? No matter what, we have to try it when the time comes, and we must strangle him. With his own strength of returning to the void, it shouldn't be too difficult to secretly kill Xiao Han. In fact, he has already reached the return to the void, and should be the first cultivator in the Tianxian realm to return to the void. This is also the limit that the Tianxian realm has reached now, and it is only in this year. As for the strange phenomena of heaven and earth, what strange phenomena of heaven and earth can be achieved by breaking through the Tianxian realm in the dark realm? A good bird chooses a tree to roost in. Sometimes you have to know the current situation. With the strength of the Tianxian realm, how could it be the opponent of the dark realm? There are so many 6th-level demons alone, and they are only responsible for one realm of the Tianxian realm. Only after seeing some things you will know how insignificant you are. In Yenqing, after the human race expanded the scope of the demon races activities, and the human race and the demon race sorted themselves out, and there was also intermarriage between the human race and the demon race. The compatibility between the human race and the demon race is getting higher and higher. The area of Yenqing has also been growing over time, comparable to Wanzhongqing. This is also one of the cooperation and negotiation between the two sides. In the land of the demons, there is also a city like Yenqing. When all the demons around the two heads of the family retreated, the two of them came to a secret room together. After this period of cooperation, the two have already set this secret room as the place for negotiation. When the soundproof cover was completed, Han Si quickly said, Yan Hai, what do you think about this matter? What do you mean by what I think? Isn't the answer already written there? The most important thing now is to improve the strategy of the human race. Yan Hai quickly expressed his opinion, and then continued, it must be admitted that the human race is indeed very powerful. Our demon race may have a strong execution ability, but the human race is not bad when facing such a crisis, and they are united, really united. Unlike our demon race, perhaps it is because they have been suppressed for a long time, and it has become a bad place at this time. And after the strategy of the human race, the losses of the demon race have become much smaller. Maybe you were right from the beginning. Hey, now is not the time to talk about this. Han Si looked anxious and quickly continued, the most important thing now is whether the saint is with
Xiao Han.
I don't mean to be together. It's better to be together. Now that humans and demons are cooperating, being together can promote the joint resistance of both sides to the dark world. I mean the safety of the two of us now. Yan Hai waved his hand and said, it's not important. Even if Xiao Han and the saint are dead, do we still give up resistance and admit defeat? Okay, if there is nothing else, go about your own business. Doesn't the formation need to be reinforced? Doesn't the staffing need to be improved? Don't the traitors in the dark world need to be investigated? Yes, yes, yes. The two quickly ended the topic, and overall they got the answers they wanted. A jungle in the dark world. What? Is there a possibility that Xiao Han is still alive? A voice sounded leisurely. That's true, and the deduction technique of the power clan does exist. The most important thing is that the previous body cultivation technique has disappeared, but the power clan still has it. This shows some problems. What should we do? Hey, no matter whether Xiao Han is still alive, it's just a variable. Now the rules of the Tianxian realm have been partially restored. Now the most we can accept is a few God realm qilings. After this question came up, the scene fell into a brief silence. Since the last time the 9th level qiling presided over the meeting, he has not appeared again, not even an 8th level qiling. The only ones who are doing things are a few 7th level qilings, and these more than 36th level qilings. Hashtag C2155. Who told me that Xiao Han would die? According to the 9th level qiling, if so many qilings can't solve a Tianxian realm, then they can all die. 35 6th level qilings are equivalent to 35 return to void cultivators, and there are thousands of qilings equivalent to transformation stage cultivators to cooperate. These are the backbone of the dark realm, and there are more than a dozen 7th level qilings. If this level of strength can't solve the problem, it really becomes a waste. The 7th level qiling who was on duty today had a cold look in his huge eyes, and then he said in a deep voice, are you all mute? Don't tell me that. It is still impossible to make the God realm qiling descend. It was not until this moment that a 6th level qiling trembled and said, it can be possible, that is. What is it? Tell me clearly. It is just missing a point, and there is no way to make all the abysses in the Tianxian realm burst. In this case it can descend, but only 3 can descend. According to the current strength of the Tianxian realm, if there are only 3 God realm qilings, it is still impossible to cause such a great pressure. The most critical thing is the strategy of the human race. It seems that they have discovered our weakness and are desperately working on the formation. Now all the gathering places that still exist are basically surrounded by formations above the 5th level. If you want to forcibly break the formation, you will lose at least several 6th level qilings. This is very difficult. The Qi Ling spoke very quickly, fearing that something would happen if he spoke slowly. The coldness of the 7th level qiling became stronger again, but considering that the number of qilings that can be mobilized is limited, he finally resisted the urge to take action. Then he said coldly, who told me that this problem has been solved? Who told me that Xiao Han must die? But the news I received so far is that Xiao Han is dead or alive, and even the basic 6th level qiling can't descend. I'm afraid you need to give me some explanation. Another 6th level qiling said, there was indeed a perfect plan before, and it was implemented very smoothly, but I don't know why it never worked. Because of this, a good opportunity was lost. The 7th level qiling suppressed his anger and said lightly, 3. Do everything you can to put pressure on Tianxian realm, and remember, to let the slaves of Tianxian realm cooperate well. I don't think I need to teach you these methods again. Yes. All the Qilings bowed their hands. Inside the ancient secret realm of Tianxian realm, Lu Yen was practicing in seclusion. Although there was no one in this ancient secret realm, the concentration of spiritual energy was very good. After swallowing, these spiritual energy could be well converted into demonic energy. Finally, she quickly improved her strength. She has now reached the late stage of Demon Lord and is only one step away from the peak of Demon Lord. However, at this moment, a figure appeared near the place of seclusion. Although Lu Yen was in seclusion, she was not in a dead-end state. She could still detect the situation outside. Then the figure disappeared in the secret room and appeared in the void. Lu Yen looked at the familiar figure indifferently and said, "Is the refining completed during this period?" Xiao Han replied, "Of course it is completed. Come on, let me see how your strength has increased in the past few days. If I want to defeat you, I'm afraid you won't feel good even if I can't win," Lu Yen said indifferently. Xiao Han's mouth twitched, and he felt a little scared. Just as Lu Yen said, if he really got serious, he would never feel good even if he could win. He was really cruel when he started. Then he could only force himself to say, "Let's get serious with our hands, not just talk." As soon as the words fell, a huge hand appeared in the void. The hand clenched into a fist and a finger pointed directly down. "Great demon prisoner heaven finger." Xiao Han's mouth began to twitch. This woman was really cruel. She got serious with him right away, but his deduction of the magic was not in vain. In the past few years, the two of them lived in such a peaceful way, and Xiao Han even gradually liked this feeling. When the power of good fortune is restored to a part, it will help the disc spirit to refine, and as of now, the disc spirit has refined more than 90% of the container. According to the time calculation, it will take at most 1 or 2 months to completely complete the refining. But this still requires a process. In addition to helping with the refining, Xiao Han's main thing is to use the power of good fortune to deduce the magic, including writing the magic, and has made good progress. Especially the blue ice flame, which was directly deduced to the level of the 5th level. It is a pity that the magic such as the sky blue sacred wood has only reached the level of the 5th level. There is no way. Xiao Han cannot expect all the magic to continue to improve. He can only constantly discover new ancient magics, and then deduce them and finally select the better ones from many ancient magics. His strength is steadily improving, and he has not been delayed by helping the disc spirit to refine the container. Especially with Lu Yen, this kind of life is good, but he is unconsciously anxious in his heart. He has no idea what the situation is outside now. According to the situation before coming in, there is still plenty of time. But who knows what variables there will be? But there is no way. If the disc spirit cannot complete the refining, they can't leave this ancient secret realm. While thinking, Xiao Han pressed several heaven and earth magic on Lu Yen. But the two of them already knew each other well, and Lu Yen reacted immediately and quickly went away. At the same time, several black hexagram arrays appeared, and they murmured, "Dark devouring." Feeling this huge magic power, Xiao Han felt very difficult. Seeing that even the heaven and earth technique could hardly put pressure on Lu Yen, it would be difficult to win again. The two were getting closer and closer to a tie, and neither could do anything to the other. Xiao Han wanted to use dark devouring to fight Lu Yen, but he was not able to do this with his current strength in the late stage of the Demon King. In normal times, the two practiced human or demon skills with each other, and so did Lu Yen, and successfully reached the golden core stage. Without such a great opportunity, it is difficult to improve strength quickly. As for the magic, it is the same. In this ordinary day, several months passed in the blink of an eye. This day, Xiao Han came to help the disc spirit refine the container as usual, but today he couldn't hold back his restless heart. Even after experiencing so many things, he still couldn't hold it back. just because the disc spirit completed the refining today. Lu Yan also appeared beside Xiao Han and asked with some excitement in her eyes, "Are you sure you can complete the refining today?" There was still some worry in her eyes. Xiao Han pondered for a moment and said, "I think there should be no big problem. I can see the pattern of this container. The moment the pattern is completed should be the moment when the disc spirit is finished refining." Hearing this, Lu Yan rolled her eyes at Xiao Han and said unhappily, "What do you mean by should? I want to hear a definite answer. Let's take a look first." Xiao Han was also unable to be sure and certainly could not give Lu Yan an accurate answer. Then he calmed down, and a force of creation directly hit the container. The disc spirit seemed to have predicted this moment long ago, and quickly integrated the force of creation into its own figure, and then quickly shuttled through the pattern. Until it was getting dark, Xiao Han's expression became solemn. All the patterns were finally completed. #C2156 The spirit of the divine realm descends. 1. Boom, boom, boom. Just when Xiao Han was extremely nervous, the entire ground began to tremble violently with low rumbling sounds from time to time. The next moment, the entire sky became gloomy and dark, as if it was swallowed by endless darkness, and then a blank space began to appear in the middle. A dazzling light shone down, dispelling the darkness surrounding it, until it enveloped all the darkness and became extremely dazzling, and the whole body was painfully exposed by this dazzling light. It was not hot or roasted, but the simple exposure of this white light was painful. At this moment, a touch of darkness appeared in the center of the sky, and then it quickly swallowed up the surrounding light. This cycle continued, and the rumbling sound on the ground continued. It stopped until the black and white tones of the entire sky gradually neutralized with yin and yang, and before Xiao Han and the others could catch their breath, the ground began to shake violently again. In an instant, all the boulders on the ground collapsed and turned into dust, and fell to the ground. At this time, the ground below them was extremely flat, and there was not even a slope. The moment all the protrusions disappeared, the entire ground began to rotate and change, gradually forming a Tai Chi pattern, and then quickly shrank until it shrank to the size of an adult's palm before stopping. Xiao Han looked at the Tai Chi in front of him, which was made of unknown material, and didn't know what to call it. It was called the Jade Disc of Good Fortune before. Since the disc spirit was still smashed, it just changed the container, so it should still be the Jade Disc of Good Fortune. I saw that the Jade Disc of Good Fortune first turned in front of Xiao Han, and then turned in front of Lu Yan. Xiao Han looked at the Jade Disc of Good Fortune with hope. I thought that I had fed this little guy with the power of good fortune for so long, so I shouldn't choose Lu Yan. And the most important thing is that the Jade Disc of Good Fortune container in my body was taken back by this little guy. Just as Xiao Han was thinking, the Jade Disc of Good Fortune drilled directly into Lu Yan's dantian at the fastest speed. Xiao Han, this heartless guy who has fed the power of good fortune for so long, should at least pretend, at least get close to me. But he didn't even consider it when he saw Lu Yan. Ha ha! Lu Yan's pretty face showed joy, and she laughed unscrupulously for a few times and then continued, "My Dai Ling is still obedient, do you think? You can be deceived by you." The good fortune jade disc entered Lu Yan's dantian, and it did not make Lu Yan fall into extreme pain like it did at the beginning. Xiao Han said faintly, "Since I have completed the matter of helping Dai Ling to refine, do you have to fulfill some promises?" Lu Yan frowned and said, "What promise? Didn't you say you would promise me something before?" Xiao Han looked at Lu Yan with resentment, and then continued as if he accepted it. "Okay, you don't have any promises, so let's pack up and go out. I think it's probably a mess outside now." Xiao Han just mentioned it and didn't really want Lu Yan to agree to him. Soon, all his thoughts were put outside, and he was eager to leave here. Lu Yan looked at Xiao Han with a look that said, "You are very sensible. When Xiao Han was not paying attention, she pulled Xiao Han over and gently tapped Xiao Han's face. Xiao Han was stunned at first, then he grinned and did not say anything, but cast his eyes on the only stone standing there. The ground was empty just now, and after the jade disk of creation shrank, the stone appeared in sight. The most special place around is here, and the key to getting out of here must be here. Xiao Han raised one hand and clenched it into a fist, then punched the standing stone. Bang! A slight sound appeared. Xiao Han did not use much force, just a casual punch, but at this time the imagined exit of the ancient secret realm did not appear. The stone was like shedding its skin, and the outer layer of rock gradually fell off, revealing its original appearance. This is a red stone, or more accurately, jade. It is red jade. Just when Xiao Han was puzzled, there was another slight bang sound, and the red jade exploded immediately, and a large amount of red gas spread in the air. This speed was far beyond imagination, even faster than his shrinking technique. There was no time to dodge. Xiao Han felt that the red gas had some fragrance. Then he hurriedly shouted, "Hold your breath." After saying that, he quickly took a step out, but the earth-yellow hexagram array did not appear. He really just took a step forward. Lu Yen was the same, and the two of them were full of doubts in their eyes. The next moment, the control of the body disappeared, and the whole person fell heavily on the ground like a heavy object, and the pink gas began to drill into the body desperately. Waves of numbness appeared, and Xiao Han and Lu Yen lay on the ground next to each other. Their consciousness was still there, but their bodies were not under any control. Including breathing, they were all opened. Soon the waves of numbness turned into heat, and the body seemed to explode. The stone must be sealed up somehow. Xiao Han used the power of creation to quickly devour the strange energy in his body. However, he had just helped the disk spirit refine the container, so there was not much left. Finally, when the last bit of the power of creation was consumed, his body was finally under some control, and he quickly condensed a spell. Black steel rock. A yellowish-brown hexagram array appeared under the red stone. In an instant, a large number of stones emerged from the magic and directly wrapped up the red stone. This was the best and fastest way he could think of. Even if the array could pass through the air, this invisible damage was the most deadly. But this black steel rock was different. While having absolute defense means, could also block any air from entering the surrounding area. I wanted to wrap myself and Lu Yen up, but this was not a solution. I only had control over my body for a while, and the magic I released only had this one chance. I could only cut off the source, use the dilution of the air to dissolve the surrounding toxins, and then wait for my body to recover, and then repeatedly put black steel rock on the stone until I found a way out. When the black steel rock tightly wrapped the stone and no more red gas was seen escaping, Xiao Han breathed a sigh of relief. The red gas beside him was also dissipating rapidly. After a long time, until the tiendo was completely dark, Xiao Han felt that he could speak. But the heat in his body still persisted, and Xiao Han felt as if his body was about to explode. Looking at Lu Yen beside him, Xiao Han said decisively, "What kind of poison is this? At our level, there should be very few poisons that can work." Xiao Han expressed his doubts, which was the most confusing part for him. Another confusing part was why this place was poisonous. Man-made or natural? #C2157, the spirit of the divine realm descends. 2. While asking, Xiao Han was thinking quickly in his mind. Generally speaking, there are only two answers to this kind of thing. One is that this thing already exists, and the other is that this thing is man-made. There are no ancient sects around. The ancient sects are all in relatively far places. Even if someone deliberately made something here, it would have been ineffective long ago. If it is something that exists naturally, the possibility itself is extremely low. Although Xiao Han has this guess in his mind, the answer is only that it is man-made. However, he really can't figure out how it can be preserved for such a long time. The more he thinks about it, the more he feels that his body is difficult to control. The feeling of heat is getting stronger and stronger. He even wants to explode himself. Although the red gas around is dissipating rapidly, it still exists in the air, but the speed of entering the body has become much slower. Lu Yen was silent for a moment and slowly said, "This is not poison, but a super tonic." Tonic. Xiao Han carefully felt the situation in his body, and then muttered, "This feeling seems to be really good, but this stone doesn't look like it." Lu Yen turned her head with difficulty, rolled her eyes at Xiao Han and said, "From the surface, this is indeed a stone, but in fact it is just a concentrated gas which is sealed in the rock layer. Think about it carefully. With our cultivation, we will definitely shield ourselves when we encounter poisonous gases. Only this tonic gas will be absorbed by the body without any occlusion. But if the concentration of the gas absorbed is too high, it may be more poisonous than the most poisonous poison. I was really careless this time. I feel like my body is about to explode."
Xiao Han fråvned.
It was indeed as Lu Yen said. If this problem was not solved, the body would really explode like this, and it was not an exaggeration. The power of creation in the body has been exhausted, otherwise it can still rely on the power of creation to digest these tonic gases one by one. In a hurry, Xiao Han immediately sank his consciousness into his dantian. Xiao Han hurriedly said, "You should be able to feel my situation. What should I do now? I will die here sooner or later if I continue like this." During this period, he basically did not block his dantian, which means that Hongmeng Fortune Pearl can sense everything in the outside world. "Oh, why are you panicking?" Hongmeng Fortune Pearl said unhappily. "You really don't know how to use the things in your hand. At the beginning, while you can still control it, go directly into the green."
Jade pendant.
"What else can happen? I am powerless. No matter how I teach, I can't teach." Xiao Han felt a blockage in his heart. For a while, he didn't know how to refute Hongmeng Fortune Pearl. After all, it was really like this. Even if he didn't react, he could put Lu Yen into the green jade pendant first. This was really a moment of confusion and carelessness. Xiao Han said in a gloomy voice, "It's already like this. Now I need a solution. What should I do?" Hongmeng Fortune Pearl chuckled and said, "Of course it's to adjust yin and yang. If it works well, there may be a great opportunity." Xiao Han asked in confusion, "What is adjusting yin and yang?" "Of course, it's what you understand." Hearing Hongmeng Fortune Pearl say this, Xiao Han was stunned, and then he felt a little strange. Why did Hongmeng Fortune Pearl know to tease like this? As if it had a certain emotional consciousness. But he didn't care about these, but quickly left his consciousness from dantian and told Lu Yen about the solution he was about to get. Lu Yen didn't say anything, just looked at Xiao Han very seriously, and just stared at him until Xiao Han was a little guilty, and then Lu Yen whispered, "Come on." Xiao Han looked around with difficulty, a little embarrassed, and then with the help of the little fortune power that had just been generated in his body, a closed space appeared next to the two of them. A few days later, Tianxian Realm. The morning sun shines on Wanzhong City, but this kind of sunshine does not make people feel better, but everyone's face is filled with sorrow. If you observe carefully, you will find that the entire Tianxian Realm is full of dark matter except for the places covered by the formation. This dark matter has a high concentration in some places and a low concentration in some places. But in general, at least the Jindan stage of cultivation is required to flow back and forth between the various formations. For example, for mortals with spiritual roots in the mortal world, they need to be escorted by cultivators at least in the Yuanying stage. Just a few days ago, the dark matter in the entire Tianxian realm was like a big explosion spreading rapidly throughout the Tianxian realm. Now the major sects and cities are like isolated islands. Most of the exchanges between the various sects are also through voice transmission, and with the passage of time, many sects with weaker strength have chosen to merge. At this time in Wanzhong City, the palace master, the city master, and the two family masters are in the city master's mansion, conducting some discussions. I suggest that all cultivators below the nascent soul stage be prohibited from moving around to preserve their strength. Indeed, I also think so. In addition, I think we should increase the cleanup of the surrounding Qi Ling. At least within the controllable range, try to eliminate as many Qi Ling as possible. Even if there are many Qi Ling, there is a limit to their number. It is better to eliminate as many as possible. Yes, and I suggest setting up hunting teams. When the team members are familiar with each other, they will become sharp knives to kill Qi Ling in the future. And the research on Qi Ling cannot stop. The four of them expressed their opinions, until the master of Shantian Palace took the initiative to speak. I don't know when there will be news about Xiao Han. I'm afraid we won't be able to hold on for long if this goes on. She knew some news which was revealed to her by Li Rukin, who knew the importance of Xiao Han. Let's not discuss this issue anymore. No matter when Xiao Han and the saint come back, we have to hold on. Just as these people were discussing, the city lord suddenly frowned, followed by the two demons, and the master of Shantian Palace also felt something strange. Han Si was the first to say, "Such a strong pressure. Is this a returning cultivator?" "No, it should be a 6th level Qi Ling." After the city lord finished speaking, his figure disappeared first. The others followed closely, and outside the protective formation of Wanzhong City, 3 black shadows stood in the void, with dense Qi Ling behind them, and the surrounding dark matter was particularly dense. The city lord looked at the void with a cold look in his eyes, and said in a deep voice, "I wonder why all the Qi Lings came to my Wanzhong City?" Immediately afterwards, many other Huashan stage cultivators in Wanzhong City appeared one by one, including Yuanying stage cultivators. There were also many foundation building Dan stage cultivators who came to check the situation. No matter what level the Qi Lings were at present, at least they were safe in the formation. One of the 6th level Qi Lings was filled with great pressure and an
Extremely dangereux aura.
Then he said lightly, "What's the matter?" Of course, it's to destroy the so-called Tianxian Realm Center, Wanzhong City. Hashtag C2158, the spirit of the divine realm descends. 3. Aha! The moment this sound appeared, many eyes immediately turned to the void. There was actually a small wave of ghost spirits attacking Wanzhong City before, but they all ended in failure. Among them, there were more than a dozen 5th-level ghost spirits and thousands of 4th-order ghost spirits. After a long period of impact, they were still unable to break through the tens of thousands of Sex City
Formation.
It only damaged the formation to a certain extent and was eventually repaired, without causing large-scale casualties. Why do these people have such a loud tone now? It's just these ghosts, and the Wanzhong City today is not what it was before. There are more than 20 monks in the city of the soul transformation stage alone, and there are countless Yuanying stage monks. Just the large number of top-grade infant transformation pills provided by the city lord alone has created a large number of Yuanying monks. The only shortcoming is the monks in the transformation stage. Even with the supplement of the virtual godgrass in the ancient secret realm, there is still a huge gap. But if this is the case, coupled with the current situation of the formation, these ghost spirits should not be able to break through the current Wanzhong City. What arrogant words! The master of Juejin Sect's voice was sharp and penetrating, and it fell on the ears of the monks in Wanzhong City. Today he happened to come to Wanzhong City to discuss some matters with the city lord, but he met the city lord to discuss things. This happened while waiting. The moment he finished speaking, many monks started talking loudly. That's right, this demon spirit really is the kind of rookie we used to be, able to manipulate at will. I think maybe it is really powerful. No matter what the current Tianxian world is still unable to bring existences beyond the divine transformation stage. At most, it can only half-step back to the void strength. Under such circumstances, how can we destroy the formation? This fellow Taoist's analysis makes sense. I think there is a high probability that he is here to bluff people. If you want to cause us psychological pressure and fear, don't even think about it. We have already been fooled before. We will never be afraid this time. Isn't it just to collect our fear emotions? What's more, don't forget that we still have Xiao Han. It is said that Xiao Han has reached the step closest to the realm of returning to the virtual world. Really? But why haven't we seen Xiao Han for so long? Could it be that he gave up on us? It's like the Force clan gave up on the entire Tianxian world and finally hid. Don't talk nonsense. Xiao Han must be in retreat there. Didn't the city lord and others tell him? And we can handle this kind of battle ourselves. The most important thing now is for Xiao Han to improve his strength to the return to Void Realm. This will ensure that the existing human race in the Tianxian realm will have no worries for 100 years. Damn it, brother. You know so much. Hey, you still know this bit of news, otherwise would you be worthy of my title of know-it-all? When this statement appeared in the crowd, the originally tense mood suddenly relaxed a lot and everyone instantly became clear about the current situation. The process of dark matter invading the Tianxian realm in large quantities and causing a large number of deaths of monks and mortals has passed. Now it can be said that if nothing major happens, it is basically stable. Although there is still a high mortality rate if you travel and other activities, you will feel safe enough as long as you are in the city. It's just that the 4 people at the front of the void frowned. Others couldn't see it, but they could feel it. The spirit-transforming monks behind them only felt that the 3 leaders were just infinitely close to the returning monks, just like the city lords, etc., unable to see through. Soon the 3 ghost spirits looked at each other. Their huge eyes looked in the direction of Wan Zongqing, and they slowly lowered their hands with one hand. 3 huge palm shadows appeared in the void, but compared with those of the city lord and others, these palms looked darker and deeper. It was also at the moment when these palms were slapped that the 4 people above the void took action at the same time. The city lord even said loudly, all the monks in the transformation stage took action together, and the monks in the nascent soul stage also followed. Everyone can understand what the city lord said. After all, it is something that has been rehearsed for a long time. When this situation occurs, we will never fight to the death, but rely on the formation to carry out certain defense. In an instant, countless spiritual powers erupted from the bodies of the monks with various attributes, including the dark attribute. This is reflected in the cooperation matters. The formation is also integrated into the dark attribute so that the demons can also contribute. The sect-protecting formation in Wanzhong City has the power of the peak of the 5th level. It is absolutely impossible for non-6th level ghosts to break it. Even if the 6th level ghosts want to break it by force, they will have to pay a huge price. Although I don't know what these ghost spirits think, it's better not to be careless. Boom! 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 A huge bombardment appeared, and the 3 huge black palm shadows were directly shot on the solid formation. The entire formation was like an inflated ball which was quickly flattened, but rebounded back with the support of many monks. At the same moment, the 4 main players spat out a mouthful of red blood. Just one blow caused serious internal injuries to the 4 of them. It was truly terrifying. This scene also left many monks with astonishment on their faces. What happened just now? Just one encounter caused the 4 big bosses to suffer serious internal injuries. Injured at the same time. You must know that almost all of Wan Zongqing took action while the opponent only had 3 ghost spirits. Could it be that those 3 ghost spirits were all 6th level ghost spirits? This answer emerged in many people's minds. The demon spirit at the top was secretly feeling pain. He didn't expect it to be so difficult, and the dark matter in his body was surging. Then he slowly raised his hand and said loudly, "Today I will open your eyes and see what real magic is. Oh no, it should be called divine magic. This is a divine magic that only the spirits in the divine realm have. The purpose of today is to exert pressure. They will never easily break the formation before the entire abyss explodes. Not to mention that the three of them cannot break this formation now, even if there are three more, it will not work. If they continue like this, they will die before they break a few formations. How can they rule the Tianxian realm? It's not that they can't break this formation, but they will be backfired at the same time. The backfire alone can kill them all. The will of the dark world rules everything, but after entering the divine realm, they will also have a certain degree of autonomy. As long as the general direction is correct, they all want to live." Thinking of this, a huge black shadow appeared in the void. This black shadow is better to be said to be a black disk. The moment it appears, it rotates rapidly. The black disk is very similar to the magic of the demon clan. The difference is that the demon clan has a hexagram formation while the spirit of the spirit has a disk. A huge foot appeared in the pitch-black disk. The foot was completely black. Judging from its size, it was enough to overwhelm half of Wanzhong City. At this moment, the first Qiliang's huge pupil suddenly had fine bloodshot. Seeing this, the other two Qiliangs quickly shot out several dark matter, and the Qiliangs behind them did the same. It was obvious that this Qiliang could not support this so-called magic, so the other Qiliangs needed help. The huge foot became more and more solid and then stepped down. Boom! The huge foot stepped directly on the formation and the Yuanying stage. Cultivators in Wanzhong City were directly stepped on and their connection with the formation was interrupted. Bang, bang, bang. Then there were waves of flying collisions. The city lord whispered in a trembling voice, "It is a 6th level magic, and the grade of this 6th level magic is not low." The other three pupils were a little terrified. Regarding the 6th level magic, only the city lord has the final say in the entire Tianxian realm. So, these three are really 6th level demons, and the situation has become so serious. #C2159, the spirit of the divine realm descends. 4. If the entire Tianxian realm understands the 6th level magic, it is undoubtedly the city lord, because she has the only existing 6th level magic in the Tianxian realm, which is the most complete magic. Like some of the others, even if they can be classified as 6th level, they are also incomplete, whether it is the human race or the demon race. Even the power race only retains the complete body cultivation technique, and the magic is only 5th level. Previously, when the demon race attacked Wanzhong City, the city lord forcibly released the 6th level magic Shadowless Sword formation at the cost of his own life. Therefore, the city lord is the most qualified to be familiar with the 6th level magic. Don't be dazed. Think about what to do. If this goes on, it won't take long for the formation to break. The huge pressure enveloped the four figures. Even though they had huge injuries in their bodies, they still didn't dare to let go. More and more cultivators couldn't hold on, and gradually those cultivators who had just entered the god transformation stage couldn't hold on and flew. For a time, fear filled Wanzhong City, and many cultivators quickly disappeared in Wanzhong City, and no one knew where they hid. Many people also wanted to leave Wanzhong City, but when the formation was activated, no one could leave Wanzhong City. They could only wait silently. Once the formation was broken, they could run as far as they could. The master of Shentian Palace said with a cold expression, "What can I do? Facing 3 6th level Qilings, I can only hope that this formation can withstand it." The huge foot was still stepping down, and it made a rumbling sound from time to time. Is this the power of the 6th level magic? And the so-called God Realm Qiling finally came. According to the initial news, it has been at least 100 years, but the fact is that the God Realm Qiling can come to the dark world in a few years. For the strength of entering the return to Void Realm, it is indeed considered to have a certain strength. After a moment of silence, the city lord seemed to have made a decision, and looked at the Qi Ling outside the formation and then said quietly, "You guys, hold on for a while. I'll do it." The others immediately understood what the city lord meant. The city lord was going to use the 6th level magic against the 6th level magic. The palace master said with a worried look on his face, "Don't do anything reckless. Even if you forcefully release the 6th level magic, it doesn't matter. He is a legitimate 6th level Qi Ling, and once you are seriously injured, who will take charge of the overall situation of Wanzhong City and Tianxian Realm? Don't say you count on me, I don't know anything." The two demons didn't say anything, but just looked at the city lord quietly. Then the city lord continued, "What else can we do? If this goes on, the formation will break sooner or later. Don't persuade me, you guys get ready." As he said that, the city lord took back the spiritual power that had been injected into the formation, and the pressure instantly fell on the others, including the divine transformation cultivators in the back. At this moment, the leading 6th level Qi Ling seemed to want to relieve the pressure on Wanzhong City, and the huge foot that stepped down suddenly shrank. The pressure of the entire formation was relieved a lot. Just now it was clear that the formation was about to collapse, but what was going on now? Even the city lord slowed down. "Oh, I almost forgot to introduce me to you, Qiyu, also known as the Moon God."
Qiyu spoke slowly.
Their purpose was just to put pressure on Xiao Han to come out. It was impossible to break the formation, and they would also suffer great losses and even fall here. But at present, Xiao Han did not have any intention of appearing. In this case, did he really fall? It was just curious why the entire Tianxian realm still did not explode. But she did not have any flukes. She was not the Qia who fell in front of her before. She was simply a waste. The other two Qilings also spoke, Qi Hua, Qi Yang. The voices of the two Qilings were cold, and they did not seem to have any desire to speak. They followed just to carry out the mission. When the team had a leader, they were just vassals, just working. This is why Qi Ling is so efficient. This scene made everyone secretly puzzled. Seeing that they were about to break the formation, they would face the situation of being killed one by one. When did Qi Ling become so humorous and introduce himself in front of a group of dead people? Just when everyone was puzzled, Qiyu spoke again. "I heard that your human race has a genius named Xiao Han. I wonder if you can call him out for me to see. Maybe I am not his opponent." This sounded a bit enchanting. This is a female Qiling. In the dark world, Qiling is also divided into male and female, but the male high-level Qiling is much higher than the female, which is very similar to the human race and the demon race. The city lord's heart snapped, and then he shouted loudly, "It doesn't take Xiao Han to deal with you." "Ah," Qiyu said with some disdain. "Has Xiao Han disappeared a long time ago? You are still talking about the hope of Tianxian Realm. Why didn't the hope of Tianxian Realm appear when you were in danger of extinction?" When this voice fell, many sensitive people felt that the target of these divine realm ghosts this time was not them, but Xiao Han. Seeing that the confidence of many cultivators was being destroyed step by step, they were still helpless. If they did not build up any confidence, I am afraid that this emotion would spread like a plague. This kind of fear is even more terrible than destroying the entire Wanzhong City. Looking at the gloomy expressions of the city lord and others, Na Chiwe continued, "By the way, the reason why I temporarily let Wanzhong City go and waited for you here is for Xiao Han, so you don't have to guess anything. I'll tell you directly that I came here for Xiao Han. Don't you think he is the hope of Tianxian Realm? Then I will destroy your hope with my own hands. You are still safe at the moment, but it's hard to say about those cultivators in other places." As he spoke, he put away his outstretched hands, and the huge foot above Wanzhong City also dissipated into the air. Until the whole thing dissipated, Qiyu spoke again. I will wait here. If Xiao Han is not seen in a month, the whole Wanzhong city will be buried with him. Also, don't try to escape Wanzhong city during this period. Just stay here. If I find anyone who takes the initiative to escape, I don't need to remind you of the consequences. The hearts of the city lord and others really fell to the bottom. He also knew what Qiyu meant by this, that is, there were several teams acting at the same time. Their main hunting target was Xiao Han, but the other Qilings were other. The only thing to be thankful for was the information revealed behind this behavior. The more these Qilings valued it, the more it showed the importance of Xiao Han. And based on this attitude, Xiao Han is very likely to be really fine, but just encountered some difficulties. I hope everything is fine. Many human and demon races thought so in their hearts. Qiyu closed his eyes tightly and stood calmly in the void, as if he was going to stay like this. What they need is to put pressure on these people to force Xiao Han to come. If they don't see him for a month, it really means that Xiao Han has encountered an accident, and it is time to take the next step. #C21 60 different choices. Dichuan continent. Dozens of fifth-level Qilings were heading towards a place quickly. There was no emotion in the pupils of these Qilings. If there was any emotion, it should be an emotion of swearing to die. The order they received was to forcibly break the sex formation, and the price brought was that half of the Qilings among them died. The rest were to complete the slaughter order. There were more than a dozen teams of this size in the entire Tianxian realm this time. The main purpose was to bring panic to the entire Tianxian realm. It was not easy to complete the rule and defeat the living forces of the Tianxian realm. If it was a simple massacre, it would be simple, but the dark world needed these people to transport blood and flesh. If they were all killed, what would they enslave? Soon these Qilings arrived in front of a sect. After 6 or 7 Qilings looked at each other, they began to gather their attack methods. Accompanied by a dizzying and earth-shaking, the entire sect's formation was directly smashed by force. Bang! 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 Several violent tremors echoed around, and the aftermath of the attack reached a distance of dozens of kilometers. Countless giant trees were blown away by the aftermath of the strong wind, and some were even shattered on the spot. At the moment when the sect's formation was broken, a huge energy suddenly burst out, but its power was not very large. Any cultivator with some strength could resist this energy. However, the Qiling who was responsible for breaking the formation had a solemn face and some despair in his eyes. At the moment when these energies passed through these fifth-level Qilings, the Qiling expanded rapidly, then exploded on the spot, turned into a group of black blocks, and finally dissipated into the void. The cultivators cheered. It would be great if they could set up a formation within the formation within the sect, but they couldn't do it. The mutual repulsion between the formations was originally a means of protection. Except for some extremely small formations, no other formations were allowed to exist. Many cultivators were a little disappointed in their happiness, but more of them were panicking. Without the protection of the formation, they would become lambs to be slaughtered in the hands of these fifth-level demons. At this time, several figures appeared from the depths of the sect. 2 of them were cultivators in the spiritualization stage, and they were just beginning to enter the spiritualization stage. The rest were all in the nascent soul stage. Following closely behind were hundreds of nascent soul cultivators. One of the cultivators in the spiritualization stage said immediately, "Everyone, the sect can no longer protect you. From today on, you are free. Try to escape. The cultivators who received my notice, it is time for us to perish together. With the Qiling, the Tianxian realm will remember your names forever. If there are those who want to escape, I will not force you. Everyone leave. We are willing to live and die with the ancestor, fight with the Qiling, until the last moment, and protect the fire of our human race." This scene appeared everywhere in the Tianxian continent, including humans and demons. The only ones that were not affected were the spirit beasts and monsters in their natural state. These monsters seemed to have disappeared. The monsters below the third level were still wandering around, but those above the third level were still in a state of disappearance. The human race tried to find the disappeared monsters, hoping to unify the creatures in the Tianxian realm, but even if they found some transformed monsters, 4th level or even 5th level monsters, all these monsters refused to cooperate and quickly disappeared from their original places, seemingly becoming homeless. For a time, the monks of the sects attacked by the Qilin began to flee in all directions, spreading a lot of fear. These Qilins did not seem to be obsessed with hunting down the monks who escaped, and only slaughtered the monks and demons who resisted stubbornly in the sect. Moreover, their methods were extremely cruel. They first experienced various terrifying illusions but did not kill them, and then tortured these human monks with some sinister means. They destroyed their spiritual roots and dantian, making them ordinary people, and then chopped off part of their bodies, chopped them into pieces and forced these monks to eat them bit by bit. There were countless such cruel methods. On the other hand, those monks who escaped did not suffer any slaughter, and many monks who received this news began to remain silent. And this behavior lasted for nearly a month. After the situation fermented for a while, the Ranger organization opened its doors and began to recruit these monks whose sects were destroyed, promising to protect them, and this was indeed the case. The Ranger organization established many teams which were dedicated to rescuing the monks besieged by the demons and eventually rescued them. These teams were like ghosts, and the worst were led by several Yuanying stage great perfection monks, and they were even willing to send out teams to rescue several Qi training stage monks. Its behavior was recognized by the entire Tianxian realm, and many monks in other sects quietly joined the Ranger organization. The strength of the Ranger organization grew rapidly as a result. In the territory of the demon clan, in a mansion of the Yen family, dozens of demons gathered together. Each of these demons was a core figure of the Yen family, and there were nearly 10 demon lords alone. The surrounding area was almost cleared, and there were also barriers and soundproof barriers outside. The demon sitting at the head slowly said, "Everyone sitting here, I think you should be clear about your position. Be careful when doing things. All forbearance is for better development in the future. Before discussing things, I hope you have the pros and cons in mind. Hey, Yanming, you can rest assured about this." As soon as the first demon finished speaking, someone immediately took over. After a pause, he looked at the demons around him and continued, "These are all selected by us layer by layer. Which one of them doesn't have a blood feud with the human race? What's the point of unifying the creatures of the Tianxian realm? Isn't this a joke? Let's not talk about whether we can win the Dark Realm. Even if we win, the fruits of victory will still be stolen by the human race." Speaking of this, the demon suddenly felt that he seemed to have said something wrong, and then hurriedly said, "Yanming, I am not denying your father's decision, but everyone has their own ideas." At this time, Yanming said indifferently, "Yan, sure, I have told you many times that my father is my father and I am me. We cannot work together if we have different paths. It's ridiculous. My father has instilled in me the idea of defeating the human race since I was a child. At this time, it is he who is not firm in his position. Since we have made different choices, let's go our separate ways from now on, so that no one will hinder each other." Yen Shi nodded immediately and said, "Everything is up to you." He still remembers the battle with the Lord of Wanzhong City in the past. Having been injured in the foundation by the magic, he will definitely be irreconcilable with the human race. Moreover, once these things are done, they will have the final say in the future of Tianxian realm. As for those provided by the bottom layer, what does it have to do with them? Aren't those bottom layers supposed to be sucked blood? This world is the law of the jungle, which has never changed since ancient times. Even if any creature is replaced to rule, it will be the same. Hashtag C2161 Xiao Han returns. 1. Yan Ming seemed to have noticed Shi Yan's mood. He squinted at Shi Yan and then said persuadingly, "Shi Yan, don't be so violent. Actually, let's not talk about the human race. We, the demon race, are also very good. Once we rule this Tianxian world, we will face the dominance of the demon clan. At that time, we only need to send those humans to donate blood. In this way, the demon clan can develop stably, and even the weak demon clan can be well protected. This is our grand plan, and everything is for the equality of all demons." After Yan Ming said this, Yan Yan noticed that his expression was a little strange, and then he put on a smile and said, "Yes, what you taught me is that. I was too excited before." Yan Yan said this, but he didn't think so in his heart. He had been bullied by other demons since he was a child, and saw his mother dying of illness because she didn't get treatment. These were only 1/1000th of the pain he experienced in life. It's just that the hearts of ordinary family members are filled with hatred. That kind of hatred is not hatred for the human race. The hatred for the human race is just a simple desire to exterminate the human race. This kind of hatred was still for the weak. From then on, he knew that the world was already dominated by the weak and the strong, and it was impossible to change. It wasn't until an amazing talent emerged in him that he was absorbed into the Yan family and eventually changed his surname to Yan. Yan Ming was slightly relieved when he heard what Yan Yan said. This Yan Yan was indeed a genius, but he received some treatment when he was a child, which led to this dark psychology that continues to this day. But there is no problem if he can be cultivated well. Soon Yan Ming's mind was no longer on the rock, but turned his attention to the other demons. Slowly he said, "Then let's start discussing what we should do." Na Yan took the lead and said, "I think the most important problem is our current situation. We are always tied up and it is difficult to achieve anything. In the demon clan, unlike the human clan, there are various sects and organizations that cultivate immortal families. In the demon clan, there are only families. Those demons who are not very good at it don't even deserve to have surnames. But those who have surnames must be some powerful demons. In addition to the 12 most powerful families, there are hundreds of families that continue to inherit the name. Each family will absorb some ordinary demons with potential, and ultimately achieve the goal of the long-lasting prosperity of the family name. But it is precisely because of this that when there are other purposes, you will be constrained when doing it. For example, their current meeting has attracted the attention of other demons, and they still need to find various excuses. Yan Ming is naturally aware of this problem, and what he wants to solve most is this problem. Now, after some rectification within the demon clan, there are fewer and fewer demon clans that hate the human race. There are even intermarriages. Such combinations are not conducive to future development. Even the demons with some hatred dare not speak out in anger under this basic situation. After pondering for a moment, Yan Ming immediately said, "Well, since Yan Yan raised this issue, let's take the lead in solving it. I need someone who can hide in the darkness for a long time and accumulate strength for our future development. The most important task is to unite the many demons who hate the human race. It is probably similar to the human race's ranger organization." After saying this, all the other demons understood the meaning of Yan Ming's words, and Yan Yan's eyes lit up and he said, "I think I am the most suitable person to do this task, and everything is for the future of the demon clan." Yan Ming frowned and said solemnly, "I lack helpers around me, so it's better for you to stay with me." Rock said decisively, "I think this task seems to be more important. Although I don't have to help you, you still have them." Yan Ming thought for a moment and accepted the suggestion, so he asked again, "You have to think clearly. Once this plan starts, you will hide in the darkness all day long. And I will also arrange a battle between the demons and the dark world, pretending to announce your death, which means you will be a dead person from now on. This situation will continue until we succeed. Do you think you can accept this? I accept. Yen didn't think about it at all, and there was even some excitement in his eyes, but Yen Ming didn't feel it. Soon Yen Ming continued, Okay, then you will complete this task. We will support you behind the scenes to build up strength. The name of the organization, Yen slowly said, or the name will be determined as the survival, and everything will be done for the survival of the demon clan. Yen Ming's eyes lit up and he quickly said, Very good, let's decide on this name. Soon the whole meeting started again, and many demons put forward their own suggestions, and then everyone discussed and solved the problems one by one. Within the ancient secret realm, in a stone house built with spiritual power, Xiao Han and Lu Yen were lying there. Both of them looked radiant, including their strength, which had also skyrocketed, reaching the peak of the Demon King and the perfection of the God. Transformation stage. After nearly a month of hard work, the two of them successfully consumed all the tonics. Not only did their bodies not have any hidden dangers, but they even improved to a higher level. Apart from the fact that their realm was still a little unstable, there were no problems. Xiao Han stretched out his hand and said, Since there is no problem, let's go out. Lu Yen nodded slightly, and there seemed to be something more between his eyebrows. Especially when he looked at Xiao Han, his eyes changed a lot, and there was a little more tenderness in the depths of his eyes. Soon the two of them appeared outside the stone house. Xiao Han waved his hand and moved the stone house and the entire ground into the blue jade pendant. After doing all this, he found that there was something strange in Lu Yan's eyes, and then he explained, After all, this is our memory. It's a pity to abandon it in this secret realm. You are the only one who can say that, Lu Yen said unhappily. Xiao Han looked in one direction and immediately raised one foot slowly and then kicked it hard on the ground. After the ground made a rumbling sound, the exit of the ancient secret realm also appeared. Looking at the exit, Xiao Han slowly said, Then let's go out. At the same time where the ancient secret realm of Tianxian realm appeared, an exit immediately appeared, and two figures quickly came out of it. They were Xiao Han and Lu Yen, who had been missing for a long time. It was also at the moment when the two came out that the entire ground nearby began to tremble, and the earth cracked, just like any secret realm that had been explored. Xiao Han first explored his spiritual sense and then frowned. This time seemed to be different. Lu Yen looked at Xiao Han and asked anxiously, What's wrong? What happened? Xiao Han was silent for a while, and then felt the situation around him again, and then said with a grim expression, I seem to have made a wrong decision. This abyss is not that simple. I just feel that this abyss is larger than all the abysses known so far, and it is like a center, like a vein connection. The situation seems to be getting very bad.
Nummertecken C2162 Xiao Han returns. 2.
At this time, the abyss was like the middle piece of a spider web, quickly connected with the abyss of the entire Tianxian world. Under this connection, Xiao Han felt that the dark matter around him was gathering at an extremely fast speed. This concentration increased at least twice, and a strong sense of crisis appeared in Xiao Han's heart. Lu Yen naturally felt the basic situation here, looked directly at Xiao Han, and said, The demons need me now, although there are indeed many incompetent demons there. But there are still many kind-hearted demons. Not to mention other things, if we just want to achieve the peaceful coexistence of humans and demons, we need them. Xiao Han nodded and said, Go quickly. Don't worry about leaving the human race to me. There are constant troubles in the Tianxian world. It feels like it's much more serious than initially thought. The two communicated quickly and soon discussed some major issues clearly. In this case, both humans and demons need exciting news. However, if they have been missing for so long it will inevitably cause a lot of panic. Even if they don't want to admit it, it can't change that they have become the hope in the hearts of the humans and demons in the Tianxian realm, and they are eager to create miracles again and again. I thought that the exploration of the secret realm would be over in a few months. Who would have thought that there was a butterfly spirit container inside, and there would be no problem even if he entered alone. But Lu Yen came in together, so the butterfly spirit touched the container, which eventually led to the exit being blocked until the refining was completed. Soon Xiao Han thought about the last month again. Maybe this time Lu Yen was not here and he might have exploded and died. This strange smoke was very strange. Both of them felt that their bodies were about to collapse, but his body's energy and blood surged, while Lu Yan's energy and blood were depleted. The more he replenishes, the more he becomes deficient. As for him, he simply experienced an extreme surge of energy and blood. After pondering for a moment, Xiao Han no longer wasted time and quickly headed towards the Force Clan. What is needed most now is to ensure the safety of the Force Clan. The moment he was about to leave, he felt a large number of ghost spirits peering below the abyss. Just the amount he sensed made his scalp numb. Even if he is an elephant now, when facing countless ants, he can only feel helpless in his heart. Maybe this decision is really wrong. Allowing the monks in the transformation stage to enter and accidentally being discovered by him, as well as the man-made stone, all this makes people suspicious. Xiao Han took a step forward, and the next moment his figure appeared within a range of 4 to 5 kilometers. Can be said that the improvement of this shrinking technique was one of his greatest gains. He will need to run back and forth for a long time, and this Shikuchi technique can increase his speed extremely quickly. In just a moment, Xiao Han appeared outside the Force Clan. Fortunately, there seemed to be no problem with the Force Clan, and Xiao Han breathed a sigh of relief. The moment he emerged from the ancient secret realm, he released his consciousness and hearing as much as possible. It's just that I didn't receive any feedback. To be more precise, it was weakened a lot, and the detection range was very limited. Originally, with the improvement of the realm, the range that hearing can reach is getting farther and farther, even reaching 10,000 kilometers. But at this moment, it can only reach a range of less than 30 kilometers. Is not even as good as when we first came here. The spiritual consciousness can explore further, but it is really limited. At first, I thought he had just come out of the ancient secret territory, and he was a little uncomfortable with it. Since Lu Yen was also there, he didn't pay much attention. It wasn't until the last moment that he suddenly realized that there was indeed a problem. Perhaps it was precisely because of the existence of dark matter that his reception range was greatly weakened. Just when he was about to enter the formation directly and go to Yuyun's sect to see the situation, a roaring commotion appeared within his hearing range. Immediately afterwards, many members of the Force Clan appeared. When Zhou Yen saw Xiao Han in the void, his eyes turned red, and then he remembered something. He quickly knelt down and shouted loudly, "Old slave, I respectfully welcome my master back." The rest of the tribe also knelt down and shouted loudly, "Welcome the master back." Xiao Han felt the emotions of everyone and felt a little moved in his heart. What exactly had he experienced during this period of time to make these people feel like this? Then he said loudly, "I need to know the most important news as soon as possible. It should not be too complicated, but should be streamlined." After hearing this, Zhou Yen quickly turned his gaze to the crowd and said, "Zhou Ruoruo, quickly report the information you collected and summarize to the master." Then he looked at Xiao Han and said, "Master, in order for you to understand the current situation more quickly after you come back, I specially asked the clansmen in the clan to summarize the main things that happened so that they can be familiar with everything as soon as possible when the master returns. However, the content may be rough." A little girl who looked very thin walked out of the crowd. "Among all the strong men here, Even among the strong women, it was rare to see such a thin and weak little girl. She stepped on the void, came to Xiao Han, held up a jade record slip with both hands, knelt on her knees and said softly, "Master, this is the information I compiled. The main information is at the front, and the secondary information is at the end." Xiao Han was a little surprised. He thought that this little girl was just a foundation building or golden elixir monk, so he didn't investigate. Unexpectedly, she was a nascent soul monk, and she was also a nascent soul. Perfection. Judging from her age, she had no qualifications. Much worse than Xiao Tanner and Li Xuan. Then he picked up the recording jade slip and began to browse the contents on. After just a few glances, Xiao Han put the jade slip away. He spoke loudly to Zhou Yan. "Take all the cultivators in the Huashan period of the clan, and go to Wanzhong City with me now. Oh, and notify the people of Yun's sect and ask them to rush over now." He then headed for Wanzhong City first. As for the rest of the members of the Power Clan, he basically let them go and would not interfere too much, but he brought up Yun's sect with his own hands, and it was impossible for them to become flowers in a greenhouse. There may be casualties after experiencing a series of deadly battles, but it will definitely allow these people to survive better. As for Xiao Tanner, as the mistress of the Power Clan and the saint of the human race in the Tianxian realm, she is naturally also in the important range. It is said that she is in a closed-door state to impact the late stage of Huashan. When seeing this news, Xiao Han's mouth corner unconsciously revealed a curve. This girl was like taking medicine, and she completely put away that mentality. Its progress is not much slower than theirs now, and it has been following closely behind. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Han's speed suddenly increased again. Among all the important information, the most important one is that 3 6th-level Qi-lings are guarding Wanzhong City with many 5th-level Qi-lings. What kind of concept is this? 3 Qi-lings equivalent to the return to void realm. He has thought of the worst possible situation, but he still didn't expect it to be this bad.
Nummertecken C2163 Xiao Han returns. 3.
The previous Zhou Ruoruo was really thoughtful. He had been curious about why the Yun sect was doing so well since the Li clan were all rough people. This subverted his imagination. Now it seems that it may also be related to Zhou Ruoruo. As for the jade slips that were compiled to record the records, Xiao Han thought it was perfect. He was so much better than Xiao Qian. He could clearly understand the context of various events in just a few words. Xiao Han immediately turned his gaze in the direction of Wanzhongqing and muttered, "Are you waiting to kill me? Then let's see who kills whom." Wanzhong City. The city lord and others are still waiting in the void, including many transforming monks as well as the backbone combat forces in the city. Outside the large formation, thousands of ghost spirits were waiting quietly. In addition to the 3 6th-order ghost spirits, there were nearly 100 5th-order ghost spirits gathered, and the rest were all 4th-order ghost spirits. If you use your spiritual sense to explore, you will find that there are countless ghosts hidden in the surrounding dense jungle. The current Wanzhong City can be considered a besieged city and an isolated island in the true sense. For the rest of the month, the two sides were still in a stalemate, or it could be said that the demon spirit was always waiting for something. There were a lot of discussions in Wanzhong City from time to time discussing whether Xiao Han would come back to save them, expecting Xiao Han to descend over Wanzhong City like a savior. But as time goes by, more and more people feel despair and live in such numbness every day. Some people even stay awake all night long. Fortunately, monks, even those in the Qi training stage, can be a little bit sleepy. Hold on. Sudden death is not a big mental stress, but this kind of countdown death is undoubtedly much more stressful. January has come and Xiao Han hasn't shown up yet. We're finished. Someone in the crowd said something so abruptly, and everyone's emotions seemed to be ignited and exploded instantly. Come on, Shi Ling. Even if I am dead, I still need to bring a few backers. Sure enough, putting your hopes on others will only lead to despair. Let's just rely on ourselves. The moment the city is breached, everyone should run away just like the sects that were destroyed before. Judging from the information sent back, as long as you persist in resisting, you will not suffer too much humiliation. Although these ghost spirits are hunting and killing living beings, their ultimate goal is to rule, not to slaughter the entire Tianxian realm. Why else come to Tianxian realm? Isn't this all in vain? As soon as such remarks came out, there were very few monks in Wanzhong City who could still resist. Most of the monks just thought about how to escape as soon as possible, and those monks who are determined in their hearts to fight against the dark world are mostly monks who survived the moment when the demons attacked Wanzhong City. At the moment when many noises were heard, the master of the Juejian sect above the void suddenly spoke. City Lord, please forgive my incompetence. I want to survive for my Juejian sect, and I don't want to make such a meaningless sacrifice here. Then several more God Transformation Stage monks spoke. When these God Transformation Stage monks all had the urge to escape, the mentality of the entire Wanzhongcheng monks completely collapsed. Na Yu closed her eyes tightly and felt happy after hearing these words. She thought that Wanzhong City was monolithic, but she didn't expect that her confidence could be defeated so easily. Did he overestimate this Wanzhong City? Or should I say that the above instructions worked wonders? But this is fine. For this formation, the fewer people resist, the smaller the backlash will be after the formation is shattered. Maybe we can really break through this formation. The nearly 105th level ghost spirits behind us should be able to accomplish this. And just as these monks discussed, 1 month has come and it would be a loss of face if there was no reaction. After a moment of silence, Xiao Yu opened her huge eyes and slowly said, 1 month has come. It seems that you have become Xiao Han's abandoned son. In other words, Xiao Han has died. Everyone in Wanzhong City, I will tell you frankly today that we did not come to the Tianxian realm to massacre you all. Our only purpose is to rule you. I'm here to promise you that as long as you don't resist and the aftermath of the battle doesn't affect the surviving monks, we will give you a chance to survive. So give up resistance. After all, you have become abandoned. In the face of absolute strength, resistance is in vain. The city lord listened quietly, feeling desperate in his heart. Even he couldn't think of resisting now, let alone these monks. Now that 3 6th order ghost spirits have descended, will the next one be the 7th order ghost spirit? Do you really want to give up just like that? Soon the city lord made a decision in his heart, and then the city lord said loudly, everyone in Wanzhong City, if you want to survive, stay away from here. When the formation is broken, everyone can escape for their lives. But I, the Lord of Wanzhong City, will live and die with Wanzhong City. If you want to join forces with me to resist the dark world, you only need to join me. We are just barely surviving now. I believe everyone already knows the outcome of the Tianxian realm being ruled. Do you want to watch me, the human race, send batches of so-called food to the dark world every year? There may be your friends, your family and children here. If you are willing to live in such numbness, then just leave. My King Zhen vows to live and die with Wanzhong City. The city lord's voice resounded through the heavens and earth, and its great, penetrating power entered everyone's ears. Such a speech ignited the blood in the hearts of many cultivators. Yes, what if you really survived? Sometimes living is more painful than dying. When living has become a luxury, it is better to die in battle, at least it can bring a little value to life. Soon, the master of Shintian Palace said, I will also live and die with Wanzhong City. The 2 heads of the demon clan also said, how can my demon clan lose to the human race? I Hengxi will live and die with Wanzhong City. I Yanhai will live and die with Wanzhong City. These 2 demons represent almost all the demons in Wanzhong City. After Hearing what the two heads of the clan said, the demons entrenched in Wanzhong City have made up their minds. Soon, several cultivators in the God transformation stage spoke up and were bound to live and die with Wanzhong City. At this time, when everyone was facing despair, 1/10 of the cultivators in the entire Wanzhong City still had the blood of never being enslaved. Qi Yu's pupils were filled with an ugly look. Why did these humble humans resist so stubbornly? It was clearly a situation where they could never win, and they would even die. Tragically, why did they choose to fight back? They thought that among the many creatures ruled by the Dark Realm, only humans liked to resist the most. Many creatures saw such a powerful strength, and even the entire realm was in submission. With this in mind, Qi Yu quickly conveyed the order to the many fifth level Qi Lings behind him. What he needed to do most now was to exhaust the spiritual power of these resisting cultivators first. At the moment of exhaustion, the formation of Wanzhong City would be broken. #C2164, Xiao Han returns. 4. After conveying a lot of information, he looked at the two other ghost spirits next to him and then quickly condensed his magic, and the huge black disk appeared again in the sky above Wanzhong City. Xiaoya said loudly, "Since there are still so many people who are not afraid of death, then let your wishes come true. At first, I thought that all these monks were resigned to death. In this case, it would be impossible to break through the formation. If they really broke through the formation by force, many ghosts here would perish. This is the case even for the three of them. I never imagined that there would be such a chance, so I would just lose some fifth-level ghost spirits. These living forces are also a problem for them." A black foot slowly appeared in the sky, and the familiar pressure once again enveloped Wanzhong City. Those monks who were preparing to escape were already ready to escape at any time. The remaining ones who are willing to resist will follow the city lord and blast pure energy into the formation. This is their last barrier. As long as this barrier is maintained, the opponent will still lose money even if they break through the formation. Serious. This is also their final contribution to mankind. At the moment when the huge foot was about to fall, a beautiful figure suddenly appeared in the void. The moment she saw this figure, Li Rukin immediately condensed her expression and said, "Li Yixuan, don't you understand what I told you to let you go?" Faced with such a powerful demon spirit, the city lord never thought of winning from the beginning. He could only retain the human fire as much as possible, protect these extremely talented people, and quietly arrange everything during the confrontation. Just why did Li Yixuan disobey the arrangement and just appear in Xiao Ling's field of vision? As public information, Xiao Ling probably already knew Li Yixuan's information very clearly. Sure enough, when Xieyue saw this scene, her huge feet in the sky stopped, and she immediately said loudly, "Isn't this the human saint? Let's kill them together. Be careful not to let this saint escape. She has never let go of this kind of hope from the human race." Li Yixuan ignored the city lord, but looked at the people in Wanzhong City and said loudly, "No matter what the outcome is today, as a human saint I will live and die with all the heroes, and I will never live an ignoble existence. I did receive the order to retreat, just to preserve the hope of the human race, but I feel that sometimes having a fighting heart is far more important than escaping in such a mess. If our death today can awaken hundreds of billions of compatriots, then our death will be worthwhile." Wow! The hearts of countless monks seemed to have something extra at this moment. Many monks who were ready to escape decisively turned around and joined the resistance. Saints are like this. If they didn't abandon these heroes, then they would never be able to forgive themselves if they lived like this. Jiwa's eyes are gloomy. These humans are like ants. Then the huge foot suddenly fell down and directly hit the formation. Boom! A huge crashing sound resounded through the sky, and all the fighting monks sent their spiritual power towards the formation. The same is true for Li Yixuan. After practicing hard in seclusion, Li Yixuan's realm has reached the peak of the middle stage of divine transformation. She is only one step away from the late stage of divine transformation, and she can still compete with her without losing. Even Li Rukin was shocked by this result. She would have never dared to think about this situation before. For a moment the two sides were in a stalemate. Perhaps due to the encouragement of morale, the large formation was actually supported for a while. It was not until other ghost spirits joined in that it continued to be suppressed. However, as time went by, more and more monks joined the resistance team. Among the monks in the entire divine transformation stage, only the master of the Juejian sect chose to withdraw and went directly to the other side of the formation, intending to leave at any time. At the same time he muttered, "What a bunch of fools, they are still in this situation where they are bound to lose." Although many monks joined in, the formation was still so compressed that it almost broke into pieces, as if the force was exerted according to the limit of the formation. Whenever some of the monks fell due to exhaustion, the strength of the huge feet would weaken a bit, as if the formation would never be broken. Li Rukin seemed to have figured something out. Could it be that, with their current strength, they still couldn't break through this formation? Or rather, it was just that it was a little late to react at this time, so I could only shout loudly, "Everyone take action together. These guys don't dare to forcefully break the formation now. We have always fallen into a misunderstanding. We always think that if we are not as strong as them, we will definitely face death. Also, these ghosts are not afraid of death for the sake of the dark world. But in fact, since there is consciousness, there must be pros and cons. It is the nature of living beings to be afraid of death. The stronger they are, the more they are afraid of death. Together, if we are really forced to break through, these ghost spirits will eventually die, which will buy the human race a long time." After the city lord finished speaking, he spit out a mouthful of blood from the corner of his mouth, followed by a stream of more pure spiritual power that entered the formation. These words moved a lot of monks again. In fact, this kind of thing should have been figured out before, but the other party's strength was too strong, and they had been suppressed. Maybe they can hold on and not die. The two sides continued for a long time, and more monks fainted. But so did the other ghost spirits, which gave them hope. The pupils of the moon became red. They could no longer be described as bloodshot, they were just red. Red blood suddenly flowed from the eyes of the three Chi-Yu spirits in the God realm. The next moment, the huge foot became much more solid and pressed down. After a moment of silence, Chi-Yu immediately said loudly, "Do you really think your so-called guess is right? Today I will break this formation to show you the so-called hope is just a joke." In an instant, the formation that could still maintain a certain balance suddenly flashed a few times and was about to turn into dust. However, because the cultivators at the formation point below desperately threw the top grade spirit stones into it, the formation always maintained a slight connection. Li Yixuan's face was red, and her whole face was congested due to excessive excitement. Then Li Yixuan immediately floated in the void. Just when everyone was curious about what the saint was going to do, Li Yixuan's angry voice slowly appeared in everyone's ears. "Xiao Han, fuck you. If your mother is alive and you don't come out now, I will not let you go even if I die." Such sharp words shocked all the monks. Why would the saint, who usually looks gentle, swear so much? But it is understandable that it is normal to have such behavior in this situation. Li Yixuan looked at the formation that was about to collapse and said word by word again, "Come out!" Boom! A roar suddenly appeared, and a golden giant ape wearing armor and holding a sword appeared above the entire battlefield. The golden giant ape slapped one hand, and a huge golden palm immediately slapped the demon spirit. There were faintly several golden dragon shadows swaying on the palm, shuttling through the palm from time to time. A voice familiar to the entire Wanzhong city slowly said, "Li Yixuan, do you Hate me so much? I've been away for such a long time. Listen to how you scolded me. When Li Yixuan heard this familiar voice, the whole person began to slowly fall from the void, and the tears in the corners of her eyes flowed down her cheeks. He finally returned. #C2165 The Spirit of the War God Realm 1. At the moment when Li Yixuan fell to the ground, some female cultivators went to catch her and quickly took her away to settle her. These female cultivators were all trusted confidants of the city lord's mansion. When she saw Xiao Han's return, the belief that supported Li Yixuan was put down, or more accurately, Li Yixuan found someone to rely on. Unconsciously, in the past few days of getting along, Xiao Han was able to successfully resolve crises every time, which gave Li Yixuan the illusion that, as long as Xiao Han appeared, the trouble would be solved. Because of this, she completely fainted. After all, even Xiao Han appeared. If the problem still could not be solved, what else could they do? Just when Li Yixuan was unconscious, the huge golden palm shadow successfully slapped the sky above the many evil spirits. Just when everyone thought they were going to gain something, a black barrier appeared out of thin air above the group of evil spirits, and the huge black feet stepping on the sky above Wanzhong City also turned into nothingness. Boom! The sound of collision echoed over Wanzhong City. The huge golden palm shadow collided with the barrier and instantly turned into energy and dissipated in the air. However, the formation that was about to be broken was saved because of this. After shaking several times in a row, it returned to its original state. Although there were many damages, the entire formation was gradually stabilized with the release of countless spirit stones. At the same time, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. This crisis was over, and the tense emotions just now relaxed. Xiao Han looked at the many qilings, especially the three in the front, frowning. This matter is really a bit tricky. The golden palm just now was a powerful blow from him, but it was easily resolved by the other party. Xiao Han's heart sank to the bottom of the valley, and then he thought that the other party had 3 6th-level qilings. Maybe the other party was just because of the 3 qilings joining forces? This scene in front of him was not as bad as he imagined. Qi Yu and other qilings were also paying attention to Xiao Han. For them, now, destroying the formation was no longer the most important thing. As long as they killed Xiao Han, it would be much more cost-effective than destroying a formation. Moreover, there was no need to suffer such a big loss now. Just now, he had already felt that the concentration of dark matter around him seemed to have increased a lot. This increase seemed to be sudden. Coupled with Xiao Han's appearance and the original plan, it was clear what happened. Although it was unknown why it took several years, the abyss of the entire Tianxian realm still completed the transition from point to line. Now it was a bit problematic to foolishly exchange life for a formation. Especially the golden giant palm just now, which could actually suppress her. To forcibly take back the magic. Even if they have consumed a lot. Now, they are still qilings in the god realm. Xiao Han in front of him was just a cultivator in the god transformation stage. It seemed that the last time Qia was defeated, it was not because Qia was so useless, but because Xiao Han did have a certain strength. Damn it! Actually, they had been keeping a close eye on Xiao Han from the beginning, and had tried to kill him several times within the permitted range. But nothing good had ever happened. Now she only had one goal in mind, to kill Xiao Han. While Qi Yu was thinking, many cultivators would not care what Qi Ling was thinking. For them, Xiao Han's return was the greatest good news. And the most important thing was that one palm resolved the crisis of the Wanzhong City formation breaking. What does this mean? As long as Xiao Han was there, regardless of whether he could beat these qilings, he could protect the entire Wanzhong City with just this one move. The confidence that had been destroyed was re-established at this moment. And the cultivators who were planning to escape no longer had the idea of escaping. How many people are willing to give up their dignity to live with dignity? Look, it's Xiao Han. Hey, this is really great news. I thought I was going to die today, but I Didn't expect a miracle to happen. I just want to say that Xiao Han is awesome. I don't know what to say except this. You are too much of that. You should say Xiao Han fights the demons in the air, leaving the dark world alone. Xiao Han is awesome. The surrounding cultivators rolled their eyes at the cultivator who was reciting the poem, and then they laughed and stopped paying attention to this. Everyone had a smile on their face, until one cultivator whispered, "What if Xiao Han loses? The current situation is still not optimistic." Swish! The surroundings fell into a dead silence, just like the plague spreading rapidly, and everyone's heart was tightened again. According to normal circumstances, the entire Tianxian realm has not had any heaven and earth phenomena of the transformation of the spirit to the return to the void. This is not like before when the promotion to the nascent soul or something. There were cultivators of higher levels to help suppress the heaven and earth phenomena. Even if some cultivators suddenly break through, it is not surprising, but it is not the case now. Even if Xiao Han has reached the half-step return to the void, facing 3 Qi Ling's equivalent to the return to the void realm, and nearly 100 Qi Ling's equivalent to the transformation of the spirit stage, does this have any chance of winning? The hearts of the cultivators were like a roller coaster, up and down from time to time, extremely nervous. Li Rukin reacted quickly, endured the various discomforts of the body, and still spoke loudly. "Don't make any disturbances, all cultivators now stand still and listen to my orders. Let's get through this difficult time together." The cultivators at the big formation point continue their actions, and the cultivators who specialize in formations help repair the big formation. Wu Shan, Li Hua, Wang Qingyu, Li Rukin named several cultivators one by one. Among these cultivators, there are cultivators in the spiritualization stage, Yuanying stage, and even Jindan stage. Li Rukin accurately assigned tasks to each cultivator, including the cultivators in Wanzhong City, who were also accurately arranged by the city lord. The originally peaceful Wanzhong City suddenly moved and began to do various things that were beneficial to the current situation. Until things were quickly arranged, Li Rukin said coldly. The rest of the cultivators above the Jindan stage who were not named. Li Rukin paused and said sternly, "Follow me to fight. 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 Fight." In an instant, the momentum of the entire Wanzhong City soared. Qi Yu first cast his sights towards Wanzhong City, and then towards Xiao Han. After quickly conveying a lot of information, Qi Yu slowly spoke. "Xiao Han, since you are willing to risk your life to save the people in this city, then I will fulfill your wish. Come here and kneel down to beg for mercy and call yourself a slave. I can consider letting the people in this city go. But you will always be a human slave in my dark world. What do you think of this suggestion?" Hearing what the Qi Ling said, Xiao Han first raised his eyebrows, then chuckled and said, "Really? Then I will give you a choice, either to be a slave or to die. How do you choose? Or am I in your heart? Will either of us compromise? Don't mention such ridiculous words anymore. Every Qi Ling who wants to kill me said so, but they all died in the end. Fight!" Hashtag C2166 The Spirit of the War God Realm. 2. Qi Yu's huge pupils showed a slight rage. Just as Xiao Han said, many Qi Lings died in his hands, including a previous pseudogod Qi Ling. She just said that, and she felt like she was slapped in the face. Then he said gloomily, "In this case, let's fight. I will definitely make you regret your choice today." "Oh, I suddenly changed my mind. I think it's better not to kill you. I will destroy your spiritual roots and dantian, and then tie you up and give you food. First cut off your meat, grow fresh tender meat, and then cut off the tenderest piece to eat." What a good idea! Xiao Han was slightly startled. How could this Qi Ling have such a hobby? The opponent did not make a move, so Xiao Han was not in a hurry. It would be beneficial to observe the opponent's weaknesses better in the subsequent battle. And they are coming too. I also have to discuss something with a little guy. After a pause, Xiao Han slowly spoke again. But after hearing what you said, I seem to have not tasted what the so-called Qi Ling tastes like. After you die, only a pair of eyes and skin are left, and it looks so disgusting. To be honest, I really have no appetite. There is a saying in our place that even dogs won't eat it. In this stalemate, the ground suddenly trembled slightly. Not long after, there was a huge cloud of dust in the distance, and 11 huge figures appeared in Xiao Han's sight. 3 people from the Li clan broke through to the god transformation stage, one after another. Now, including the clan elders, there are a total of 13 god transformation cultivators. Following closely behind were Xiao Qian and others, who were following quickly behind in a spaceship. The one driving the spaceship was Zhou Yan. As all the members of the Yuyun sect are already Yuanian cultivators, the combat effectiveness at this time is already considerable. Xiao Han wants these cultivators to get more tempering. When Zhou Yan and his clansmen arrived, they all knelt on one knee and said, "Master!" Xiao Han just nodded slightly without saying too much nonsense. Zhou Yan and others naturally knew what was going on and joined the team decisively. Xiao Qian and others were more discerning and just followed the team without saying a word. Countless cultivators gathered quickly. There were more than 20 cultivators in the spiritualization stage alone, and there were countless cultivators in the nascent soul stage, not to mention the golden core stage. For a while, the sky above the entire Wanzhong city was dark. The Qi Ling party was also gathering quickly. Hundreds of 4th-level Qi Lings gathered quietly, and the 3rd-level Qi Lings came here continuously. Both sides understood that in this situation the role that ordinary cultivators and Qi Lings could play was minimal. The battle was about to break out. Xiao Han felt that the other party seemed to be unable to hold back, and immediately condensed 3 spells. Unlike before, the 3 spells were completed at the same time, not condensing half of them and releasing the first one before continuing to condense the second one. Now Xiao Han condensed 3 at the same time without any pressure. Heaven and earth arts. The huge pressure immediately pressed on the sky. Above many Qi Lings, accurately covering each Qi Ling. 6 heaven and earth arts followed closely, and now Xiao Han controlled a total of 9 heaven and earth arts. Countless low-level Qi Lings were directly crushed to death, and before they died, they became a bomb, blowing up the surrounding Qi Lings. Bang! 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 The explosions appeared one after another in an instant, and Qi Yu's face became even uglier. She had been delaying time just now, just thinking that the other side was probably waiting for help, and their strength was definitely enough. The most important thing was to restore her own strength, but before she recovered much, Xiao Han actually took action which was beyond her expectation. Now, let alone those low-level Qi Lings, even they all felt difficult to move. Didn't Xiao Han say that he was just a divine transformation cultivator? Many doubts were lingering in his mind, but this still could not change the result that a large number of Qi Ling were dying. Xiao Han looked around and shouted with some regret, "What are you doing? Go!" These guys were actually watching the show. These are 9 5th-level peak heaven and earth arts. Although there is a spirit vein dragon in the body to support it, it is a 4th-level spirit vein dragon after all. Xiao Han already had a plan in his mind and continued to look for spirit veins to feed this little guy. In fact, he thought about finding a 5th-level spirit vein directly, but without long-term cultivation, its cooperation level must be low. If something goes wrong, it will die without a burial place. At this time, Zhou Yan and others reacted and took action one by one, fighting with many Qi Ling. While controlling the 9 heaven and earth arts, Xiao Han always paid attention to the other party's 3 divine realm Qi Ling. Once the other party made any unusual moves, he would take action at the first moment. Ah! The screams continued, some from cultivators and some from Qi Ling, but overall, the Qi Ling suffered the most serious damage, especially the 12 figures that transformed into giant bears, which were truly invincible at the same level, pressing many fifth-level qilings to the ground. Xiao Han felt that the time was ripe, and he directly withdrew the 3 heaven and earth spells and then slowly condensed a water blue spell. When the water blue spell was formed bit by bit, Xiao Han felt as if his body was drained. If it weren't for the spirit vein dragon just controlling these 6 heaven and earth spells would have been the limit. You have to know that the current heaven and earth spells are 5th level top grade, not to mention condensing this dry blue ice flame at the same time. The Qiling seemed to understand what Xiao Han was doing. The 3 figures moved at the same time without condensing any magic. It seemed that they only wanted to fight with Xiao Han in order to interrupt the spell that Xiao Han condensed. Before coming, they had studied Xiao Han thoroughly and had some understanding of the time it took for various spells to condense, but this time there was a gap in information. It took Xiao Han only a few breaths to condense the 5th level dry blue ice flame. Dry blue ice flame. In an instant, a trace of water blue flame began to emerge within a range of tens of kilometers around him, burning the dark matter quickly. Unlike usual, this time it did not burn it all directly, but could only burn the dark matter thinly. There was only 1 or 2 kilometers around Xiao Han, where there was no dark matter at all. Seeing this, Xiao Han frowned slightly. He really did not get the expected effect. He thought that if he controlled it within a range of tens of kilometers, he could burn all the dark matter, but the fact was not the case. And while burning, a large amount of dark matter gathered. Fortunately, many cultivators reacted to this point and released dry blue ice flames one after another. Even if it was only a 2nd-level dry blue ice flame, it could still have some effect. This technique has been promoted throughout the human race, and almost every cultivator above the foundation building stage is diligently learning and practicing it. Most of the Jindan stage cultivators have already mastered it, but the amount of dry blue ice flames they release is limited, and they will not release it unless it is absolutely necessary. These things happen one after another, making Qiyu extremely angry. Series of sizzling sounds continued to appear, and if you listened carefully, you could hear that it was the sound of Qiyu gritting his teeth. After a while, Qiyu said sternly, "Xiao Han, I must torture you well and torture you to the point where you want to die but cannot." C2167 The Spirit of the War God Realm 3. Qiyu only felt that they were now like lightning cats being toyed with by a group of rock rats. He had seen this situation before, and he laughed at those lightning cats being toyed with by rock rats. Now it actually fell on her, and she felt extremely humiliated. It was just that the dark matter around her was burned more thoroughly, and her strength was suppressed again, which was one of the reasons for her anger. Seeing the 3 Qilings approaching him, Xiao Han paid special attention to the rest of the battlefield. Under the weakening of his heaven and earth technique and Qianlan ice flame, the Li clan, which was already invincible at the same level, plus the main combat power such as the city lord, was like a wolf entering a flock of sheep. In an instant, the situation with extremely different strengths was almost the same. These cultivators also understood in their hearts that Xiao Han was going to deal with the 3 God Realm Qilings. This kind of assistance would not last long, so there was no hesitation when he took action, and every move was fatal. The city lord and the master of Shentian Palace looked at each other, and soon understood what the other was going to do and quickly cleared the Qiling near the city lord. Then the city lord quickly condensed the magic, and even spurted out a mouthful of blood, and a golden hexagram array appeared in the void. Shadowless sword array. In an instant, countless golden swords appeared in the void. This is the only 6th-level magic that is currently preserved intact in the entire Tianxian realm human magic. Unlike before, there are not so many golden swords this time, and the number has been greatly reduced, but the solidity of each golden sword is much stronger. Swish, swish, swish. The golden sword fell quickly, chasing and killing one Qi Ling after another, and cleared the surroundings for a while, but this time it did not have such a good effect on the 5th level Qi Ling. The targets were all Qi Lings below the 5th level. The city lord did this to better protect the human cultivators. You must know that every cultivator with spiritual roots is a vital force for the human race, especially those who can practice to the Jindan stage or above. Who doesn't need a little talent and opportunity? At the moment when the golden sword formation disappeared, countless Qi Ling corpses were lying on the ground. The palace lord quickly protected the city lord and sent him back to Wanzhong City. Qi Yu and the other 3 God Realm Qilings naturally noticed this scene, but now their target is only Xiao Han. As for what kind of losses these Qi Lings have, they don't care at all. It's okay to die as long as Xiao Han can be killed. Qi Yu and the 3 God Realm Qilings quickly approached Xiao Han. Xiao Han took a step back lightly, and his figure disappeared in the void. Then he took the 3 God Realm Qilings as far away as possible. In the current situation of Wanzhong City, as long as there are no 3 God Realm Qilings, it is only a matter of time before the rest of the Qilings are killed. Even though they knew what Xiao Han was thinking, the 3 God Realm Qilings were still chasing Xiao Han. Soon Xiao Han found a perfect place, stopped his body immediately, and condensed the 6 heaven and earth arts to press on the 3 God Realm Qilings. The 9 nether holy flame came out in an instant, burning all kinds of dark matter and spiritual power around him desperately. Xiao Han didn't have to worry about not being able to absorb the spiritual power around him because the little dragon of the spirit vein was continuously providing him with spiritual power. That Qi Yu immediately said, "Do you really think I will let you be so unscrupulous?" As he said that, the 3 Qi Lings condensed 3 ordinary methods at the same time. Unlike the previous divine arts, this ordinary art did not have such great power as the divine arts, but it was better in that it required less dark matter. This ordinary art is different from the human race and the demon race. There is no level of ordinary art in the dark world. Any Qi Ling can practice it, but it has different power in the hands of different levels. This also creates the treacherous and changeable attacks of the Qi Ling, and can frequently change the means of attack to achieve the best effect. Fortunately, Xiao Han has been in contact with the Qi Ling. In addition to divine arts, he has also seen a lot of ordinary mortal arts, such as the mortal arts released by the 3 Qi Lings at the same time. 3 invisible barriers trapped Xiao Han in it. There seemed to be nothing around, but no matter which direction Xiao Han left, he would directly hit the invisible barrier. Xiao Han still maintained a normal posture without the giant ape transformation. Xiao Han has been in this state since the slap at the beginning, when the spirit vein dragon began to spit out a large amount of spiritual power. The power caused by the use of magic was far greater than the giant ape transformation. Just when Xiao Han was thinking about how to leave this invisible barrier, hundreds of black fist shadows hit him. Xiao Han slapped the green jade pendant and hundreds of talismans flew out. Facing this mortal art that he had seen for the first time, Xiao Han even needed to use hundreds of talismans to resist. Seeing the talismans turning into nothingness, Xiao Han's heart was bleeding. He couldn't go on like this. Xiao Han directly put all his defenses on. The strength of the 3 God Realm Qiling was stronger than he thought. If he didn't take the initiative to expose himself, he could only passively take the beating until all his spiritual power was exhausted. Just during this period of time, the 2 sides had fought dozens of times. The 6 paths of heaven and earth technique had been maintained. A large amount of spiritual power consumption could not achieve any effect. While removing various defensive means, Xiao Han looked particularly embarrassed. A black giant sword appeared out of thin air in the void. Xiao Han was unable to dodge and was stabbed directly by the black giant sword. Xiao Han rolled over and disappeared in a flash. When he appeared again, he hit the invisible barrier again. Seeing this scene, Xiao Han frowned and said angrily, I think your so-called God realm can only use such despicable means. 3 against 1, and using this kind of attack method without any level. Really rubbish. Xiao Han pretended to be angry. The two sides were deadlocked. In order to make the whole process look natural, Xiao Han persisted for a full hour. The whole person looked very wasteful. Many times he narrowly avoided countless fatal attacks. The body was also cut into pieces, but with the super strong recovery ability, the wounds could be instantly healed. In the eyes of the God realm Qi Ling, a cultivator in the God transformation stage can persist for an hour under the attack of 3 God realm Qi Lings. This time should be the limit, especially when the body recovers more and more slowly, which can explain some problems. That Qi Yu smiled and said, such scolding will only make you look incompetent. Xiao Han, I admit that you are indeed very strong. But that's all for today. Do you think I will give you time to delay if you yell like this? I'll cripple you first. Qi Yu immediately jumped up, and the whole person stood above Xiao Han's head. Xiao Han quickly condensed several spells to meet the attack. Various colorful spells emerged one after another, many of which could even threaten the Qi Ling, but the other party never relaxed his vigilance and kept paying attention. Sky Blue Divine Tree. As the Qi Yu came down from above Xiao Han, condensed a green hexagram array and floated it above his head. However, unlike before, this time the Sky Blue Divine Tree was no longer facing down, but smashing upwards. This was also a fighting method that Xiao Han had figured out. In fact, many spells can achieve miraculous effects with reverse thinking. Just like the other party, such a sudden upward pressure of a huge piece of wood still had a huge pressure. The pupils of the Qi Yu changed slightly, and the several giant swords that were originally facing Xiao Han suddenly changed direction and blocked directly in front of him. Boom! A huge sound appeared, and the Sky Blue Divine Tree immediately hit the Qi Ling and knocked it out. At this time, Xiao Han's chance finally came. Hashtag C2168 The Chain of Order 1. Xiao Han thought quickly in his head, paying careful attention to every detail, analyzing the pros and cons of various basic situations at present. According to his current strength, it should be relatively easy to deal with this Qi Yu. Of course, this premise is when the spiritual power is not scarce. In the period of just fighting after trying and adding the sound transmission given to him by the City Lord, he has basically estimated the strength of these 3 God realm Qi Lings. That Qi Yu is probably in the middle stage of return to void. As for the other 2 Qi Lings, they are probably in the early stage of return to void. When estimating this combat power, Xiao Han felt a little bitter in his heart. I thought that his current strength could completely defeat the cultivators in the middle stage of return to void, but in the end he had to rely on the Spirit Vein Dragon and the 3 God realm Qi Lings to consume a lot of dark matter. Did he underestimate the gap in strength between the transformation god and the return to void cultivators, or was the opponent's strength far beyond the human race return to void cultivators? There is no way to know these, but the most fortunate thing is that at least he has the means to deal with these Qi Lings, and now is his chance. Without any hesitation, Xiao Han decisively condensed 3 earth yellow spells. Black Steel Rock. 2 of them wrapped the other 2 God realm Qi Lings in them at the fastest speed, and the other one was also quickly added. The Sky Blue Divine Tree just gave Xiao Han such a chance, and he must not give up. Soon 3 more spells appeared, almost in the gap between the last breath and the next breath. Qihua and Qiyang, the 2 God realm Qi Lings, were both wrapped by 3 black steel rocks. Like the Sky Blue Divine Tree, this kind of reverse thinking can reap miraculous effects. This was also gradually figured out in the battle with Lu Yen. Since there is absolute defense, it is also the same for the enemy. At this moment, Xiao Han suddenly felt that the invisible barrier surrounding him seemed to have dissipated. There is also such an unexpected gain. Xiao Han immediately cast his eyes on Qi Yu. Qiyu seemed to feel his current situation. They never underestimated Xiao Han in their hearts, including the fact that he could be equal to the three God Realm Qilings with such cultivation. After confirming it, she was not shocked, as if it was natural. It seems that the so-called hope in every realm does exist. This mysterious thing cannot be seen or touched, but it does exist. Xiao Han, let me see where your limit is. Don't always think that you can win. I said, I will destroy you and make you want to die. Now it can be said that it is a one-on-one between her and Xiao Han. The two of them could not break through the black steel rock in a short time. They thought that this technique was just self-defense, which was really careless. They must hold on until Qihuaqiang breaks the black steel rock. With her strength, she can't beat Xiao Han. Boom! 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 The dull sound of collision appeared in the void from time to time. Xiao Han frowned as he looked at the two huge spheres. The speed at which the two broke through the black steel rock may be faster than he expected, which means that the time left for him is much less than expected. There is only one chance to take advantage of this, and it must be seized. Xiao Han sneered as he moved. You are a strange Qiling. You want me to be your slave, then you want to kill me, and now you want me to be unable to. I thought you had defeated me now, so I'll show you my limit. The moment Qiyu flew out, a huge black disk appeared in the sky, and dozens of black holes appeared instantly. The hole was so dark that no matter what light shone into it, it was swallowed up. Xiao Han frowned and immediately condensed 6 life-taking needles. 6 golden hexagram arrays appeared at the same time. Compared with some other spells, the control of this life-taking needle is much simpler. This kind of hidden spell after a period of time is basically a spell in the open when facing an opponent of this strength, and there is no need to hide it deliberately. Soon, the life-taking needles flew towards Qiyu at various tricky angles. Ding! 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 Several ding sounds appeared in succession, and the fatal needle seemed to be hit by something invisible in mid-air. Or it was hit by something. Qiyu laughed and said, Don't think you are the only one who has this method. At the same time, countless black and iron-like things slowly appeared in mid-air, just blocking 5 of the fatal needles in the void. The only fatal needle was stuck in front of Qiyu, as if it was embedded in the void. Xiao Han didn't want to win by this method. After a pause, he grinned. I don't know when a green hexagram appeared on the ground. Countless green filaments went around, covering dozens of kilometers in the blink of an eye. Just when Qiyu was curious, Xiao Han slowly said, With spirit technique. Soon, all kinds of vegetation around withered inexplicably, turning into energy and drilling into Xiao Han's body. There was already a spirit vein, dragon swallowing and exhaling spiritual power, but these were still not enough to consume. At the same time, a lightning hexagram appeared under Xiao Han's feet. Thunder sound walks. Xiao Han's figure turned into lightning and moved closer to Qiyu. Qiyu panicked and quickly disappeared into one of the black holes. Xiao Han slowly raised the white tiger saber in his hand, condensing countless spiritual powers and quietly integrating a force of creation into it. He stabbed the black hole where Qiyu disappeared. The knife shadow slashed down fiercely, and the moment it touched the black hole, the black hole strangely disappeared in the void, until the knife shadow slashed down and fell on the ground, creating a huge crack, and the black hole reappeared. And Qiyu also appeared in front of another black hole again. Xiao Han did not hesitate at all and slashed again, but the same scene appeared again. The moment Qiyu appeared, he sneered again. Don't waste your energy, you can't break my magic. Not only can I ignore any of your attacks, I can also change my position at will. Even the group attack magic can't play any role. Xiao Han frowned. These dozens of black holes did not look strong, and even felt that they were easy to break, but their power was unexpectedly so strong. And it was another magic, so it was lacking in magic after all. Xiao Han tried several times, but still didn't get any effect. Dong! 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 There was another violent collision, and the two huge black steel rocks seemed to be about to explode at any time, and the huge sound quickly spread. Time is really running out now. After a moment of silence, Xiao Han suddenly calmed down, feeling the many energies coming from the earth, and muttered with a grin, "It's time." At this moment, Xiao Han suddenly let go of the control of the existing magic, including the heaven and earth art, the nine nether holy flame, and even the black steel rock. This also means that Xiao Han is now in the best state. When the Qiyu appeared, there was a little fear in his eyes. I saw a huge star array appeared in the whole void, and this star array was not a 6-pointed star array, but a 7-pointed star array. Hashtag C2169 The Chain of Order. 2. How is this possible? Qiyu blurted out this sentence and then quickly gathered the magic. The entire range was too large. Even if she wanted to escape now, it was too late, and she would only die more miserably. Xiao Han had a little divine light in his eyes and said, "Nothing is impossible. Everything I did before was for this moment." You may wonder why a cultivator of the divine transformation, can release the 6th-level magic. And it is a magic that is extremely restrained against yours. You will die today. The 7-pointed star array was seen spinning rapidly, and the 7 attributes of gold, wood, water, fire, earth, lightning, and ice occupied every corner of the 7-pointed star array. At the beginning, Xiao Han had planned this moment. This magic was deduced by him with the power of creation, which took nearly 3 years. He found it in the ancient secret realm, but he didn't pay attention to it at the time. It was not until he sorted out the magic that he discovered this most complete magic. At that time, it was a 5th-level spell. After practicing this spell, Xiao Han discovered this characteristic for Qiling and spent nearly 3 years to force this spell to the extreme. Before leaving the ancient secret realm, including just before, this spell was only at the 5th-level limit. At the moment of release, because of the wood spirit spell and the spirit vein dragon, the opportunity for breakthrough came, and this spell was pushed to the 6th level in one fell swoop. In addition to the wood spirit spell and the spirit vein dragon, Xiao Han released a large number of various spells which also played a vital role in gathering the concentration of spiritual power of various attributes around. The most basic requirement for practicing this spell is the need for innate spiritual roots. No, no, Qiyu shouted loudly, and his hands moved very fast. One huge disc after another appeared above his head, and various strange and bizarre defense methods also appeared in an instant. Xiao Han, you can't kill me so easily. If you kill me today, it will definitely attract the attention of the Dark Realm. The next time you will not face me anymore. If you stop today, I will leave immediately and try my best to hide the information here so that you have more time to grow up. Qiyu tried his best to persuade Xiao Han, but the action of his hands still did not stop. How could this magic still exist? Not to mention that there are harsh conditions for practicing this magic. This magic in the Dark Realm has disappeared, but it is only recorded in the book. How could it still appear in this Tianxian realm, and it is still at the level of the 6th level? According to the records, this magic can really kill spirits. As a creature with a spiritual body, the existence of this magic is naturally restrained by creatures such as Qiling. How could it be? Xiao Han just sneered and said, "Do you think you can fool me with these lies? If I let you go today, you will bring more Qiling to kill me tomorrow." During this conversation, the 7-pointed star array was condensed. Xiao Han snapped his fingers, and the water blue 6-pointed star array appeared in the void. The dry blue ice flame burned the surrounding dark matter clean. Bang! Bang! Just at this time, an accident happened. 2 explosions occurred in succession. Qihua and Qiyang broke through the black steel rock directly. When they saw the huge 7-color star array in the void, they saw fear in each other's eyes. Then they wanted to escape from here. Qiling, who could practice to the divine realm were relatively knowledgeable, especially this kind of special formation for their magic, which they understood even more. When he saw the other two Qilings break the black steel rock, Qi Yu's eyes revealed madness, and then he shouted loudly, "Xiao Han, you forced me to do this. Even if I die today, I will drag you to die with me." I saw Qi Yu suddenly lean forward, and two black holes appeared in the void, and then one appeared in front of the two Qilings, as if guessing what Qi Yu was going to do. Qi Yang and Qi Hua fought desperately. He shouted loudly, "Qi Yu, you are crazy. Even if you can kill Xiao Han, we are not afraid of death, but once it happens it will inevitably cause the laws of heaven and earth. By then, how much effort will the dark world take? Our family and people will be punished the most severely, and they will not take action by then." Speaking of this, Qi Yu's eyes showed a little calmness, but seeing that the magic was about to fall, Qi Yu's last bit of reason was also swallowed up, and he directly pulled Qi Yang and Qi Hua in front of him. How could Qi Yang and Qi Hua, who had just broken through the Shengang rock, be the opponents of Qi Hua? Qi Hua and Qi Yang's bodies were shrinking rapidly, while Qi Yu's body was expanding rapidly, and their strength was rising steadily, and soon reached the late 6th stage. That Xiao Han felt. She was going to self-destruct. Xiao Han's face changed drastically, and he desperately mobilized the spiritual power in his body to quickly activate the 7-color star formation. 7-star soul-slaying sword. A huge 7-color giant sword appeared from the formation and smashed directly over Qi Yu. Many defensive magic arts were like paper, and they fell apart at the touch. At the same time, Xiao Han quickly protected himself, and at the same time his body retreated violently, leaving a distance of more than 10 kilometers in a few steps. At the same time he shouted loudly, "Everyone enter the formation! Enter the formation!" The battle on the other side of the battlefield was still going on, with casualties on both sides. Overall, it was extremely tragic, with countless cultivators falling, and even 4 or 5 cultivators in the god transformation stage fell. This was a huge blow to the entire human race. The human race fell directly on the battlefield, not their clones. When hearing Xiao Han's roar, many cultivators went to Wanzhong City without any hesitation. Those Qilings also noticed this scene, and their eyes revealed fear, and they went away one after another. "Crazy, absolutely crazy," a 5th-level Qiling shouted loudly. "If the rules of the Great Tao really cause punishment, not to mention the demons in Tianxian realm, even the Dark Realm will probably be affected. The Moon God is so radical, which is really unexpected. Run away. Maybe you will die here today." Actually, I think this is also good. At least Xiao Han, the danger, is killed, so that Tianxian realm will completely lose hope. I always think that Xiao Han is an alien, and he has brought too many shocks. If it weren't for Xiao Han's existence, I'm afraid he would have ruled Tianxian realm long ago. The repair of the rules of Tianxian realm is not perfect. Such a strong force that descended at once will probably be directly wiped out by the rules. I have always been curious, since the rules of the Great Tao here are so strong, why not just block all the abysses at the beginning? What you said is like asking why the will of the Dark Realm does not directly rule all living beings. It's really stupid. What nonsense, run away. Countless demons talked loudly, and Xiao Han took all of them into his ears. With a little doubt in his heart, it turns out that there are so many ways. According to the information revealed by Qi Ling, it seems that things are not as simple as expected. C2170 Chain of Order 3. According to the information obtained earlier, the Qi Ling is indeed trying to repair the Tao rules of Tianxian realm as much as possible. The method used is to collect many fear emotions, although it is unknown how to repair these fear emotions. But each creature has its own way. This may be the way of the Qi clan, and there is nothing to be curious about. The current doubt is that the Tao rules are so strong, why don't they take action to stop the Qi Ling from invading. This idea was solved as soon as it appeared. It's like asking yourself why cats catch mice and humans don't care. This analogy may not be very accurate, but it is almost the same. For the Tao rules, as long as it is within the scope of the rules it has formulated, anything that happens will not be taken care of. Unless there is a threat to the Tao rules, it will take action or it will touch the rules. As for what creatures there are in Tianxian realm, what does it have to do with the Tao rules? Thinking of this, many doubts were directly resolved. Xiao Han was very fast, and so were many cultivators, but Xiao Han was not optimistic about this kind of escape, or after today Wanzhong City might no longer exist. And he himself was at risk of falling, so he just hoped that the blue jade pendant could hold on a little. He would try his best to transport the cultivators in Wanzhong City into the blue jade pendant after escaping into the formation. The 7-star soul-slaying sword landed smoothly on Qiyu, and Qiyu's vitality began to decrease in an instant, but his body was still expanding. It seemed that it was unavoidable, and Qi Ling was really scary when he was ruthless. At this moment the whole world suddenly trembled, and Xiao Han felt that the spiritual power in his body was disappearing as fast as a ball leaking air. Boom! 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 All kinds of noisy sounds appeared, and the ground was cracking wherever he looked, and the magma under the ground began to escape. Except for the place covered by the formation, all places around began to tremble violently, including the sky. It felt like the sky was about to fall. Just when Xiao Han was puzzled, a huge iron chain appeared from the depths of the sky. The speed was so fast that it was impossible to catch it. The iron chain was extending all the time, and there were lightning on it. It looked like such an ordinary iron chain, but it was like a huge stone pressing on Xiao Han's heart. Xiao Han couldn't even raise a trace of resistance in front of it. As if the life level was different. The iron chain was cold and made people feel cold. Squeak! The iron chain instantly wrapped the swollen Qiyu in it. Seeing that the huge chain was only Qiyu, Xiao Han stopped where he was. As for the other cultivators, they didn't have such confidence and quickly went into the formation. If a huge crisis really happened, this formation would not be of much use. There was also a lot of discussion in Wanzhong City, and the cultivators were talking crazily. Fuck! It's the chain of order. It seems that what the ancient books say is true, the entire Tianxian realm. Or all realms are like this. Hey, yes, the forms of order are different, some are will and some are physical objects. According to the ancient books of the Tianxian realm, our Tianxian realm is the chain of order. I feel like I'm an ant in front of this chain of order. No, not even dust. Hey, you're talking nonsense. Under the chain of order, even the immortals from other realms, no matter how strong the existence is in this realm, everyone must behave themselves. That means Xiao Han can only behave himself. I see Xiao Han's extraordinary strength. Do you think the chain of order will punish him? You must have a lot of shit in your head. If Xiao Han violated the order, the chain of order would have appeared and taken him away. That makes a lot of sense.
Xiao Han fråvned.
He knew all this information. In this case, no one knew whether the chain of order would suddenly go crazy. What if it took him away? After waiting for a while, Xiao Han did not feel the pressure from the chain of order. It seemed that the chain of order did not take him seriously. Now Xiao Han was relieved. The world was still shaking. This kind of power was probably impossible for an immortal to achieve. Seeing that the chain of order bound her, Qiyu's body gradually shrank from expansion. There was despair in her eyes. She had heard about the consequences of being caught by the chain of order. The torture was definitely not a little bit. Even if this is just a rumor, after all, no one has ever seen the torture of order, and those who have seen it have died. But the fear in the heart is real. In this situation now. No, I'm wrong. I'm wrong. Please don't take me away. Qiyu regretted it very much in her heart. Why did she act impulsively just now? She didn't know when her anger overwhelmed her reason. It must be Xiao Han's 9 revolutions Shenyuan technique. But why would a technique have such a profound impact? Rather than this, it would be better to be killed by the 7 stars Tuliang sword just now, and she would have a good reputation. At least her clansmen and people would be treated well. Now that she has been captured by the chain of order, her behavior has angered the chain of order even more. If the Dark Realm wants to find another opportunity next time, it will have to pay a huge price. Although this has no effect on the whole, it is enough to anger the Dark Realm. Enough to make the 7th level or even 8th level Qiling furious. And all the Qilings related to her will not have a good end. But the chain of order ignored all this, and then Qiyu even cast his eyes on Xiao Han and shouted, "Please kill me! Kill me!" Xiao Han watched all this coldly. Let's not talk about whether he can kill him or not. If he offends the chain of order for your pleasure, even if he is unhappy. Qiyu's face was ashen, and he gave up all resistance. At the moment when Qiyu's body was calm, the chain of order shook several times again, directly taking Qiyu to the void, and finally disappeared in the void. The whole world also completely calmed down at the moment when the chain of order disappeared. Under the silent sky, the earth cracked and the mountains and rivers changed dramatically, as if they had experienced some huge disaster. Except for Wanzhong City, everything within a few hundred kilometers turned into nothingness. This area has experienced many wars for a long time, but each time it can recover in a very short time. With the efforts of the cultivators, the natural ecology recovered very quickly, but this time it was no longer as easy to recover as before. Xiao Han used his spiritual sense to explore and found that the whole land did not seem to be suitable for living creatures. There was always a palpitating feeling. Moreover, Xiao Han could not feel a trace of spiritual power, or it could be said that spiritual energy was indeed born between heaven and earth, but this spiritual energy was absorbed by this huge trauma. This was just a chain, and it was just a few times, as if it was far beyond the arrival of immortals. In an instant, Xiao Han sank his spiritual sense into Dantian and stopped the spiritual vein dragon from spewing spiritual power. The spiritual vein dragon looked particularly weak and drowsy. Every time it spewed spiritual power, the spiritual vein dragon needed to rest, which was determined by the amount of spewing. After skipping the spiritual vein dragon, Xiao Han immediately cast his spiritual sense to the Hongmeng creation pearl. He now wanted to know about the rules of the avenue and the information about order. Each place was different. Although he knew a lot, he wanted to know more. #C2171 Humble. Before Xiao Han asked anything, the voice of Hongmeng Fortune Pearl said faintly, "Don't ask me, I don't know anything either. I can only tell you that the rules of each realm are different, and even the strength is different. The only thing that can be confirmed is that the higher the realm level, the stronger the rules, but few creatures can break the rules. If someone can forcibly break the rules, then he must have the ability to reach the sky or be stronger than the sky. Well, there is nothing to ask now. Hongmeng Fortune Pearl has already expressed the matter so clearly." At the moment when his consciousness returned, Xiao Han went directly to Wanzhong City. At this time, Wanzhong City was full of joyful atmosphere. After all, in their opinion, what else could be more joyful than escaping death? The joy of surviving the catastrophe made Xiao Han's heart no longer depressed. With the infiltration of the dark world into the Tianxian realm, Xiao Han's nerves were really tense for too long, and he dared not relax for a day. After staying in the sky above Wanzhong City for a while, Xiao Han received a message. Xiao Qian sent him a message saying that he was invited to the city lord's mansion, and the city lord also sent him a message, asking him to remember to go to the city lord's mansion when he is free. Judging from the message from the city lord's mansion, the words are humble, as if there would never be such a message before. It seems that Xiao Han can go whenever he has time, and as for them, they are waiting in the city lord's mansion at any time. from the current point of view, if he is not there, what practical effect will they have in holding this meeting? Xiao Han will not really put on airs. It is indeed necessary to go there at this time. Of course, he will definitely not take over all the troublesome things. Thinking of this, Xiao Han went directly to the city lord's mansion. Look, it's Xiao Han. I don't know which cultivator in the crowd shouted, and then countless eyes were cast directly at Xiao Han in the void. Xiao Han, I can promise you anything. Look at me. I have no doubts now. As long as Xiao Han is here, there is no difficulty that Xiao Han cannot solve. After this incident, I deeply understand the importance of Xiao Han's practice of those magics. From today on, if I am lazy again, I will take the initiative to self-destruct in the abyss. Death must have some value. A cultivator on the side said faintly, "You said the same thing last time. Don't expose my shortcomings." The old face of the cultivator blushed, and soon he said with a serious expression, "I am serious this time." The cultivator wanted to say something, but seeing the other party's expression, he finally swallowed all the words he wanted to say. Although there were Qi Ling dark matter before, everyone always felt that as long as Wanzhong City was there, they could survive here. It is very likely that nothing will happen for hundreds of years, so there is no big problem. There is always some relief in the heart, and there is always some reliance in the heart. Until today, when the formation was almost shattered, they realized that only their own strength is the most reliable. Otherwise, you can't even escape, and no one wants to experience that kind of despair. In the territory of the demon clan, when the chain of order descended, a figure subconsciously trembled several times until the chain of order disappeared. Although this chain of order descended near Wanzhong City, any cultivator can feel it, including the demon clan, and the stronger the strength, the stronger the feeling. The figure slowly turned around and muttered, "Xiao Han, it should be okay with you. Even the chain of order has been triggered. It seems to be quite tricky." At this moment, Lu Yen felt a little regretful, but soon she became firm again, and the affairs of the demon clan also needed to be dealt with. Lu Yen quickly sent a message, not knowing who she was sending the message to, and soon she cast her sights in one direction, and her figure suddenly accelerated. Although she did not have Xiao Han's shrinking technique, the demon clan also had similar means. 35th level ghosts? This level of difficulty should not be as much as
Xiao Han's
dark world. A familiar scene appeared. Except for the 36 Qiliangs in the center, there was not even a second-level Qiliang within a radius of hundreds of kilometers. The scene that should not have been so serious was particularly frightening at this moment. In fact, the 35 Qiliangs all cast their eyes on the Qiliang in the front. It was the only 9th-level Qiliang in charge of Tianxian realm. Until some Qilings gradually couldn't stand the pressure, the 9th level Qiling slowly said, "I think you need to give me some explanation. Why can't so many of you God Realm Qilings solve such a simple thing?" It even alarmed the will of the Dark Realm. Fortunately, the Dark Realm will didn't get angry this time. If it really got angry, I think none of you here can bear this anger. Speak. Soon, several Qilings cast their eyes on one of the 7th-level Qilings, and an 8th-level Qiling said in a deep voice, "Qi Yao, it's your turn to be on duty in the Tianxian realm recently, so you have to explain it." The Qiling called Qi Yao subconsciously trembled. He thought it was a good job, but he didn't expect to be so disgusted by himself, and now he even alarmed the will of the Dark Realm. Originally, there were a total of 10 7th-level Qilings, and none of them took the Tianxian realm seriously. If they couldn't rule the Tianxian realm with their strength, it would be like a joke. That's why it was proposed that 10 7th-level Qilings would take turns to rule the Tianxian realm, and it was expected that the Tianxian realm would be completely conquered within 100 years, and he would be the rotating Qiling for the first 10 years. As a newly promoted candidate for the true god, Qi Yao was eager to establish his own merits, so he competed for the first 10 years of rotation. After reaching the 6th level, Qi Ling was uniformly called the God Realm. Qi Ling, but the God Realm Qi Ling was also very different. Those who had just entered were called pseudo-gods, such as the previous Qi Ya, who was a candidate for the false god, and would also be given a name by the will of the dark world. When they reached this level, they would develop their people and establish their own kingdom of God, until the faith provided by the people allowed them to possess the godhood, and then they would become true pseudo-gods. The previous Qi Yu and the other 3 were all pseudo-gods with godhood. For reaching the 7th level, they had the conditions to become true gods, and this stage was the so-called candidate for the true god. The whole body of the Qi Yao was shaking, but he still told the whole story. Looking at the 9th level Qi Ling with a bad look, Qi Yao quickly explained, "In fact, this matter is really perfect, but Xiao Han is too abnormal. I really didn't expect that he could kill 3 of us in the God realm with his cultivation in the God transformation stage." Qi Yao stuttered, not knowing what to say. The 9th level Qi Ling waved his hand and said, "I don't need you to explain so much to me." After a pause, he continued, "I just want to know how to solve this matter now. I'll give you one last chance. If you fail, then you can die to apologize." Hearing these 4 words, the Qi Yao's pupils were full of fear. He didn't want to die like this, so he trembled and said, "Yes." #C2172 New Strategy. After a moment of silence, the demon said tentatively, "How about we slow down?" When the 3 words "slow down" came out of his mouth, the 8th level demon said immediately, "Demon, I think you really want to die. Since the will of the dark world created you, then you should return to the will. I think the next batch of sacrifices is coming soon, so you can be one more." The demon was shocked and said quickly, "No, listen to my explanation. I have a certain logic." When the 8th level demon wanted to say something else, the 9th level demon frowned and then said softly, "Let him explain first. I will listen. First, I really don't want to waste any more energy on this kind of thing. We must rule the Tianxian realm within 100 years. The blood supply gap is too big now. If we want to maintain the operation of the dark world, we need more blood supply points." After hearing what the boss said, the trembling body of the demon slowly stabilized. After thinking for a moment, he slowly said, "Since the chain of order of the Tianxian realm has appeared, then I think it's time to retreat a little. We can't fight head-on. From the perspective of our rule over various realms, it seems that the more we resist, the greater the loss. Anyway, this is an indisputable fact." Speaking of this, the face of the 9th level demon spirit looked better, and he signaled the demon to continue. After the demon calmed down, his mind was actually very clear. He could think carefully about many things. It was because he had previously despised the Tianxian realm too much that this result occurred. Now he must be careful. After another moment of silence, Qi Yao said again, "I don't know if you have ever thought about it. Since we can't fight head-on, why not use some roundabout means? 3 gods and hundreds of top mortals didn't do anything to Tianxian realm. This shows that it still has a certain resistance. According to the news sent back, if the cultivators in Wanzhong City hadn't joined forces, there wouldn't be a large number of 3 gods and Qi Ling, and finally Xiao Han wouldn't have gotten away with it. In fact, Xiao Han is indeed very strong, but his strength is limited after all. The most important thing is that Tianxian realm is too rigid now, especially the high-end combat power is full of faith. If the high-end combat power is not destroyed, even if Tianxian realm is ruled, it will definitely pay a heavy price. So my suggestion is to be roundabout, no longer use the combat power of Xiao Han's gods and Qi Ling and mobilize more mortals to cause damage, and then secretly support the forces of the dark world in Tianxian realm. As long as it is signed contracts and also humans or demons with extremely strong talents, all are cultivated with all our strength. For example, the Ranger organization and the Continuation organization, these two are very good, and there is even the demon race. Don't the demon race hate humans and demons? Our previous preparations have not been all in vain. Also stop the slaughter of mortals and low-level monks. After all, we don't want to rule a desolate Tianxian realm. I think that's enough. Let them fight among themselves. Even if they don't succeed, the long-term internal strife will lead to a significant reduction in the strength of the top combat power. In this way, the rules of the Tianxian realm are still being perfected. Until the time when the preparatory true god or the true god can descend, are you still afraid that you can't rule the Tianxian realm? The Qi Yao spoke quickly. His thoughts were still a little unclear at first, but the more he spoke, the clearer his thoughts became. Soon he completely perfected the plan that was originally incomplete in his mind. The 8th level Qi Ling scolded. I asked you to tell me the result and you only said this? You should know what kind of talent Xiao Han has. If you continue like this, the result will be the same. You are dreaming of pushing the creatures of Tianxian realm up. Just as the 8th level Qi Ling was talking endlessly, the 9th level Qi Ling slowly said, Okay, let's follow your method. All the prepared true god realm Qi Lings present will listen to your dispatch. My request is very simple. Completely rule Tianxian realm within 100 years. If you can't do it, I will make you suffer endless pain. The 9th level Qi Ling said this, but he had some different emotions in his heart. In fact, the ruling time conveyed to him by the will of the dark world was between 200 and 300 years, but he needed to reserve time for himself. At the same time, deep in his heart, he never felt that Tianxian realm was worth such a long time. He really didn't know what the will of the dark world thought. Seeing that the boss said so, the other god realm Qi Lings dared not have any opinions, but the 7th level Qi Ling was excited. Unexpectedly, the bad thing turned into a good thing. Not only was I fine, but I also got a chance to prove myself. In this case, it was really good. Tianxian Realm City Lord's Mansion. The same appearance but different moods. At this time, there were nearly 1,000 figures sitting in the meeting hall of the City Lord's Mansion, including humans and demons. The City Lord looked at the place belonging to the demons and saw 2 figures, and said, Since the Han family and the Yen family kept you 2 here, you now represent the demons. You will be eligible to participate in the discussion later, but remember, as long as it is a suggestion made by Xiao Han, you will never refute it. After saying that, he looked at the rest of the people and said, You are the same. In the entire conference hall, human cultivators occupied 80% and demons occupied 20%. At the moment when the chain of order disappeared, the 2 family heads quickly rushed back to the demon territory. Wanzhong City also sent several gods to help. It is said that the demon saint sent a message to quickly solve the problem of a demon family. There are 35th level demons that must be dealt with. Only then were 2 people from the 2 major families left as representatives. One of them is the son of the head of the Han family, and the other is the son of the head of the Yen family. They are Han Chang and Yen too. As for the rest, they are representatives of the Dawn organization, the Yuyun sect, a representative of the Ranger organization, and everyone from Shantian Palace. With the development of the past few years, the top sects have moved closer to Shantian Palace and Tianxian Realm. With their strength, they can no longer support the development of a top sect, and even survival has become difficult. Nowadays, in large occasions, they all claim to be from Wanzhong City and Shantian Palace, and everyone tacitly agrees. The main decision-makers of each sect are sitting at the large round table in the center of the conference room. There are 2 empty seats in the front. On the left are Xiao Qian and Xiao Yun, and on the right are the City Lord and the Master of Shantian Palace. The 2 empty seats left are for Xiao Han and Xiao Han's current Taoist partner Qiao Tanner. Xiao Qian was on pins and needles. He could never have imagined that he was only at the nascent soul stage, but he was qualified to sit with a group of big men at the spiritualization stage or even at the half-step return to the void stage. Qin Ming, who was at another position at the round table, was even more on pins and needles when he received Xiao Qian's message, saying that he was invited to come as the main representative. He even thought that Xiao Qian had misunderstood. After repeated confirmation, Qin Ming knew that it was him and he now represented the entire Dawn organization. But was he really qualified? After not seeing each other for such a long time, could Xiao Han still remember him? After all, he was only a late nascent soul. Cultivator now, not even a nascent soul great perfection, but Xiao Han had reached the strength to fight against 3 God Realm demons at the same time. #C2173 Speaker. Conference room of the City Lord's mansion. As the City Lord's voice fell, all the human race and demon race began to murmur and discuss, and the City Lord did not restrict their communication. Lu Shi was also among them, looking at the people around him with a little nervousness. He was extremely confused now. When Yuan Meng just reused him, he was actually very happy in his heart, but as time went by, the doubts in his heart became more and more intense. Since Xiao Han has reached this level now, according to normal thinking logic, Xiao Han has become so strong, then at least Yuan Meng should come and take a look, instead of just sending him here casually, just to make him make up the number, to participate in this important event, and he is the only one in the entire Ranger organization. Now he feels a little uncomfortable when he sees the City Lord's eyes, and even a little guilty. It seems that this good job of getting to know the big guys from all sides has become a hard job at this moment. Although there are many doubts in his heart, after all, he is the leader of the entire organization, and he still has to convey all the meanings conveyed by the leader. I really don't know when Xiao Han will come. Should we wait here forever? Of course we should wait here. We can wait forever. Everyone here, I hope you know that Xiao Han saved this life. Don't have other ideas in your mind. Hey, do you need to tell me? Just when many cultivators were discussing, the City Lord suddenly said in a deep voice, "Be quiet." Everyone was puzzled, but after seeing that many cultivators in the spiritualization stage shut up, they guessed what was going on. Xiao Han's figure appeared in everyone's sight. The City Lord stood up from his seat first, and the other cultivators also stood up when they saw this scene. It's just that the whole scene was not greeted as expected, but silent. The City Lord quickly said, "Xiao Han is here. Hurry up and sit down." The man, Li Rukin, quickly led Xiao Han to his seat. Then he looked outside a few times, as if he was waiting for something. Xiao Han frowned and asked, "What's the matter with the City Lord? Didn't Saint Tanner come today?" The City Lord was full of confusion. Xiao Han then figured out who the seat on the side was for, and then whispered, "Retreat, retreat." The City Lord suddenly realized, and then chuckled, "Just like Xianer. She has been very diligent recently. Xianer has not recovered from her injuries, and has sent me a message saying that she will continue to retreat after her injuries recover. Don't call her until the most critical moment." Oh really, if you had been diligent earlier, you wouldn't have to take the responsibility alone now. Li Rukin's tone was full of helplessness. Xiao Han always felt a little strange when listening to the City Lord's tone. It didn't seem to be like this before, which made Xiao Han very uncomfortable. Looking around, everyone seemed a little restrained, which made him uncomfortable. After a moment of silence, Xiao Han still spoke. "You don't have to be like this. I am also a human being. Everyone should do what they should do. I came here today only because the City Lord invited me. You can say whatever you want. I will listen to you and will tell you if I have any good suggestions." The City Lord seemed to have guessed what Xiao Han would say, so he took the initiative to take charge of the overall situation and spoke first. "The most important thing today is to appoint Xiao Han as the chief speaker of the human race. This has nothing to do with the demon race. In addition, 48 seats will be set up I will temporarily take over as the speaker to coordinate and manage the entire Tianxian realm, but if the speaker has any instructions, the rest of the people have no right to object, including me. These members will be selected from the major forces, and then I will screen them one by one and finally vote. It is also worth mentioning that Xiao Han has the right to veto the members. When the city lord finished speaking, he looked at Xiao Han specifically, and his eyes were full of inquiries. He was basically asking, "What do you think of this arrangement?" Xiao Han was slightly surprised and said, "Actually, there is no need to do so. I don't want to care about anything. I will do my best when the human race is in danger, and I'll put it here. If I feel that the crisis will threaten my life, I will leave immediately." Wow! The cultivators and demons in the entire conference hall all looked strange. What the hell is he talking about? Is it so direct? The city lord has always known Xiao Han's character, and he quickly said, Of course you don't need to do anything. I will help you arrange everything, and I will do my best to do whatever you order. In addition, when you are the speaker, there will be many resources sent to you. You just need to improve your cultivation. And when the human race is in danger, it depends on your subjective will, whether to take action or not. Hearing what the city lord said, Xiao Han raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect that the city lord was also a transparent person. In this way, everything will be easy to say. After a moment of silence, Xiao Han said, "Then I will accept the position of speaker. Remember what you told me not to do. Although I am not qualified for the position because of those resources, you agreed to it yourself. Don't change your mind later." Xiao Han would not admit that he was willing to accept the position of speaker because of those resources. With his current cultivation, how far can he go? With just one exploration of the ancient secret realm? Now this is the blood supply of the entire Tianxian realm human race. It is hard not to be tempted. Besides, even if there are no such things, the passage between Tianxian realm and Dark realm must be closed. Otherwise they will never be able to return to Blue Star. The city lord smiled heartily. After seeing Xiao Han agree to this matter, he was slightly relieved. Some things need to be done step by step. Let him enter the comfort zone first, and then move forward slowly. It is not that the city lord must calculate Xiao Han, but at present, Xiao Han is the only hope in the entire Tianxian realm and can lead the human race. Moreover, once this boat is set, it will be difficult to get off. After thinking for a moment, the city lord looked at the other monks and said, "Again, the next thing is what we need to discuss. Keep the main policy unchanged first. Now I need to add a few points now." Xiao Han listened and began to close his eyes and regulate his breath. Let them worry about this matter. It is extremely difficult to manage so many monks and human races. It is necessary to unite people's hearts and control unstable elements. In short, there are too many doors and windows. Xiao Han does not want to invest energy in it. He just simulated the previous battle with the Qi Ling in his mind and gradually digested the gains from the entire battle. In this battle, he himself did not suffer any serious injuries, not even minor injuries, and he recovered completely after a little breathing. The combat experience of this battle is particularly important. If the black steel rock was put on the Qi Ling when he was about to self-destruct, I don't know what would happen. And why didn't he use the heaven and earth technique to suppress the other two Qi Lings first, causing the black steel rock to explode in advance? #C2174. The distance is finally widened. Xiao Han's thoughts were pouring out like a spring. The root cause was that he did not have a good grasp of his own magic. In the top battle, the more details, the more important it was to grasp. If he had pushed himself a little harder at that time, some things would have been under control. Unconsciously, Xiao Han slowly formed seals with his hands, and a fiery red hexagram slowly appeared behind him, and a huge dangerous aura instantly spread throughout the conference room. The conference room that was still discussing suddenly became quiet, and it was Xiao Qian who hurriedly shouted loudly, Grandpa, Grandpa. The voice appeared in the conference room. Xiao Han reacted and suddenly opened his eyes. After feeling the rich fire attribute aura around him, he said a little embarrassedly, "Sorry, you. Continue. I was a little fascinated by digesting it just now." At this time, the cultivators slowly breathed a sigh of relief. They even thought that Xiao Han was going to kill them all. Good guy. It's just a magic. But it has such a terrifying aura. Li Rukin, who was sitting next to him, was also in a state of shock. He could clearly feel the power just now. If he were to fight Xiao Han now, he would probably be defeated in no time. He couldn't even take a single move. Haha. Ancestor Yun is really humorous. I think this is quite interesting. Hey, I just felt that the whole meeting was very depressing just now. But now that Ancestor is doing this, it feels interesting. Xiao Qian listened to all the flattery and shook his head slightly. These guys are just trying to curry favor with the powerful. The meeting ended with the discussion. Xiao Han just sat there from beginning to end. Whenever there was a little movement, everyone felt that they had said something wrong, and they all turned their eyes to Xiao Han until Xiao Han said nothing, and then they continued to discuss. Xiao Han did listen to some of it. The overall policy was still what he had said before. The general direction of the city lord had not changed at all, and only some details had changed. There are also adjustments in various aspects. This time, the Qi-Ling suddenly descended on Tianxian realm, causing huge losses to Tianxian realm. After this incident, the circle of the human race not only did not shrink, but even began to expand. However, some of the established sects are just some old, weak, sick, and disabled monks guarding the formation like an empty city. This method made Xiao Han feel a little cold-blooded, but he also felt that this approach was indeed the most appropriate. This may be very unfair to individual monks, but it is very suitable for the survival of the human race. Just when the meeting was about to be announced to be over, Xiao Han suddenly opened his eyes and said slowly, "By the way, I have an idea I don't know." The city lord immediately said, "Tell me, Xiao Han, what do you think about what we just discussed?" She was wondering, is there really no problem with what they just discussed? It was not until Xiao Han said this that she breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, there were some problems. Xiao Han slowly said, "It's not a problem. I just want to hold a teaching session from time to time to teach everyone some insights into magic and skills in cultivation. I don't know if this will take up too much of everyone's time, but I think it should be good and can maximize the survival ability of human cultivators." This is what Xiao Han just thought of. He had asked Xiao Qian to do this before, but the target has always been low-level cultivators. The basic strength has indeed increased a lot, and the gains are also very good. In some battles, Xiao Han has noticed the progress of many cultivators, which is obvious, especially with his deduction of the power of creation. His insights into magic are many times better than these cultivators. The same magic in his hands can even condense several times faster. For high-level cultivators, perhaps that 0.0 breath of time is enough to determine the outcome of a battle. When Xiao Han's voice fell, many cultivators' eyes lit up. Xiao Han came to teach magic skills and insights, and there is such a good thing. Li Rukin said immediately, "Of course there is no problem with this, and every time you teach, all forces will collect a sum of money to thank you for your teaching." How could Li Rukin refuse such a thing? Even if there is something wrong with her brain. Xiao Han also raised his eyebrows. It was difficult for him to have any other bad thoughts about this city lord. Such a good city lord will come again. Listening to the heated discussions of the cultivators below, the city lord immediately announced the end of the meeting and asked everyone to go about their own work. A lot of things happened in this month, and there are too many troubles to deal with. The whole meeting was relatively optimistic, especially the appearance of the chain of order, which made Tianxian realm a little quiet in a short time. According to ancient records, the chain of order has appeared, and the Authenticity of many things is much more reliable. In the next few years, the chain of order will increase the capture of abnormal energy in Tianxian realm, which means that it will be much more difficult for Qi Ling to do anything else. Some forces dispersed, and soon the number of people in the entire conference hall dropped sharply. Qin Ming sat in his seat, with his head down from the beginning, just using the recording jade slip to write down some important contents from time to time without saying a word. At this time, Xiao Han must not remember him. As for the purpose of his coming, at the beginning it is better not to take the initiative to say it now, but it is a pity for those disciples. The distance between him and him was finally pulled away, and no matter how hard he tried, he could not catch up with his pace. Alas, Qin Ming sighed heavily. However, at this moment, Xiao Han appeared beside Qin Ming, patted his shoulder and chuckled. I noticed you as soon as I came in. I didn't expect you to come too. How is it? Is Luyun's sect doing well now? We haven't seen each other for a long time. Let's go to my place and get together. When Xiao Han just stepped into the conference room, he noticed Qin Ming. But there were so many people, and it was a formal occasion. It was really not suitable for chatting, so he waited until now. In the entire Luyun sect, only Qin Ming has always firmly maintained his bottom line and has never been polluted. He still remembers that love. But Qin Ming's characteristic of not liking women makes Xiao Han subconsciously stay away from him. Qin Ming looked a little happy. He didn't expect Xiao Han to really remember him, so he quickly said, Okay, let's get together. It just so happens that I brought some people from Luyun sect here before. During the exchange, Xiao Han quickly understood the current situation of Luyun sect and Shuguang organization. Compared with the vicinity of Wanzhong city, Shuguang organization is much safer. Since Xiao Han left that day, there have been few large numbers of demons attacking. As long as the cultivators stay in the sect, they are basically safe. This was still a little confusing at first, but they soon figured it out. The Dark Realm did not want to rule a realm with nothing. A group of people gathered together. The various cultivators of the Power Clan. In the spiritualization stage, Xiao Qian and others and the people of the Dawn organization all took Zhou Yan's flying magic weapon and went directly to the Power Clan. As for the mess in Wanzhong City, let the city lord solve it himself. #C2175. You are so smart. Outside the Force Clan, a spaceship flew rapidly, and the speed did not slow down until it was about to arrive. After Xiao Han came out of the ancient secret realm, he rushed to Wanzhong City as soon as possible. He had no idea about the situation on the Force Clan side. Before arriving, Xiao Han had already released his consciousness and hearing, but it still seemed to be weakened. The range of hearing was extremely limited. Xiao Han could not solve this problem for a while. Xiao Han raised his hand to signal and said softly, Stop for a moment, I have something to ask. Zhou Yan quickly stopped the spaceship in place and said respectfully, Master, what do you want to ask? If the previous respect was due to the clan elder's words, then the respect now is respect from the bottom of my heart. There is indeed no problem with the prophecy. Who can do it and reach this point in such a short period of time? Now let alone the younger generation, so what if it is the older generation like them? Even if he is about to enter the realm of returning to the virtual world, in front of his master, he is just a monk who is being ravaged by him. Has your spiritual consciousness also been weakened to a certain extent? Losing super long-range hearing and divine consciousness detection all at once makes many things extremely inconvenient and even weakens the strength. Then Zhou Yan said, It has indeed been severely weakened. We speculate that it is caused by the concentration of dark matter. Just before it was weakened again. Xiao Han nodded and quickly condensed 2 aqua blue spells. Dry blue ice flame. For a moment, the surrounding area was filled with water, vapor, and the next moment, countless flames appeared from it. This time Xiao Han did not compress the range, but expanded it as much as possible. His purpose is very simple, just to see if it is caused by dark matter. When dark matter first appeared, this situation had not yet been discovered. When the 2 dry blue ice flames began to burn, Xiao Han condensed 2 more. It was not until 6 dry blue ice flames were released that Xiao Han stopped. With his current strength, the limit of releasing dry blue ice flames is 6. When the flames began to rage, the ghost spirits hidden around them suffered a lot and were either burned alive or fled quickly. Xiao Han released his spiritual consciousness and hearing in an instant. Under the burning of dry blue ice flames, Xiao Han's hearing became farther and farther away, and so did his spiritual consciousness exploration. Sure enough, it had something to do with this dark matter, and Xiao Han's heart sank to the bottom. Zhou Yan said in surprise, "Master, I feel that my consciousness has recovered. It is indeed caused by this dark matter. Do you need to say this?" Xiao Han did not answer, but just explored the surrounding situation. The situation around the Li clan was far better than other places. But what is that? Xiao Han turned his attention to a large formation next to the Force clan and said softly, "What is there?" "A newly established sect." When Xiao Qian heard his grandfather ask this question, he quickly stepped forward and said, "Back to my ancestors, this is the dynasty we saved earlier, and we selected the monks with spiritual roots from it. Didn't the ancestor say that we should first arrange for them to be near the Li clan? After discussing with the old clan leader, we finally divided a place there. In the following years, I have saved many human races, and there are people seeking immortality every day. I simply arranged for all those with spiritual roots to be included. However, this sect still doesn't have a name, and its development is very haphazard. What surprises me is that someone actually stepped forward to take the lead and develop this sect into something serious." Xiao Qian quickly explained that he had thought that Grandpa Zhu would forget about it, but he didn't expect that he actually forgot about it. Xiao Han patted his head and said, "It seems that there is indeed such a thing. I forgot about it. Let's go and take a look." He thought of his blue pattern jade pendant, and had previously considered adding a group of monks inside to build it up. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a waste to have so many places, even if they can produce some low-level elixirs? Moreover, after negotiation with the spiritual vein dragon, the spiritual vein dragon will regularly input spiritual power into it. Of course, all this is at the cost of letting the spiritual vein dragon devour the spiritual vein. The spacecraft turned around, and Xiao Qian wanted to inform the person in charge, but was stopped by Xiao Han, who just informed Xiao Qian of his idea. As for the fact that Xiao Han owns a jade pendant with blue patterns, everyone who is close to Xiao Han knows about it. Xiao Qian's eyes lit up and he said, "Actually, I had this idea a long time ago. You are the only one who is smart," Xiao Han said angrily, and then took the spaceship back to the Force clan. After a few casual words with Zhou Yan, Xiao Han and others headed directly towards the Yuyun sect. On the other side of Wanzhong City, when all the monks and demons were leaving, the city lord and the palace lord came to a main hall. The city lord conveniently arranged barriers and soundproof covers. The palace owner then spoke slowly. "Do you think there is anything wrong with the ranger organization?" This sentence made the city lord confused, and he asked curiously, "So is this what you want to tell me alone?" The palace owner continued, "That's natural. Don't you really think there's anything wrong with it? Even if the ranger organization prefers freedom, the other party's attitude is really too indifferent. So at least you should show some understanding. Send someone so weak here. This." Speaking of this, the city lord slowly said, "There must be a problem. I have sent people to check it before, but so far no specific information has been found. Ignore this matter for now. Let's investigate slowly. The truth will always be revealed. Just don't get into trouble with him before that." "Ha!" The palace owner breathed a sigh of relief and said, "As long as you No, there is a problem. Then I won't worry so much. So do you have any questions? The city lord asked. The palace owner thought for a while and said, There is no problem. I just feel disgusted with your attitude towards Xiao Han today. It's not that bad. You are so humble. Even if you weren't like this, would Xiao Han still be able to watch the human race being destroyed? After the palace master finished speaking, he looked like I had seen through the essence of this. After saying this, the city lord turned serious and said, That's why MOU doesn't like you. Do you know why? The palace owner's face turned ugly, and then he said coldly, You don't need to emphasize this kind of thing anymore. Ha! The city lord even sneered. It's because you like to hold things too much, and you hold everything in an arrogant way. With Xiao Han's current cultivation level, how long do you think the Tianxian realm can resist if he doesn't take action? The palace owner was stunned for a moment, and then said slowly, It is impossible for Xiao Han to care about the life and death of the human race. She concluded that Xiao Han would definitely not. The human race is a community of destiny, and Xiao Han has killed so many ghosts. The current situation is already a mortal enemy between the two sides. Yes. The city lord confirmed the palace lord's words, and then continued. It is true that Xiao Han will not ignore the human race, but he will never risk taking care of the human race. When his life is threatened, the first to abandon are the many human races. Do you really think Xiao Han will shine on all sentient beings like a savior? That means you are too idealistic. Let me ask you, why do you ask others to do something you can't do yourself? That's why MOU doesn't like you, not at all. After saying that, the city lord disappeared, leaving the palace lord alone, standing there in a daze. Hashtag C2176 Hunting Disciples. Inside Yuyun sect. This place is like a small city with all kinds of facilities, but it is empty. At the moment, when this group of people stepped here, this silent city became more popular. Xiao Qian and others walked skillfully in the sect, while Qin Ming and the hundreds of disciples behind him seemed a little timid. Seeing Qin Ming like this, Xiao Han felt even more uncomfortable than him. After a moment of silence, Xiao Han finally couldn't help but said, Qin Ming, if you have anything to say or ask, just say it. You don't have to do this. Think it feels uncomfortable. Ah, is there any? Qin Ming chuckled and then said awkwardly, Why are there no disciples in Yuyun sect? Isn't this what disciples are? There are only less than 50 people in such a big place? Then how much more do you want? And why do those seniors call you master? I feel like this powerful family is your slave. It's hard for me to say this. Although I heard about this before, there is still a difference between hearing and seeing it with my own eyes, and I thought you wouldn't remember me. Why won't I remember you? The two chatted word by word, and soon both parties understood each other's information thoroughly, until Qin Ming suddenly stopped and shouted softly, Xiao Han. Xiao Han turned his head and looked at Qin Ming with some confusion. Wasn't he fine just now? What's going on now? Under Xiao Han's doubtful gaze, Qin Ming suddenly said, I have something to ask you, even if it seems a bit shameless, and even a bit embarrassing. But I must say this today. Oh, Xiao Han was even more confused. What could possibly make Qin Ming like this? This is not like Qin Ming's style. Then Xiao Han replied softly, Just say it. Qin Ming nodded, then waved to a monk behind him and said, I wonder if you have any impression of this monk. Xiao Han glanced at this monk. He saw that the golden elixir stage was complete and he was only one step away from the nascent soul stage. Judging from his age, he was considered a top genius among the monks. If it were in his own hands, he would at least be a nascent soul stage now. Later, after a moment of silence, Xiao Han said softly, It does look familiar, but I really can't remember who it is. Zhao Taizhu bowed his hands respectfully and said, Ancestor, I know him. This is Li Jie who once joined Luyun sect with me. Hearing what Zhao Taizhu said, Xiao Han suddenly recalled that there was indeed such a person in his impression, but the memory was too dusty. When Qinming saw that Xiao Han had remembered it, he continued, "What do you think of his talent?" Xiao Han followed the words and continued, "Talent is naturally excellent." Soon Xiao Han thought of Qinming's potential meaning, so he immediately said, "You don't need to say these, just talk about the key points. We have to get together later, so we can't waste time." Qinming finally spoke. "Too many things have happened in these years. The Shuguang organization is currently developing well, and the Luyun sect has also moved out to other places. Even the ghost spirits have no interest in the Dawning organization. They don't seem to want to embarrass the Dawning organization. If our foundation-building monks are careful, they won't be chased by ghost spirits. The only problem is these disciples. Whenever there is a relatively talented disciple, those ghosts will hunt like crazy, and our Dawn organization is really unable to keep these disciples. The number of geniuses in our Dawn organization is decreasing." Xiao Han frowned when he heard this, and after a moment of silence he said, "So you want to keep the disciples you brought this time to me or to Yuyun sect?" Qinming nodded and then said, "At first I also thought about sending them to other forces, including the Ranger organization, but after thinking about it later, Xiao Han, you are the most suitable place. You don't need to give them the most favorable conditions, you just need to give them a status so that they can grow up stably. These are hundreds of top geniuses. If they grow up, they will be a big arm of mankind and even become the hope of mankind." Xiao Han quickly thought and analyzed the pros and cons and quickly made a decision and said calmly, "Well, then let's keep these people in Yuyun sect." Then he looked at Xiao Qian and said, "You are responsible for arranging this matter. First, arrange these people to the sect outside the Li clan. After strict inspection and review, and if there are no problems, they can then enter Yuyun sect. Remember, the speed can be slow, but the identity must not be a problem, especially to prevent the undercover agents planted by the evil spirits. It's not that he doesn't believe in Qinming, but that he doesn't believe that Xiaoling can't do anything. Hundreds of people are really too chaotic. Just one glance, he estimates that there are nearly 900 people. Once Xiaoling does something here, what kind of tricks will definitely cause big problems. He has too many secrets." Xiao Qian cupped his hands and said, "Yes, ancestor." Xiao Han then continued, "When the identity is confirmed and there is no problem, then you can put him into Yuyun sect. In addition, you need to implement a plan. In the future, Yuyun sect will be divided into inner and outer sections. All the existing disciples are inner disciples, and the remaining ones who come in are outer disciples. There is an assessment every year. You decide the content of the assessment. The top 3 disciples from the outer sect are qualified to challenge the last 3 disciples from the inner sect. If they win, they can enter the inner sect. But I hope this competition is healthy competition. It's good to give you inner disciples some pressure. Also, Xiao Qian, you have to participate in the assessment as well." When Qinming heard what Xiao Han said, he wanted to kneel down immediately, but this scene was captured by Xiao Han. With a light wave of his hand, Qinming half knelt in the void. Xiao Han patted Qinming's shoulder and said, "What are you doing? It's not a difficult thing to do, and you are sending talents to Yuyun sect in disguise. I was just worried that there were many things that no one would do, and you sent them here." Qinming then slowly stood up and said, "Hearing what you said, I feel better." Just as everyone was talking, Xiao Han's eyebrows suddenly raised, and before Qinming asked, Xiao Han took the lead and said, "It just so happens that Tanner is out of retreat today." Qinming's eyes also lit up, and then everyone went directly to the outside of the courtyard. A figure suddenly flashed in front of them, and Xiao Tanner appeared in everyone's sight. Xiao Han immediately covered her with his spiritual sense, and Xiao Tanner did not hide. After looking for a while, Xiao Han said, "Congratulations, you have successfully entered the late stage of the spiritual transformation." The last 4 words shocked Qin Ming and the people behind him. Except for Yun's sect, everyone was shocked, especially Qin Ming, who didn't know what to say. Chao Tanner was once at a lower level than him, but now she has entered the late stage of the spiritual transformation. Chao Tanner was delighted to see so many people, especially when she saw Qin Ming. Among the many senior brothers, only senior brother Qin had no problems with. Senior brother Kong Kai and senior brother Qin treated her like his own sister. C2177 escorting the team. Now senior brother Qin actually had time to come here and gave her a surprise, which was really a good surprise. Chao Tanner hurried forward and said, "Senior brother Qin, why didn't you inform me in advance when you came? If you told me earlier that you were coming, I wouldn't have been in seclusion and could have gone to meet you. Oh, why didn't you tell me directly that Xiao Han couldn't pick you up, and I could go? Otherwise it would be so dangerous on the way." Chao Tanner spoke intermittently, seemingly ignoring the rest of the people around her, with only Qin Ming in her eyes. Xiao Han didn't think there was anything wrong, as if Chao Tanner and Qin Ming were basically sisters. Qin Ming kept listening, and his eyes became red unconsciously. When the two were still chatting, Xiao Han interrupted them and said, "Okay, let's clean up and talk about the past. Since there are so many people here and it's dangerous outside, I have an idea. How about going directly into my small world? It just happens to be able to help me with some reference." When Xiao Han said this, there was a little agility in the depths of his eyes. Seeing everyone's confusion, Chao Tanner looked at Qin Ming and said, "Xiao Han got a boundary space, you can just treat it as another small world. I often go in, the scenery inside is beautiful, and the most important thing is that it is very big, you can play however you want. Although it's not bad. Here I always feel a little restrained. There are so many people and I can't play. This is just right. In the future, these disciples will also be members of
Yun sect.
It will be easier for everyone to interact with each other and enhance their feelings." Chao Tanner said it beautifully. Originally, she would not say these words and even thought about chatting and playing together in the small courtyard and driving all these irrelevant people out. No matter what the future is, don't disturb them now. But Xiao Han sent her a message, asking her to say so. Although she couldn't figure out Xiao Han's purpose, Chao Tanner had unconditionally trusted Xiao Han for such a long time. Qin Ming was also excited when he heard this. Yes, this is the best opportunity for everyone to get along with each other now, and it will also help to practice together in the future. The whole team had different expressions, but Xiao Han said, "Don't think that. You will definitely be a member of Yun sect after entering the realm. Today. Let's put it here today. If there is a problem with the identity check, you will still get the due result." After Xiao Han said this, a middle-aged man came forward and bowed. "Respectfully, I am one of the leaders of the Shuguang organization. I meet the Yuyun ancestor. The ancestor is right. Today, let's enter the ancestor's small world together. To celebrate together." Qin Ming hurriedly said, "Xiao Han, this is Chao Ji, and the 6 people behind him are all this time escort team. I, a Yuanian cultivator, can't send these disciples here. Including Chao Ji, these are all our Shuguang organization's trump cards. All of them are Shenhua stage cultivators, and Chao Ji has even reached the middle stage of Shenhua." Xiao Han smiled heartily and said, "Everyone here is our own, and I think I can still say a few words about this Shuguang organization. I really didn't expect that after not going back for so many years. The Shuguang organization has developed so well, and now there are even Shenhua stage cultivators." He said this, but his heart was cold. Shenhua middle stage? This method of hiding cultivation may be able to deceive others, but it can't be deceived from him. This is more than just Shenhua middle stage, it is clearly a Shenhua Peak cultivator. With the Shuguang organization's foundation, how could it be possible to cultivate a Shenhua peak cultivator in such a short time? Either he is a dark horse who has been in seclusion, or something else is secretly cultivating. When it comes to this topic, Qin Ming immediately became excited, his face glowed, and he said, with the general policy formulated by the city lord, we have also begun to explore the ancient secret realm. We found some virtual god grass in it. Now the entire Dawn organization has nearly 20 gods, but basically they are in the early stage of gods, and only Qiao Ji has reached the middle stage of gods. Xiao Han's eyes lit up and said, that's a good thing, but you should have wasted a lot of virtual god grass. If you still have stock here, just give it to me this time and I will help you refine it so that the utilization rate can be improved. That's great. I just have it here. Okay. Since there are so many good news today, we should celebrate it. Soon Xiao Han opened the entrance of the blue-veined jade pendant, and the Yuyun sect and others entered one after another, and Qin Ming and others also entered. When the last cultivator entered, Xiao Han's original smile froze. I didn't expect things to be so tricky. In fact, he didn't think about putting it in the blue-veined jade pendant at the beginning, but a few words made him change his mind. First, Qin Ming proposed that these cultivators join Yuyun sect. Why did they have to join Yuyun sect when there was nothing else to join? Secondly, Qin Ming suddenly mentioned that the genius of the Shuguang organization was hunted down, so there was the following conversation, including the initial proposal to verify the identity first, which seemed to be a high standard requirement, but in fact it was to let these people relax their vigilance. No wonder the Shuguang organization suffered very little loss. Turned out that it was because it was infiltrated so badly. If he was from the dark world, he would also choose to infiltrate rather than destroy. Then let's settle accounts with these people. Xiao Han thought so, his eyes were full of coldness, and then he went directly into the blue-veined jade pendant. After entering, the peaceful scene did not appear. Instead, these people were like being locked in a cage, controlled in a large open space. Xiao Qian and other former Yuyun sect disciples were well protected, and Xiao Tanner looked at each cultivator vigilantly. On the other side, the nearly 900 disciples were separated by a long distance, and Qin Ming was protected in another place. Only the so-called protection group was completely controlled by Xiao Han. He overlooked a problem. The Dawn organization had never had a high-level cultivator to suppress it. How could there be no problems for such a long time? That was too good to be true. When Xiao Han appeared, Qiao Ji was puzzled on the spot. What does Ancestor Yun mean? Why do you control us like this? We trust you so much, and you treat us like this after entering your barrier. Xiao Han smiled and said, maybe even you can't imagine that my control over this realm is so strong. Or do you know nothing about the information of the small world? And you don't have to pretend. Since I do this, it means that I have mastered your situation. Don't be so hypocritical. Qiao Ji immediately said, I really don't know what you are talking about. We kindly regard you as the backing of our Dawn organization, but look at what you are doing. This approach is really chilling. Speaking of this, Qiao Ji immediately looked at Qin Ming not far away and said, Alliance Master Qin, I think you should also say a few words for us. We trust you so much and come with you, but you let this so-called backing treat us like this. C2178 Growing Up. Qiao Ji looked at Qin Ming chattering endlessly, as if he had endless grievances. As for the other 5 God Transformation Stage monks, they looked around with innocent faces and did not take the initiative to say anything. Their expressions contained confusion, anxiety, and many uneasy emotions. As for the nearly 900 monks, their expressions were all different, but most of them did not seem nervous. After the initial doubts, they became calm. Among them was Li Chia. The monks immediately discussed in low voices. Hey Chia, what do you think the situation is now? Will we be killed if we are bound here? I'm a little scared now. Before Li Chia could answer, a female cultivator at the golden elixir stage of Zoxian came and said, "What are you worried about? As long as there is no problem with your identity, you will be fine. You can't tell this kind of thing." Then Li Chia also followed suit. What Yang Xian said is that enemies have sneaked into the team. This kind of thing is nothing to be nervous about. What should the ancestors be afraid of? Unless there's a problem. After Li Chia said this, he stopped talking and waited quietly. The monks around him still couldn't control themselves and kept talking. I just kept my voice very low when discussing and did not dare to amplify my voice. Chao Ji was still chattering, while Qin Ming's expression was as usual, and it didn't look like anything was wrong. It was precisely because of this normal expression that it made people feel a little abnormal. Now even Xiao Han began to be confused and looked at Qin Ming. Xiao Tanner even said quickly, "Senior brother Qin, what's wrong with you?" Qin Ming slowly raised his head and said to Xiao Tanner, "I'm fine." Then he turned his attention to Xiao Han and said, "They did something to me. Now I want to know if I will be fine." Hearing what Qin Ming said, Xiao Han paid attention to Qin Ming, then frowned, and quickly waved his hand, only to see a wisp of black energy appear on Qin Ming's body. Xiao Han pinched his hand, and a wisp of white flame burned it completely. After a moment of silence, Xiao Han said, "It's no problem now." Qin Ming then turned his attention to Chao Jidao. "Do you really think I don't know anything?" Xiao Han was slightly stunned. At first, he didn't expect that Qin Ming knew the secrets here. With Qin Ming's temper, how could he play such tricks? Seeing Xiao Han's doubts, Qin Ming said, "Don't be surprised. After all, people always have to grow, especially after the great changes in Luyun sect. I know that for the legacy that Master left behind, someone must come forward to take the lead. I am also very helpless." Only then did Xiao Han face Qin Ming. What had Qin Ming experienced in these years? At this time, Qin Ming seemed to be a different person. Chao Ji panicked and said, "Do you know that something was done to you?" After saying that, he felt that he seemed to have said the wrong thing and quickly changed his words. "No, I meant that something was done to you. Who deserves to be killed? Still pretending like this?" Qin Ming suddenly shouted, and then continued, "Do you really think I am that easy to fool? I knew all this from the beginning, but when I discovered some problems, you were already on guard against me, and even my voice transmissions were monitored. I watched so many monks being slaughtered by you, but I didn't show any problem. I guided you again and again to place undercover agents in Yuyun sect. This is what we're all about." Chao Ji's expression changed from surprise at the beginning to anger at the end, and he quickly said loudly, "So this is all your fault for us? You are just a nascent soul stage monk, and you even—" Before Chao Ji finished speaking, Xiao Han grabbed hold of the void, and saw a huge palm appearing under his body. With a sudden squeeze, Chao Ji's body exploded immediately, and he couldn't even breathe. There is no room for it. At first, he just wanted to come in and control it and check it slowly. He didn't expect it to have this effect, which can directly detect all energy. Among these monks, anyone who is controlled by the dark world will basically be restricted by some kind of dark world. It just so happened that Xiao Han was able to capture this energy in this green jade pendant. Is this to prevent betrayal? After thinking for a moment, Xiao Han turned his eyes to Qin Ming. This guy had become so scheming that he didn't even see what was wrong with him. Including the initial contact, any word, including the form and movement. My dear, this is self-hypnosis. But thinking about it carefully, it seems that this is indeed the case, and many words are suggestive. Since he could detect such a problem at once, Xiao Han waved his hands several times, followed by explosions. Bang! 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 Every explosion made everyone's hearts twitch. Only 2 of the original 6-person protection team were left at this time. This shows how far the dark world has penetrated the Dawn organization. And among the entire team of 900 people, a total of 300 people died one after another. Before they became undercovers, none of these 300 people was a genius. The human race suffered serious losses. But the good thing is that this time he directly eliminated these dangers, and Qin Ming did a very good job. Before anyone could react, the earth rolled again and all the original flesh and blood stains were turned to the ground. The flesh and blood of these monks would be turned into nutrients that nourished the land. Xiao Han saw that the atmosphere was a little awkward, and he quickly said, "Well, how about we change places? You don't have to be too nervous. I have eliminated all dangers. There are still these left. You have seen the whole process. There may be your friends and relatives among them, but I can guarantee that these are all problematic people. Of course, if you have grievances, you can leave. I will not force you to stay, and I am not going to explain anything to you." After this sentence was finished, all the cultivators did not say anything. Instead, Qin Ming spoke first. "Why change places? It's more comfortable to gather here. It makes me feel happy." Xiao Han pulled the corner of his mouth. How long has Qin Ming suppressed this? Soon this matter was forgotten by everyone. The sky gradually darkened. Don't know how many bonfires were lit, and everyone gathered around the bonfires. Xiao Qian took his disciples out hunting from time to time, and then brought back the prey. Bang! With a loud bang, a huge monster was thrown to the ground by Xiao Qian. Qin Ming's eyes lit up and he said, "It's actually ice stew fish. There are such good things here. I didn't expect that in my lifetime I would have the opportunity to taste the ice stew fish that has become extinct in Tianxian realm. This delicacy is only recorded in books. The scenery here is beautiful, the spiritual energy is abundant. And now, there are so many delicacies. It's simply a paradise." Xiao Han didn't expect there was ice stew fish. He only remembered that he encountered a huge lake in that ancient secret realm. Then he directly moved the entire lake into the blue-veined jade pendant. He also remembered this ice stew fish. Xiao Han waved his hand and cut the huge ice stew fish into dozens of pieces, and then dropped them on each bonfire and said, "Everyone eat and drink well." Today, many depressions and troubles gradually dissipated in this pleasant atmosphere. Xiao Han and Qin Ming and others chatted lively. Perhaps he really wanted to create a pure land for this Tianxian realm, and this might be the best choice. If Mou knew that he used this blue-veined jade pendant to do such a thing, I'm afraid he would be so angry that he would descend on this Tianxian realm. #C2179 Stay here. The next day, morning. Xiao Han woke up quietly, first took a look at the surrounding environment, and then looked at Xiao Tanner lying beside him. Yesterday, everyone was crazy, chatting from dusk to late at night, and the monsters ate one after another. Many cultivators even had to go into emergency retreat because of excessive energy. Xiao Han and others didn't care. After the chat, Xiao Han released the blue-veined jade pendant to these people, and Xiao Qian arranged them in a place other than the courtyard of Yuyun sect. The entire Yuyun sect can accommodate 1,000 people, let alone 100,000 people according to this area. The Li clan is small and Yuyun sect is indeed small. But that is compared with Wanzhong City and those huge sections. Compared with them, the area is still very large. Xiao Han took away the protective barrier of the courtyard. The madness of last night was indescribable. Xiao Han fell into a deep sleep. He hadn't slept like this for several years. The slight noise also woke up Xiao Tanner, and the two looked at each other. An hour later, Xiao Han put on his clothes and came to the outside of the courtyard. He immediately sent a message to Xiao Qian, asking him to come to the courtyard to find him. In a short while, Xiao Qian's figure appeared in front of Xiao Han. Looking at Xiao Qian's sleepy appearance, Xiao Han knew that this kid must have had a good sleep. Xiao Qian was a little embarrassed, then shook his head slightly, and the whole person was much more energetic. He hurriedly bowed and said, "Grandpa, Grandma, I slept a little deeply, but now I am much better." Xiao Han waved his hand and said, "It doesn't matter. I told you yesterday to sleep well, so sleep well. Now you sleep well. If you don't sleep well, go back and continue to sleep, and talk about it after you sleep." Slept well. Xiao Qian hurriedly shook his head and continued, "I haven't slept so soundly for a long time. My spirit is always tense. If I were not a cultivator, I am afraid that my spirit would have collapsed long ago." "You said so. It seems that you have rested well." Xiao Han was silent for a moment and then whispered, "In this case, I will arrange a task for you. Those people outside, you should find a way to arrange it as soon as possible. Identity verification cannot be omitted. In addition, tell the city lord to arrange a lecture for me in a month. The content of the lecture will be set as guidance on magic. When the time comes, I will talk about whatever I think of." Hearing this, Xiao Qian's eyes lit up. This is a great opportunity to learn. After briefly discussing some details, Xiao Han called Qin Ming over. Soon the two of them came to a Yuyun restaurant in Yuyun sect. This restaurant is closed on weekdays and only opens at special times. Seeing the ancestor coming in person, a cultivator soon came down to greet
Xiao Han,
disciple Hu Yong pays homage to the ancestor. The cultivator who called himself Hu Yong was about to kneel down, and Xiao Han quickly lifted him up with his hands. How could he perform a great ceremony every day? Xiao Han chuckled and said, "No need to do that. We want to have a meal here. Just make us a delicious meal. We will pay the spirit stones. If that doesn't work, we can also provide ingredients." He was quite curious. How could such a small number of people open a restaurant? Could such a small number of customers make money? Hu Yong said quickly, "Grandmaster, you are really embarrassing me. Not to mention you, even if you come here, I will not accept any reward from the
sect.
I opened this restaurant simply because I like cooking. I am not a talented disciple, but I have always liked cooking, and everyone likes to eat my food." Xiao Han's eyes lit up, and then he threw out a porcelain bottle and said, "Take it if I tell you to. There are elixirs suitable for yuanying stage cultivators in it. You should work hard to make some food for us. And before we leave, don't receive other fellow disciples." He knew that Hu Yong had followed them from Yun Peak to now, so it was no problem to give him some elixirs. Hu Yong took the elixir and bowed quickly, saying, "Thank you for the medicine, Grandmaster. I will go and cook my best food now." The elixir given by the Grandmaster is all good stuff. If the Grandmaster can like the food he cooks, then there are so many rare ingredients in the Grandmaster's small world. It's really exciting to think about it. Until Hu Yong left, Xiao Han looked at Qin Ming and said, "How did you feel yesterday? Did you feel more comfortable? After all, you have been suppressed for so long in that situation." Speaking of this, Qin Ming was silent for a while. After taking a sip of the spiritual tea in front of him, he said, "Actually, you have been used to it for a long time, right? I can't expect you to help me all the time. People always have to grow up. This sounds like a junior, but compared to you, I am far behind in both strength and character. This may be caused by you having experienced many things, but for me, I really haven't experienced as much as you. Even after experiencing what I have now, I can't compare with you." Xiao Han raised his eyebrows and patted Qin Ming's shoulder with his hand. Then, as if he remembered something, he quickly withdrew his hand. After a pause, he said, "What are your plans next? Do you want to stay here? With me, you should make rapid progress. It won't be too late to go back when you are strong enough." This is the main purpose of Xiao Han looking for Qin Ming, which is to hope that he will stay. Qin Ming shook his head decisively and said, "I am inseparable from Luyun sect or the Shuguang organization. It's not that I am thinking about that little bit of power. You also know that I have basically been sidelined now, even though you are my backer. At the beginning, I always thought that with you as my backing, there would be no problems. Until these things happened, I felt that nothing was
Impossible.
It's just that I really want to do something, especially since I have done a lot of things in the Dawning organization. Although these are nothing to the overall situation, for me personally, it means that life has meaning and value. Hearing what Qin Ming said, Xiao Han already knew the final answer in Qin Ming's heart, but he was still a little reluctant and said, "Have you really thought about it? Nowadays, several of these undercover agents have been killed. You are in extreme danger now, although the other party does not know what is happening here. But there are some problems among the remaining disciples if we fail to protect them. I even regret how I dealt with them now. At least a few of them will be left as examples to let them know the price of becoming undercover agents. So I still hope you stay with me. If you don't trust the Shuguang organization, I can apply to the city lord and directly send more than 10 monks in the transformation stage to take over." Speaking of this, Qin Ming still shook his head and said, "I still want to go back. Everyone has their own destiny. It is my destiny to complete the task you gave me and help you stabilize the rear area. There's not much I can do for you. This is one, and there's a very important thing I'm doing. I have to do it. I have already thought about my words. This time I will go back and reorganize the Dawn organization. The 3 I killed this time are the core members. I am still a little sure." #C2180 Talking. Xiao Han said that for this reason, Qin Ming still had this attitude, which meant that he had made up his mind. Although he didn't know what Qin Ming was doing, it was definitely what he wanted to do. It seemed that Qin Ming didn't want to tell Xiao Han this yet. He would know when it was time to know, and Xiao Han didn't take the initiative to ask anything. "You do have some clues about the undercover thing, right?" Xiao Han asked softly during the brief silence, then paused and continued, "If you don't have any clues yet, maybe I can help you. Xiao Qian has also done a lot in these years, and some information can be investigated, including the city lord's side." Xiao Han could not keep any of those undercover agents yesterday. Leaving any of them to spread the news would be fatal to Qin Ming. And based on past experience, it is quite difficult to interrogate an undercover agent and find something. Qin Ming nodded and said, "Actually, I have always been very clear about who the undercover agents are. Many answers are ready to come out, especially when I show absolute weakness and am willing to be a puppet." "Good guy." Xiao Han almost ignored this and said quickly, "In that case, that's fine. I can't go back to help you. Let's not talk about letting so many monks enter my little world. It is extremely difficult to handle just to alert the snake. You have to rely on yourself for everything." After pondering for a moment, Xiao Han took out a storage bag from the green jade pendant and placed it in front of Qin Ming. "You should be able to use everything in it. In addition, give me your void godgrass and I will help you refining elixirs. But you have to remember that you must be the most reliable person, otherwise yesterday's tragedy will happen again." Qin Ming was not polite. He briefly explored the storage bag, then opened his eyes wide and said, "Xiao Han, is this too much?" "Actually, I don't need so much. Even developing a team of monks is enough. There are also these top-quality materials." "How come there are so many?" Xiao Han replied softly. "The purpose is to allow you to cultivate your own confidence. In addition, there is a formation inside. I will replace it with Luyun sect when I get back. This is a 6th-level formation, the current limit of the formation. The best materials inside are used to set up this formation. Remember to hold it in your hands. With this formation, as long as you are within the formation, the monks below the void return stage cannot do anything to you. Of course, you still have to dodge the hidden arrows so I can feel more at ease." Xiao Han had already thought of these words, and he knew that Qin Ming would probably not stay here. I don't know how much Xiao Han knows about Qin Ming, but at least he understands a little bit. Speaking of this, Qin Ming put away the storage bag. It was also at this time that Hu Yong brought the prepared meals. Xiao Han was stunned by the large table of delicacies. This is delicious, delicious, and delicious. Xiao Han smiled and said, "Come on, eat first and try Hu Yong's cooking. If it's done well, it seems I'll have to come here often." Xiao Han gently picked up a piece of monster meat that he didn't know what it was and put it into his mouth. There was a hint of sweetness in the spicy taste, and a numbness hit the tip of his tongue. How is this done? There are many flavors in one bite. The most important thing is that these flavors do not conflict at all and can even complement each other's shortcomings. Under Hu Yong's expectant gaze, Xiao Han said decisively, "Well, it's really delicious. This is the most delicious thing I've ever eaten. Why didn't I realize you were this good before?" Then Hu Yong said with some embarrassment, "Actually, I have never dared to. Come. Before I went up the mountain, I was actually the royal cook of a noble family. Later, the young master wanted to look for an immortal. My family thought he was just joking, so they didn't pay too much attention to it. In the end, they arranged for me to accompany him and take care of the young master's food. Later, when I was in Yuyun sect, I didn't take action because I was afraid of various things." Hu Yong rambled on, and Xiao Han didn't rush him. Listening to other people's stories sometimes has a different flavor. It wasn't until Hu Yong started to feel awkward and embarrassed as he was talking that he said, "Ancestor, I'm still making soup, so I went up first." Xiao Han nodded and said, "Go." When Hu Yong left, Xiao Han looked at Qin Ming, only to find that Qin Ming had been looking in the direction Hu Yong left. Then he murmured, "Actually, this is what I want. Quiet and peaceful, there is no fighting. Everyone can be honest with each other, there is not so much intrigue, and the monks can all do what they like best." Xiao Han did not disturb Qin Ming until Qin Ming came to his senses and asked, "When do you plan to leave?" "Just for today." Qin Ming picked up a piece of monster meat and stuffed it into his mouth, closing his eyes and enjoying it. At this time, a beautiful figure suddenly appeared outside the door. He quickly came to sit down at the table where they were sitting. He took out a pair of chopsticks and said, "Really, you two secretly eat delicious food without calling me. But Hu Yong's cooking is really delicious. I should learn more from him. Heard that if you want to capture a man's heart, you have to capture his stomach, right?" This sentence seemed to be said deliberately, and then he looked at Qin Ming and said, "You think so, senior brother?" Qin Ming said quickly, "Of course, this must be the truth." As he spoke, there was deep loneliness in his eyes. It wasn't until all three of them had a good meal that Xiao Han quickly sent a message and stopped Qin Ming, who was about to leave now. "You are too anxious. I haven't helped you refine the spirit pill yet. Give it to me." Xiao Han stretched out his hand. With his current proficiency and the pill furnace in his hand, he could refine it very quickly. Qin Ming then took out a storage bag and said, "I almost forgot about this. Thank you for your hard work." Xiao Han took the storage bag and looked at the resources in it. There were 12 portions of spirit pills in total. Wow, it's worthy of the Dawn organization that occupies half of the country. Even if the strength is relatively backward, there are still many ancient secret realms, especially such a large area. The harvest is still very gratifying after a quick exploration. Without hesitation, Xiao Han immediately entered the blue pattern jade.
Pendant.
Xiao Han did not intend to hide the fact that he could refine pills from Qin Ming, especially since Qin Ming might know this himself. In the case of slowing down time, Xiao Han refined all 12 spirit pills in just 2 hours. As for the spirit pills on his side, it was okay to slow down for a while. As soon as Xiao Han came out, he saw Qin Ming and Xiao Tanner waiting quietly outside. Zhou Yan also appeared here at some point.
Xiao Han looked at Xiao Yan.
He had just sent a message to Zhou Yan. In order to prevent Zhou Yan from having any emergency, he specially notified him in advance. Zhou Yan bowed and said, "This old servant greets the master. I don't know why. The master called me here." Xiao Han pointed at Qin Ming and said, "Arrange 2 people, one of whom must be at least in the great perfection of the spiritual transformation stage. Then follow him throughout the whole process. The only task is to protect his safety." Xiao Han paused and said with a cold expression, "Can you do this?" #C2181 Repaying with Life. Zhou Yan was slightly stunned. Protecting this nascent soul cultivator? Zhou Yan didn't have much impression of this cultivator. He only remembered that he had a good relationship with the master. But for them, they only had the master and the mistress and the master's offspring in their eyes. They were all the future little masters. As for other people, even the city lord was nothing worth noting in their eyes, let alone a nascent soul cultivator. Qin Ming subconsciously raised his eyebrows when he heard Xiao Han say this. This was asking a peak-level cultivator of the spiritualization realm to do this. How could this be possible? Then he said immediately, "Xiao Han, there is no need to do this. In fact, under such circumstances, they would never think that I would have any big problems. Aren't there still 3 divine transformation cultivators, and I will contact them in advance." Originally, the 2 sides were equally strong, but there was an additional powerful opponent, Chao Ji. Now Chao Ji is dead, and 2 more have died. This is definitely enough. Xiao Han's expression was still solemn, and he said, "This is the only condition for me to let you go. You can go back or do anything, but you must accept this condition." Qin Ming raised his eyebrows and said, "Okay then." After experiencing the initial doubts, Zhou Yan quickly figured out the problem here. He didn't have so many ideas and didn't want to consider so many things. But as long as the master said it, he must do it, and then hurriedly said, "No problem. If he has any problems, I, Zhou Yan, will return my life. The matter has been settled." And Qin Ming can't say anything, but his eyes are full of complicated expressions. He is really too entangled, but some words are better hidden in his heart for a lifetime. Finally, Zhou Yan sent an elder and the Holy Son to protect Qin Ming's safety, which was also a good opportunity to train the Holy Son. Whether the Holy Son can become the next successor of the Power Clan depends on whether he can protect Qin Ming well this time. If he protects Qin Ming, well, he will be qualified. The young patriarch is the young patriarch, but whether he is qualified to inherit is another matter. Xiao Han and Xiao Tanner sent Qin Ming very far, even almost halfway, before returning to the Power Clan together. On the way, Xiao Tanner quietly approached Xiao Han and gently hugged Xiao Han from behind. The 2 of them were riding a small flying magic weapon. The best thing about this magic weapon is that you don't have to keep flying all the time, just a certain amount of control is enough. The most important thing is that you can still do what you want. Xiao Han felt Xiao Tanner's arms and gently put his hands on Xiao Tanner's arms. "Xiao Han." Xiao Tanner called softly. What's wrong?" Xiao Han responded in a low voice. Xiao Tanner asked again, "Do you think senior brother Qin is good-looking?" Puff! Xiao Han almost spit out a mouthful of blood, and then he felt a sharp pain in his waist. Xiao Tanner didn't know when she had pinched his waist. Xiao Han hurriedly said in pain, "What nonsense are you talking about?" 1 month later, somewhere in the human territory, several cultivators were carrying out a mission. "Hey, look! The dark matter seems to have decreased again today." "What nonsense are you talking about? Didn't we investigate before?" These dark matter did not disappear. Instead, it was taken back like something, just gathering strength. The dark matter here has become less, but those near the abyss are getting more and more dense. Last time, I remember a hunting team went into an abyss to hunt, and all the members died there in the end. You know, that was a team of cultivators in the God transformation stage. Hearing what you said, the situation is still not optimistic, several cultivators discussed. Since the appearance of the chain of order, the dark matter in the Tianxian realm seems to have been weakened a lot without anyone noticing, which even the top leaders feel is a bit strange. After a lot of exploration, it was found that even the Qi Ling began to shrink. Those who didn't know thought that the Tianxian realm had won. But everyone knew that this might be the beginning of the next storm. Or it could be said that the appearance of the chain of order caused the current result. In any case, it is good news. At least the Tianxian realm has more time. After this period of time, especially the arrival of the three-god realm Qi Ling, these cultivators practiced desperately, and the overall strength of the creatures in the Tianxian realm increased significantly again. Wanzhong City. A ray of light in the early morning shone over Wanzhong City. At this time, Wanzhong City was like a middle-aged man who had experienced countless things, revealing maturity everywhere. A large number of earth-based spiritual root cultivators were busy outside the city, and there were water-based and wood-based cultivators helping on the side. Even if Wanzhong City is riddled with holes, as long as the spiritual veins below are still there, it will still be Wanzhong City. After all, no matter where it is, the demons will not come here, right? Since it is still here, it is worth mentioning that these earth-based cultivators are gradually restoring the surrounding terrain. Originally, the area around Wanzhong City was flat, but the outer part was mountains, so it was easier to restore. The chain of order only shattered the earth and released a terrifying pressure, but the surrounding materials still exist. As long as you are willing to spend time and effort, you will be able to repair it. From a distance, the entire Wanzhong City seems to be covered with a layer of light green gauze which looks green. After a month, the strange energy completely dissipated, and the surrounding spiritual power gathered again. Because of the appearance of the chain of order, there was not even a trace of dark matter energy within hundreds of kilometers of the entire Wanzhong City. It was as if there was some kind of restriction here. At this time, the Wanzhong City was also very lively, and Xiao Han's shadow was everywhere in the void. There was a date below the shadow, and it was written at the back that Xiao Han's lecture was about to begin, and the main lecture was about the practice of magic. As early as a month ago, after the city lord learned about this, he had already made publicity arrangements and started to build momentum. Almost the entire human race and even the demon race knew about this, and the momentum was high for a while. When Xiao Han fought with the god realm Qi Ling, the image bead had been recording it all the time. He defeated 3 god realm Qi Lings with his own strength and won. What kind of strength is this? Thousands of words are not as real as this matter. I finally waited for this day. Fortunately, I didn't give up. As the top powerhouse of mankind, Xiao Han is probably the only one who is qualified to teach everyone magic. When I think of Xiao Han controlling so many Taoist magics at the same time, I feel very handsome. You know? Now I even think that Tianxian realm can beat the dark realm. Because we have Xiao Han. Xiao Han is not a real immortal. Please don't praise him too much. Listening to the discussions of these cultivators, Xiao Han really wanted to cancel it. In the crowd, Xiao Han quietly walked through, wearing a mask on his face, for fear that everyone would recognize him. After returning that day, Xiao Han went into seclusion directly, deduced magic, stabilized his realm, and then made progress. There were also various elixirs that needed to be refined. How could he have so much time to pay attention to things outside? Until today, as promised, Xiao Han knew what the city lord and others had done. Was it necessary to publicize it like this? But it's already like this. It seems a bit inappropriate to go back and not talk about it now. #C2182 Unkind City Lord. A huge podium in the void floated above Wanzhong City, surrounded by countless transmission beads. Not everyone can come to Wanzhong City. As the most central place in the entire Tianxian realm, Wanzhong City has a special geographical location. From here to the surroundings, the distance from various places is roughly not much different. It is most suitable to give lectures here. These floating transmission beads in the void are forces located in various corners of Tianxian realm, including major top sects and merged upper-class sects. There are also major demon clan families. Even the demon clan attaches great importance to Xiao Han's lecture on magic. No creature can refuse the guidance of a powerful demon who can defeat 3 gods. Xiao Han is still hiding in the crowd. When he just approached Wanzhong City, he heard the discussion of Wanzhong City from a distance. Originally, due to various things, Wanzhong City gradually opened up and it was not necessarily forbidden to fly. But today, Xiao Han is the only one in the entire Wanzhong City who is qualified to walk in the air, and the rest have to walk. Xiao Han did not reveal his identity, but walked calmly. This time he was basically unprepared and had already thought about how to deal with this situation. What preparations were needed? All the empty words and clichés were of no practical use. It was enough to express his deepest understanding of the magic. Xiao Han squeezed in the crowd, looking at the huge podium in the void, feeling the crowd around him. On the city roads and rooftops, the prepared viewing stands were full of people, a prosperous scene. And as he got closer to the inside, the crowd became more and more difficult to squeeze, and Xiao Han fell into helplessness. After all, he was the strongest human being in the entire Tianxian realm. How could he have such a close contact with him on weekdays? Especially during the entire lecture, anyone who could comprehend some understanding of the magic would benefit for life. It is very likely that he would have a chance to survive in the next fight. Come on, make way. Don't disturb the order. Hey, that guy over there, if I see you squeezing in here again, get out of Wanzhong City right away. Don't make noise. Be quiet. Many monks who are responsible for the order of the lecture are shouting loudly, managing the crowd. After such a long period of development, who can gain a foothold in Wanzhong City without some skills? The scene is still lively, and the boiling sound is endless. Luckily we came early, otherwise we wouldn't even be able to grab a seat. You don't know. Many people were already here when they got the news. Fuck. This is a bit cruel. Hey, there are more people who think that the city lord has clearly emphasized before that you can't use lectures to occupy seats and collect spirit stones. But some people just flattened their own restaurants and built multiple floors. In just a few days, they made as much as they did in a year. This is really cruel. Xiao Han kept squeezing in, and in the end he simply stepped into the air and flew up, and in the blink of an eye he arrived above the 5th district. Look, there's a masked monk over there stepping into the air. Good guy. This is a blatant violation of the rules. If the city lord knows about this, won't he be publicly executed? Alas, you don't have the right to stand there in the sky. That's where Xiao Han is standing. That's right, hurry down, or I'll be the first to fuck you. Many discussions appeared again. Swoosh. The next moment, a flying sword attacked Xiao Han. His brows were raised under the mask. Are these guys so radical? Or did he ignore the status of this lecture in the hearts of the cultivators? Clang. With a light sound, the flying sword was knocked away. Before Xiao Han took off his mask, several more flying swords attacked Xiao Han. Are these guys crazy? Xiao Han immediately opened the protective shield and gently took off his mask. It seems that if he didn't take off the mask today, these flying swords could even form a large sword formation. When the mask was taken off, many eyes immediately cast their gazes into the void, and many cultivators recognized Xiao Han at the first time. Everyone stop. Look, it's Xiao Han. Hey, it's really Xiao Han, my damn hand. Why did I just take action, I wonder? If Xiao Han will blame me. When many discussions appeared, the figure of the city lord also appeared near the huge podium, followed by hundreds of figures in the best position. The best positions were reserved, and many high-ranking people from the human and demon races were seated there. Compared to the positions of the human race, the demon race only occupies 10%. of all the positions, but this is enough. After all, it is just a close contact, and Xiao Han's lecture will be recorded by countless recording beads, and there are also real-time playback by the transmission beads. Even though the transmission beads are valuable and even consume a large amount of spirit stones, the major sects still did not give. In fact, at the beginning it was advocated to conduct the lecture quietly, record the recording beads, and screen the monks who meet the identity to let them learn. This can avoid those dark undercovers hidden in the human race group, but this was rejected. If most people cannot learn in the first time because of this disadvantage, it is nothing more than labor and waste of spirit stones. Face the problem and face it squarely. With this energy you might as well think about how to find out and solve these undercovers. Xiao Han looked at the seat, where humans and demons were sitting in their own seats, including Palace Master Li Qinggu, and other major forces such as the Power Clan. As for the demons, they were mainly composed of two family heads. Lu Yan was also among them, and the demon saint. Inadvertently, Xiao Han locked his sight on one of the demons, who was sitting next to the head of the Han family. Is this Han Chung? Xiao Han muttered in his mouth. Xiao Han had been asking about the information of the demons from the side, especially after entering the ancient secret realm. He got a lot of information from Lu Yan. Finally, he learned that Han Tian's father was Han Chung. When the three gods were defeated and the meeting was held, this Han Chung was at the scene, but there were many people with the same name in the demon clan, and Xiao Han did not ask much until he confirmed Han Cheng's appearance. This also means that this Han Chung is his grandfather, which is a bit complicated. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Han turned his eyes to the city lord and said, "Lord City Lord, your arrangement is too exaggerated. In fact, we just need to publicize it a little to let everyone know. If I don't say something here today, it would be a shame for this scene. You are not honest. You are roasting me on the fire." The city lord said nonchalantly, "Then if I tell you that all this is not arranged by me, will you believe it?" Xiao Han looked at the city lord with a look of, "Do you think I am corn?" and chuckled. "Do you think I will believe it? Well, I know you definitely don't believe it, so I'm too lazy to explain." The city lord silently turned his eyes away. #C2183 Magical Brain Circuit. Everyone, please be quiet. The bisexual voice of the city lord appeared in the void. This voice was also somewhat magnetic. It was said that many girls were fascinated by this magnetic voice. Some even hung the image of the city lord in their retreat place, and there were a lot of fangirls. "Everyone, please be quiet." The voice of the city lord appeared again. Perhaps because of Xiao Han's appearance, everyone was too excited, and the scene was still not quiet for a while, until the city lord's magnetic voice sounded again. Carrying pure spiritual power, it was transmitted to everyone's ears, which made these people who were constantly excited quiet down. Ahem! The city lord cleared his throat and soon spoke again. "Today we are fortunate to have invited Xiao Han, the strongest human being. I think you are now eager to know how Xiao Han became the strongest step by step. Sorry, I can't tell you the details. Haha." The magical turn made many cultivators laugh, and the scene was filled with a pleasant atmosphere. The city lord pressed his hand and said, "Now let Xiao Han guide everyone in the practice of magic." Xiao Han successfully came to the center of the podium. As a cultivator, not to mention Xiao Han, a peak-level cultivator of the spiritualization realm. Even if he was a cultivator in the early stage of the spiritualization realm, every cultivator present could hear him. "First of all, thank you for your kindness and for giving me Xiao Han this face to listen to my guidance on magic. I am not talented either, but I also have some insights into magic."
Xiao Han spoke slowly.
The originally quiet and playful scene below suddenly became quiet, and everyone was paying full attention and listening carefully. Xiao Han paused and continued, "I think everyone is curious. Isn't magic just magic? Just follow the existing magic. In fact, have you ever thought about where the current magic comes from? Are the magic left by the predecessors necessarily correct? Of course, I don't recommend you to try it yourself here. After all, there are certain risks. I just want to open up your mind. As Xiao Han's voice appeared one by one, all the cultivators' faces showed solemnity. At first, they seemed to understand a little, but they became confused as they listened. Confusion does not mean lack of interest, but it aroused the curiosity of these cultivators, especially when Xiao Han said, "Use the original magic to extend it outward or depict it in the opposite direction." It aroused thousands of waves. A group of cultivators were simply shocked. Xiao Han talked nonstop and unknowingly talked for an hour. Just when Xiao Han wanted to clear his throat and continue talking, he suddenly found a golden light emerging from these cultivators. These lights appeared from the cultivators and quickly turned into small particles spreading in this world. Xiao Han quickly cast his eyes and saw that the sky above the entire Wanzhong city was full of these small golden particles. But the cultivators continued to ponder what Xiao Han said as if nothing had happened. Xiao Han quickly sent a message to Xiao Qian, asking him if he had found anything unusual. He soon received a reply that there was nothing unusual. The city lord also found that Xiao Han had stopped explaining the magic. She was listening enthusiastically. Xiao Han's understanding of magic now had already left him behind by several streets. After stopping so suddenly, the city lord hurriedly asked, "Xiao Han, are you tired? Do you want to rest for a while? I asked someone to prepare various
spiritual fruits
and various good teas." The city lord shouted to the bottom, "Shenner, bring up what I prepared in advance." As soon as the voice fell, the familiar figure flashed and appeared next to. Next to the podium was a small rest area which looked like an entertainment place. Today, Li Yixuan is still wearing a purple dress, which looks exactly like
Kia Tania.
The two look more and more alike, just like real sisters. Li Yixuan's movements are very neat, and everything is on it. To hold such a heavy thing in the void, this formation alone needs to burn a lot of spirit stones, especially at such a high altitude. The city lord is really thoughtful. If he doesn't say something useful, he will feel embarrassed. Xiao Han cooperated very well and came to the spirit fruit prepared by Li Yixuan. Li Yixuan gently picked up a dragon tooth fruit and slowly placed it in front of Xiao Han and said, "Please use it." A human saint girl just ignored her face and served in front of so many people, which made Xiao Han very embarrassed. But Li Yixuan didn't care at all, and didn't even express the malice she had before, which made Xiao Han a little uncomfortable. So he quickly sent a voice message, "What's wrong with you today?" Li Yixuan replied, "Why? Do you want me to quarrel with you? You are a meritorious person today. Don't think that I am serving you based on the relationship between you and me. I am serving the human hero Xiao Han. It has nothing to do with you." Xiao Han was a little helpless. Could there be another person? What a magical brain circuit. Xiao Han observed the surrounding situation while eating. He said so much and cooperated with the city lord and Li Yixuan just to observe whether they found anything different around them. The fact proved that they did not find anything, which made Xiao Han even more curious. What he saw with his own eyes, no one saw it except him. Xiao Han ate the fruit slowly and continued to observe, only to see those golden balls quickly rise into the air and have been floating in the air. All this was too weird. As time went by, the number of these golden balls became less and less. At this moment, the many golden balls suddenly flew towards Xiao Han. "Fuck you." Xiao Han dodged and quickly distanced himself from the golden balls. What the hell was this? Was it an illusion? But all this was too real. What else could cast an illusion under his nose? At least he didn't believe it. How could his speed of dodging be faster than these golden balls? Could it be that he would really fall here? The next moment, When the golden balls merged into himself, Xiao Han felt warm. All over, as if he was bathing in warm sunshine. With this feeling, Xiao Han felt relieved. As long as it was not harmful to his body, it would be fine. At this moment, his body was as transparent as if he could see every structure of his body at a glance, and he could even see the current condition of the nascent soul directly through the dantian. It used to require spiritual consciousness to see, but now it can be seen directly through the eyes, which is quite magical. After entering the body, the many golden balls also quickly went to the dantian and finally gathered on the entire Yuanying. The Yuanying showed an extremely excited look until all the golden balls disappeared. A golden light appeared on the Yuanying, making it different from the rest. What on earth is going on? Xiao Han was full of doubts. #C2184 Helpless Move.
Xiao Han.
The city lord called Xiao Han, and soon cleared his throat and called again, Xiao Han. The city lord saw the scene just now and was quite curious about it. He was clearly still eating spiritual fruits leisurely. How much preparation did he do to let Xiao Han talk as much as possible? He even asked his granddaughter to serve. This was the result of telling Xianer again and again that men were not good, for fear that Li Yixuan would misunderstand something. Facts have proved that this effect is good. But why did Xiao Han suddenly behave strangely? He was still frowning and moving, as if he was avoiding something. After hearing the city lord's voice, Xiao Han suddenly came back to his senses, looking at the many curious expressions below, and then he said, "When I was eating spiritual fruits just now, I had a lot of insights into magic in my mind. I was a little obsessed with thinking for a while, so I did it."
Xiao Han.
Forced to explain, regardless of whether they believed it or not, he believed it anyway. The city lord suddenly realized and stood in awe. Why didn't she think this kid had such a strong talent before? She just regarded him as a good seed to cultivate. She didn't expect that he would completely surpass her in such a short time. Fuck. Did you hear what Xiao Han said? I only heard Xiao Han say that he entered that state. This is enlightenment. He had this kind of enlightenment just by eating a piece of fruit. He is simply trying to make others envious. Do you think I can become Xiao Han's Shoujia with these conditions? That's just a pipe dream. First of all, Xiao Han must have Shoujia. As far as I know, Xiao Han has only been involved with Saint Li Yixuan, except for Qiao Tanner, a Taoist partner. But recently he has been involved with the saint of the demon clan. So if you want to become Xiao Han's woman, you must be at least in the late stage of the spiritual transformation. How many of the cultivators of the same age can reach that level?
I'm afraid
there are not even those in the early stage of the spiritual transformation. Hey, are you focusing on the wrong thing? Many cultivators were talking, but they didn't notice that Lu Yan in the crowd began to change her expression when she looked at Xiao Han. This guy actually has two, but fortunately there are only two. Li Yixuan also heard similar words, and quickly cast her eyes to Qiao Tanner, then looked at Lu Yan imperceptibly, muttering, "Who wants to have anything to do with this Xiao Han? If I can be interested in him, I will serve him every day." Qiao Tanner nodded slightly to the people around her, responding to the gazes at her, and then looked at Lu Yan with a provocative taste. It seemed as if she was saying, "Look, I am the main wife." Lu Yan gave a disdainful look in return, as if she didn't care about things like competing for favors. Xiao Yun secretly looked at the three grandmothers and said to Xiao Qian, beside her with some lingering fear, "Brother, do you think there will be a battle for favor next? If you look for a Taoist partner in the future, don't get so many peers. Get a main wife, and the rest are all beautiful girls. But I don't like men who are fickle. I like men who only love me." Xiao Qian listened to what his sister said, looked around and wanted to block his sister's mouth. What kind of tiger and wolf words were said in front of so many people? Xiao Han, who was in the void, didn't pay attention to these details, but continued to observe the situation around him. His words just now caused a large amount of golden light to be generated in the body of the cultivator. These lights turned into small balls again and merged into his dantian and were finally absorbed by the nascent soul. After repeated attempts, Xiao Han initially judged in his heart that this golden ball was harmless to the body and even had certain benefits. It's just that nothing special has been found so far, and only people who can hear their own voices can produce this kind of golden ball. Xiao Han tentatively determined that the golden ball came from the worship of the monks, or it could only be produced under certain circumstances. After a short break, Xiao Han gave another lecture on magic. With such gains, Xiao Han talked about a lot of dry goods. The more excited the monks were, the more golden light was produced. After studying these thoroughly, Xiao Han ended this lecture. He had to leave something behind, otherwise what would he talk about next time? It was just an unintentional act, but he didn't expect to gain such a harvest. After a moment of silence, Xiao Han spoke again. That's all I have to say today. I still have many good ideas that I am thinking about. If there is a chance next time, this kind of lecture will be held again. Everyone, go away. After that, Xiao Han looked at the city lord and said, I wonder if what I said today can match the appearance you have arranged for me? Of course. The city lord said with certainty, and after a pause he continued, not only these cultivators but also I have benefited a lot. Have a lot more insights into the magic. If I can fully understand it this time, it is estimated that the strength can be improved by 10%. Xiao Han took a breath of cold air. The city lord can actually improve his strength by 10%. It seems that this lecture is really good. Xiao Han then said, in this case I will go back first. If I want to give a lecture next time, I will tell the city lord again. With such benefits, Xiao Han definitely wants to give a lecture again, but now he wants to go back and study it carefully. The city lord frowned and said, why are you so anxious? In fact, I have already prepared a celebration banquet and invited the main figures of various major forces. Would you not consider attending? Xiao Han was overwhelmed when he heard this, and hurriedly shook his head and said, no, this is what I hate the most. In fact, everyone is not familiar with each other, and some of them have never even met each other. What are they talking about together? Instead of doing this, it is better to invite the people from Yuyun's sect to play together. What's more, his heart is not on it now, and there are more important things to do. After a few more simple chats, Xiao Han stepped into the air and went in a direction. If you look closely, this direction is not the direction of the Power Clan. Xiao Han also sent a message to the Power Clan and others, asking them to go back on their own and not to care about him. After Xiao Han left, the city lord showed a disappointed look and sent a message to the deputy city lord saying that he would not go to this banquet. How could she like this kind of environment? If it was not to increase the cause and effect between Xiao Han and Tianxian realm and increase the connection between all parties, why would she do this? Now it was Xiao Han who could leave anyone in Tianxian realm, but Tianxian realm could not leave Xiao Han, which was a helpless move. On the other side, after arriving at a secluded place, Xiao Han quickly set up a barrier and a soundproof cover and then took out a sound transmission jade slip and quickly transmitted his position to the other side. Then he sat down by himself, feeling the changes of yuanying, and any new situation that appeared must be treated with the most rigorous attitude. But Xiao Han studied for a long time, but still couldn't figure out what it was. C2185 blood test. Somewhere in Tianxian continent, Xiao Han slowly withdrew his consciousness and stopped paying attention to the changes in yuanying. As long as this anomaly exists, he will find something special about him sooner or later. At this moment, Xiao Han's sight suddenly looked towards a place, muttering, finally here. The next moment, he heard Lu Yan's figure appear in the void. "We are here. Come out." Xiao Han instantly released his hearing and consciousness, and only opened the barrier after finding that there were no extra people and demons. It's not that he doesn't believe Lu Yan, but he is afraid of being followed by other demons. Judging from the information he wants to understand and reveal now, he doesn't want others to know. Even the head of the Han family can't let him know. According to his current information, his father Han Tian, the best to him, are his parents, but his mother died early because he is too strong. Only his grandfather is left, the powerful man Han Cheng with the peak strength of the demon lord. When the barrier was opened, Xiao Han saw Lu Yan and Han Cheng standing in the air. Their faces looked more and more familiar. Neither of them spoke, but just looked at Xiao Han quietly. Han Cheng's eyes were full of doubts. He still didn't know why the saint called him here. Based on his trust in the saint, Han Cheng followed along, but he didn't expect that he was brought to see Xiao Han. This was really a bit magical. Lu Yan was the first to break the silence and smiled at Xiao Han. "Why are you still so cautious?" Xiao Han was also a little embarrassed and said, "The main reason is that I am a little worried. This kind of thing must be prevented as much as possible." It seems that Lu Yan captured the divine sense he released just now. Now the only one in the entire Tianxian realm who can compete with him is Lu Yan, and if he wants to win Lu Yan, he will have to pay a big price. Xiao Han suddenly remembered what happened before and asked softly, "Have you solved the problem with the demon clan?" "Of course." Lu Yan looked at Xiao Han with an expression that said, "You are doubting my ability," and continued, "Although it is not as exciting as yours, it is not bad overall." Xiao Han twitched his lips. How to deal with the disappearance of the demon clan, which seemed like cutting melons and vegetables in Lu Yan's eyes. Lu Yan joked a little and then cast her eyes on Han Cheng, who was following him, and said, "Hey, I brought the person you want to see to you. I will retreat for the time being." Hearing what the saint said, Han Cheng's expression became more and more puzzled. Why did he let himself meet Xiao Han alone? I heard that the saint and Xiao Han had a good relationship before, and the demon clan saint's son made a big fuss for a long time because of this, and even secretly did a lot of tricks. But they were all strangled in the cradle by the head of the Yan family. He knew some of these more secret news. I thought that this kind of good relationship came from the kind of closeness, especially the kind of mutual appreciation as opponents. But the feeling now is that something is wrong. Xiao Han said quickly, "There is no need to avoid it. Many things still need you to confirm." Lu Yan nodded indifferently, then stood quietly, silently watching Xiao Han and Han Cheng. Xiao Han said softly, "I think you may be very curious. Curious why only you were contacted among so many demons. We didn't even have any intersection before. What I am going to say next may sound a little unbelievable, but what I tell you is true, and there is corresponding evidence. Lu Yan can also prove it to me." This is also the purpose of Xiao Han, keeping Lu Yan. For him, Han Cheng may be on guard against him, but he will not be too guarded against the saint. Perhaps because of his father, Han Cheng is extremely supportive of the peace between humans and demons. This is a breakthrough. Han Cheng heard this, and the doubts on his face became more serious. After thinking for a moment, he slowly said, "You tell me. I am in a good mood now. I can accept whatever you say to me, but you must provide corresponding evidence as you said. Although you are Xiao Han, the ceiling of Tianxian realm's combat power, don't fool me blindly. I am even prepared that you are my grandson." Puff! Just after saying this, Lu Yan laughed out loud, and then looked at Xiao Han with some strangeness and said, "Since you have said that, Xiao Han, why don't you call me Grandpa?" Xiao Han's face was gloomy, and he said this. Han Cheng's face immediately showed embarrassment, and he quickly said, "No, I was just joking. Don't take it seriously." Xiao Han was silent for a moment and then whispered, "Grandpa, you guessed it, right? I am your grandson. This joke is not allowed. Han Cheng became nervous, joking to let Xiao Han call him grandpa. Isn't this embarrassing for him? This is a guy who can suppress 3 undefeated spirits in the god realm. As he spoke, Xiao Han began to condense the magic of the demon clan. A huge black hexagram appeared behind Xiao Han. The black 5-petal plum on his forehead also appeared. It was not until the dark swallowing really appeared in front of Han Cheng that Han Cheng believed. Half a bit. You are actually a human-demon hybrid. Xiao Han nodded and said, You have a son named Han Tian, right? He fell in love with the human saint, and that human saint is my mother, whose surname is Xiao. In order to let me survive smoothly, she named me Xiao Han. The other word Han is my father's surname, and I am indeed Han Tian's son. Looking at Han Cheng's unbelievable expression, Xiao Han took out the recording bead and played it in front of Han Cheng until Han Cheng's expression turned angry. Xiao Han said coldly, Grandpa, don't worry, I have killed these 2 people. Will not keep the hatred of killing my father and mother. Now in this situation, even if Han Cheng can't accept it, the facts are in front of him, and he has never opposed his son being with the human saint from the beginning. It's just that the entire demon clan is too sensitive to such things. Thinking of this, Han Cheng just patted Xiao Han on the shoulder and said, Anyway, everything is over. Since you found me privately, you must not want others to know your identity. I will keep this matter confidential. You don't have to worry about what I will say until you feel that you can reveal your identity. With your current strength, I have nothing to teach you. I can only give you a definite word. When you need to do something, Grandpa will definitely stand by you. And your great-grandfather is the same. Well, I've been away for too long. Now it's time to go, otherwise it will arouse suspicion. Xiao Han listened to Han Cheng's words, and there was surprise in his eyes. Just accept it like this? This is too fast. How could Lu Yen not see what Xiao Han was thinking? Seeing Han Cheng's back leaving, he quickly said, It's not good if things go well. Do you want to do another blood test? #C2186 Don't ask about things you shouldn't ask about. Several years later, in the secret room, Xiao Han sat cross-legged, carefully feeling the changes of the nascent soul in his dantian. Not long ago he gave another lecture on cultivation, and Wanzhong City was overcrowded. In the end, countless golden balls were produced and merged into the body of the nascent soul, turning the 2 legs of the nascent soul into gold. This is Xiao Han's 6th lecture in the past few years, and each time a large number of golden balls are produced. The reason why he has been watching like this is because he found that the demons can also produce golden balls to merge into the nascent soul the second time. A new doubt emerged from the bottom of his heart. Under normal circumstances, he practiced both immortals and demons, so why didn't the demon body appear? Since he reached the Demon King stage, the demon body has never appeared. Even if he has reached the peak of the Demon King now, it is still the same. The only explanation is that the nascent soul is the demon body, and the demon body is also the nascent soul. The 2 are one. When the demons produce golden balls and merge into the nascent soul, this problem is further explained. Except that the 2 legs of the nascent soul turned golden, nothing else can be seen. Xiao Han muttered, It seems that only when the golden color covers the entire Yuanying figure can this doubt be answered. When this thought came to him, Xiao Han slowly stood up and came to the place where the Shushan grass was, and immediately sent a force of creation into it. In the past few years, Xiao Han has cultivated a lot of Shushan grass. What makes Xiao Han feel strange is that the dark world seems to have completely abandoned the Tianxian realm in the past few years. Except for the abyss that still exists, there is not even any chilling above the 5th level. Everywhere is revealing the signal that the dark world has abandoned the Tianxian realm. But the entire Tianxian realm has not relaxed its vigilance. Xiao Han is also frantically refining various rank-breaking pills in addition to practicing, including the many Shushan grasses brought out from the ancient secret realm. More than 30 cultivators in the entire Yuyun sect have entered the God transformation stage. The 500 selected from the remaining 600 disciples have also reached the Yuanying stage. The entire Tianxian realm is thriving, and its current strength is much stronger than before the abyss appeared. Recently, Xiao Han even felt the sign of breaking through to the return to void stage, and the strange feeling in his body could not be described. But this step could not be taken, as if something was missing. Thinking about these messy things, Xiao Han's power of creation did not stop. Tianxian realm needed more cultivators in the God transformation stage. Once the Dark Realm returns, in addition to the top combat power, the cultivators in the God transformation stage will be the key to victory. Yaqi Mountain. Hundreds of birds are singing, surrounded by green plants. A figure appeared in a place in Yaqi Mountain, and he was seen writing something quickly in the void, and then he waved it gently, and the countless small words written disappeared in the void. He just took a light step in the void, and the figure swayed again, and when he appeared, he had arrived at the foot of the mountain. The entire Yaqi Mountain is extremely large. There is a full distance of 30 kilometers from the mountainside to the foot of the mountain, and the height of the entire mountain has reached nearly 100 kilometers. At the foot of the mountain, a sect is located here. This sect was once just an upper-class sect, but now it is no worse than any top sect. Judging from the scale alone, it has the strength comparable to Shentian Palace and Wanzhong City, and this is the headquarters of the Ranger organization. At this time, countless cultivators in the organization were walking quickly, as if there was always something urgent to do and they couldn't stop. When that figure appeared, a person also appeared in front of him. Yuan Meng, you are out of retreat. The figure who just appeared had a calm face. This person is Yuan Chengtian, the leader of the Ranger organization. Although he has been in retreat for many years, he has absolute control over the Ranger organization. There is no other reason. It is because the top 10 cultivators left in the organization are loyal to Yuan Meng. With basic strength, even if the people below have more ghost ideas, it is in vain. Yuan Chengtian said expressionlessly, Lu Shi, have you finished what I asked you to do? Lu Shi quickly took out a record jade slip, then bowed and said, reply to Yuan Meng, all the information you want is in it. Can I ask one more question? I don't know what Yuan Meng needs the information about the Dawn organization and the Yuyun sect for. I feel that this will disgust Xiao Han, so shut up. Before Lu Shi finished speaking, Yuan Chengtian interrupted and shouted, and then continued, don't ask about things you shouldn't ask, and do what you should do. If you feel that you have lived enough, you can ask more. Lu Shi's body trembled subconsciously, and then he bowed slightly and said, yes, Yuan Meng. He was afraid in his heart. The former Yuan Meng was not like this. I remember how peaceful it was when the Ranger organization was first established. Everyone expressed that they must kill the Qi Ling and fight against the dark world to the end. A chivalrous spirit spread from the organization, affecting everyone. At that time, Yuan Meng was also full of vigor and led the Ranger organization to win many times, which made the Ranger organization grow stronger. But I don't know since when the entire Ranger organization has changed. Everyone began to fight for power, especially Yuan Meng's personality has changed drastically. Including the top 10 in the organization, they didn't even show their faces, and they were in seclusion every day. As if noticing Lu Shi's low mood, Yuan Meng slowly said, Lu Shi, I know you are full of doubts in your heart, but I also have my own difficulties. I am under great pressure now. Dealing with the dark world is not as easy as you think. You just need to remember to help me well. When everything is settled in the future, you, Lu Shi, will definitely be a hero in the Tianxian realm. After hearing what Yuan Meng said, Lu Shi's face became more lively. Yuan Meng and his men were indeed plotting something big, hoping to bring hope to the Tianxian Realm. After Lu Shi left, Yuan Meng took the recording jade slip back to Mount Yaqi. There were 10 caves on the hillside of Mount Yaqi, and these caves were evenly scattered everywhere. The concentration of spiritual power here is the highest because there is a 5th-level spiritual vein under Mount Yaqi. Yuan Chengtian quickly read the entire record jade slip, and then murmured, "This task is still a bit severe. How can it be so easy to kill Xiao Han? If it was so easy, the masters would have killed him long ago. It is not necessary to secretly train them and let them do these things. Or, the masters want me to fight against Xiao Han? No, I was just a pawn. From the beginning." Yuan Chengtian has a clear position on himself. If he wants to be trained by the Dark World, he must sign a contract with the Dark World. A master servant. Contract. Of course, this contract is not all inclined to the Dark World, and some are inclined to the servants, such as the spirits cannot kill him at will. This is a contract that cannot be changed once signed, and he Yuan Chengtian can never turn back. #C2187 paving the way. Thinking of this, Yuan Chengtian's head turned quickly, and he soon had an idea in his mind. He has been forcing himself, but he knows in his heart that if Xiao Han is really killed, then they will lose their effectiveness and they must grow up. Before killing Xiao Han, when you grow up to the point where you can no longer ignore yourself in the Dark World and you have to use yourself, you have achieved your goal. In the Tianxian Realm, those who serve the Dark Realm are not only the Ranger organization but also the Demon Tribe, which was established not long ago. This is an organization that has suddenly emerged. Its strength is also growing rapidly. Not only that, the monsters are also developing secretly. Those ridiculous humans and demons really think they can win the final victory. I'm afraid you will never see what absolute strength is. Thinking of this, Yuan Meng lightly snapped his fingers, and the sound echoed. Halfway up the mountain. Snap! There was another crisp sound, and there were several more figures beside Yuan Meng. After careful counting, there were exactly 10 figures, and these were the top 10 seats of the Ranger organization. 4 of them have reached the realm of returning to the void, and the rest are all half-steps of returning to the void. Leader Yuan has reached the middle stage of returning to the void, and is only 1 step away from the late stage of returning to the void. Today's Tianxian realm has already reached the point where it can accommodate the cultivators who have returned to the great perfection, including the arrival of ghost spirits, as well as the arrival of 6th-level peak ghost spirits. The human race doesn't know all this, and they still feel how fast their current strength has improved. Yuan Meng. The 10 monks raised their hands in unison. Yuan Chengtian waved his hand and said, "This time we need to go on a mission. As you know, we need to make some achievements there." When Yuan Chengtian finished speaking, a monk immediately said, "Everything is at the discretion of Yuan Meng." The other monks followed suit, and Yuan Meng then continued, "The target this time is not Xiao Han, but the Shuguang organization, the southern part of Dishuan continent." The 3 figures shuttled through the void quickly, as if they were chasing something. One of the figures suddenly became condensed and quickly headed in one direction. It wasn't until they found a monk dressed in black that they surrounded him. "Elder, leave him to me," a figure said slowly. The elder said worriedly, "Young patriarch, be careful in everything you do." The Holy Son then said, "I'm just a monk in the middle stage of becoming a god. What's the problem?" As he said that, there were roars in his body. In the blink of an eye, his body expanded rapidly and turned into a giant bear. After a moment of silence, he continued to speak. "Don't say that I now have the strength of the late stage of divine transformation. I am just invincible, at the same level of physical cultivation. What big waves can he make?" The figure in black looked tired. He was being chased by 2 monks of the transformation stage and a Dzogchen monk of the nascent soul stage. What he could do was despair. Bang! The Holy Sun slapped the monk, and a huge sound echoed throughout the world. The monk was slapped to death, and not even the nascent soul could survive for a second. After solving it, the Holy Sun came to Qin Ming and said, "Brother Qin, this undercover agent has been solved. I don't know if there are any other tasks to be arranged." Qin Ming grinned and said, "Your efficiency is really too fast, not to mention that there are so many powerful undercovers for you to come. This is already a difficult situation to deal with." The Holy Sun chuckled, but the elder of the Force clan next to him said, "You are so troubled to help the master manage this Shuguang organization. It can be said that it is difficult for you. During this period, we have seen that the entire organization has been managed in an orderly manner, and its strength has been improved step by step. The most important thing is that you collect and cultivate as many resources as possible within your jurisdiction, and also plant a large number of elixirs. You are preparing to lay a good foundation for the master. With these massive resources constantly supplying blood, you can imagine what role they can play." The elder of this Force clan was completely impressed by Qin Ming. It was quite difficult to do all this, but under Qin Ming's arrangement he was able to do it step by step. Qin Ming said with a slight embarrassment, "Do your best. After all, there is only one chance. Even if you know that the hope of winning is slim, you still have to work hard, right? The end of life is death, but there is still a process. As long as you are worthy of this process, you have truly lived." The son and the elder were in awe. On the other side, Xiao Han slowly retracted his hand. The power of creation today was almost exhausted, so naturally he could not continue to cultivate the void god grass. Almost at the same moment, Xiao Qian appeared next to Xiao Han and slightly cupped his hands. "Grandpa Zhu, what you asked me to do has been completed." Xiao Han nodded and said, "Well, let's start the retreat after we're done, and prepare to break through to the divine transformation stage. Look at your sisters, they have all reached the stage of transformation, and you are still lingering in the nascent soul stage. As I told you before, it is the same for others to do these things." Xiao Qian said softly, "I always feel uneasy leaving it to others. It's better to do it myself. All I can do is do everything as well as possible. This is my mission. After all, when it comes to fighting, I can't do it. But if it's to pave the way for the entire Yuyun sect, others can't. Grandpa, I know that you have been cultivating your own cronies, but their speed still cannot keep up with your pace. But now it is enough. There are 49 inner disciples. They are the ones who can trust Grandpa with their lives at any time. If they can play a role in the future, it will be worth it." Xiao Han shook his head helplessly. "This Xiao Qian, this is how he does things." Then he patted Xiao Qian on the shoulder and said, "Go and retreat. I also want to collect the spiritual vein you just found for me." "Yes." Xiao Qian retreated, and Xiao Han quickly went in one direction.
Kia Tan
Was in retreat, and Lu Yen was also in retreat. Everyone felt the changes in Tianxian realm. With the gradual improvement of the rules of the avenue and the rapid improvement of cultivation, the tension in their hearts became more and more intense. Not so many people have too much free time, and it has become a luxury to get together and talk and laugh on weekdays. Lifting and falling again, Xiao Han came to a place with lush vegetation. In a short while, there were still many spiritual medicines. There were also some monsters roaming in it, and as for the Qiling, there were countless, densely gathered together. If there was no fourth-level spiritual vein here, Xiao Han really wouldn't be willing to come here. Thinking of this, Xiao Han slowly raised his hand, and a water-blue hexagram array slowly appeared. The next moment, a large amount of water vapor filled the surroundings. Dry blue ice flame. The moment the 4 words fell, the surroundings burned quickly, and a large amount of dark matter was burned completely. The 5th-level top-grade dry blue ice flame is quite powerful, including those hidden in the corners, which were also burned completely. There was not even a 4th-level Qi Ling around, so it was quite easy to deal with. When the situation here was resolved, Xiao Han formed a seal with one hand, and one array flag after another was thrown out, directly sealing the entire area. Then he punched the ground. Boom! The ground began to collapse, and a faint dragon shadow rose from the ground, as if it had been seriously injured. Although it was a relatively incomplete 4th level spirit vein, it was at least 4th level, and its effect was much better than that of 3rd level. Just as the dragon shadow was hovering in the void, anxiously colliding with the surrounding formations, a huge suction force came from Xiao Han's Dantian, directly sucking the 4th level spirit vein into his Dantian. The little spirit vein dragon was in for another treat. #C2188 Sealing Technique 1. Since the integration of the major forces, all the similar spirit veins have been taken away by all means and quickly divided up by the major forces. There are also some problematic spirit veins which are gradually drying up, or low-level spirit veins and those shrouded by the abyss. He thought about using elixirs to exchange spirit veins with other sects, but this approach is very unfeasible, let alone whether others are willing to exchange. Just the purchase of spirit veins can arouse others' suspicion. With his current strength, he doesn't have to worry about what others will do, but he has to stay as low as possible and not reveal his wealth. The 1st and 2nd level spirit veins can play a negligible role for the current spirit vein dragon, and only the spirit veins beyond the 2nd level are left. This time, Xiao Qian found a problematic 4th level spirit vein. When the spirit vein disappeared in front of him, Xiao Han wanted to sink his consciousness into his Dantian, only to see that the spirit vein dragon was excitedly devouring the problematic spirit vein. Even if Xiao Han came in, he didn't pay any attention to Xiao Han. Just keep pampering it. The voice of Hongmeng Fortune Pearl appeared, and, after a pause, it continued. This little guy is getting more and more disobedient. Aren't you afraid that it will leave completely after it grows up? The tone was full of speculation about the little dragon of the spirit vein. Xiao Han was silent for a moment and said, "It's nothing. Even if it leaves, what can it do? This little guy has saved me several times. The relationship between us is no longer the simplest mutual use relationship at the beginning. Even if it leaves now, what does it matter?" Hongmeng Fortune Pearl replied, "You are open-minded. Then it's up to you." After saying this, Hongmeng Fortune Pearl's subconscious feeling for Xiao Han deepened a little more. After waiting for a while, the little dragon of the spirit vein devoured the spirit vein cleanly, and the excited look was as happy as if it was so happy. Xiao Han's consciousness came out of the Dantian, and then went to the abyss. Since the dark world has not made any moves, let him take the initiative to try. If the entrance to the abyss can be sealed, it will be a huge improvement. Xiao Han stepped forward lightly with his right foot, and as if tearing the space apart, his figure suddenly disappeared. Not even a shadow was left behind. His whole body was restrained, and when he appeared again the next moment, he was already several kilometers away. "I didn't expect to touch the avenue again," Xiao Han muttered in his mouth, and took another step forward. He had been resisting the urge to let the Hongmeng Creation Pearl absorb the Hongmeng Dao Iron just to continuously improve his magic realm, and in recent times, he seemed to see an opportunity for a breakthrough from this iron. This situation is magical, but the fact is that he is only one step away from the return to the Void Realm. A few steps away, Xiao Han arrived at an abyss. Compared with many abysses, the size and danger of this abyss can only be regarded as medium and low. The strongest Qi Ling that appeared from here is only the 4th level Qi Ling. Although this appearance is not particularly regular, at least on the surface it is so. Xiao Han condensed the magic with one hand, and the aqua-blue hexagram array appeared in the void in an instant, and the next moment it completely burned the dark matter near the abyss. For this place where the dark matter covers an area of only a dozen square kilometers, a dry blue ice flame is enough. Countless screams appeared instantly, and many Qi-lings who could withstand the dry blue ice flames surrounded Xiao Han. But these Qi-lings only had the strength of the 3rd level, and there were only a few 4th level Qi-lings. One of the 4th level Qi-lings whispered, "Are you Xiao Han?" Xiao Han stopped the magic that was originally condensing, frowned and asked, "Do you know me?" Although he knew his importance to the dark world, he was not to the point that a Qi-ling would know him. The 4th level Qi-ling spoke again. "It's a bit difficult to know you. No, I will die today, but you don't have to be happy for too long. The good days are still to come, and other Qi-lings will naturally settle accounts with you. You want to try to seal the connection channel. Don't waste your time on this. When the channel is formed, at least you will have the strength of the ancient gods, so there will be some hope." What is the ancient god? Xiao Han's heart was full of doubts. According to the existing information, when Qi-ling reaches the 6th level, they will claim to be in the realm of gods, but there seems to be a distinction in the realm of gods. I only know that the previous Qi-yu is a pseudo-god Qi-ling. What level is this ancient god, the 7th level or the 8th level? Just when Xiao Han wanted to continue asking something, the Qi-lings surrounding him expanded rapidly, and it seemed that they were going to self-destruct. This was something Xiao Han didn't expect. With such a large range spreading for several kilometers, it would be impossible to successfully escape the self-destruction range in such a short time. If it was a few 3rd and 4th level Qi-lings who exploded, Xiao Han could just rely on his body without any defensive means, but so many 3rd and 4th level Qi-lings were enough to hurt him. The khaki 6-pointed star array appeared instantly. Black steel rock. Xiao Han immediately used the black steel rock to protect himself in it, and then 2 more. These Qi-lings were really crazy. Xiao Han only heard the continuous bang, bang sound outside, which gradually stopped after dozens of breaths, and the black steel rock was blown off 2 layers. The scene was in a mess, and the surrounding ground was blown down dozens of meters without even a living plant. If it weren't for the abundant spiritual power of the Tianxian realm, under such frequent battles it would probably take a few years for the Tianxian realm to become barren. Xiao Han believed what Qi-ling said, that the abyss cannot be sealed without the power of the ancient gods, but he did not believe it at all in action. In order to seal the abyss, Xiao Han has made a lot of preparations. If he is really dismissed by this 4th level Qi-ling with a few words, he will not be willing to try. There are actually only a few ways to seal. The first is the long-term sealing technique, which is a technique that can exist for a long time, but it requires a certain amount of spiritual stones to maintain. The second is the permanent sealing technique, which only needs to be released once to seal for a long time. Present, Xiao Han has not mastered this method and has only seen it in ancient books. And the third is the formation, which uses fixed engraving patterns and formation plates and flags. The former is more stable than the latter. This time he came alone, and all the preparations can be completed by one person. He was afraid that calling the other disciples over would cause problems. As for himself, if any problems arise, he can leave at the first time. After a moment of silence, Xiao Han immediately began to condense his magic. He found a 5th-level sealing technique in the ancient magic. It targets various places, etc., but there is no record of abyss passages like this. No matter what, I have to try it. Xiao Han murmured. Earth-sky sealing technique. A yellowish-brown hexagram array appeared in the blink of an eye, directly suppressing the abyss. The size was just right. There were 6 points around the array where the spirit stones were placed. Hashtag C2189 sealing technique 2. Aha! 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 Xiao Han threw hundreds of top-quality spiritual stones in succession without any stinginess. The limit of this formation was only to withstand hundreds of top-quality spiritual stones. He threw the spiritual stones according to the limit. This sealing technique is different from certain attack spells. Can be applied one after another. Only one sealing technique can be released. Xiao Han is instilling spiritual power here, and the spiritual stone over. There is also slowly releasing spiritual power. Under this situation, the engraving of the technique is completely completed. Condensation and engraving are 2 steps. The entire entrance to the abyss was sealed, and no dark matter could be released for a while. It actually succeeded? Xiao Han's face was full of doubts. But at this moment, the entrance to the abyss suddenly contained a soaring evil spirit, and in just one breath, the entire sealing technique was shattered. Moreover, there are countless strange forces that are desperately drilling into Xiao Han's body through the connection between the sealing technique and Xiao Han. Xiao Han suddenly spurted out a mouthful of blood. His whole body was exposed to the severe cold, as if he was going to die from the cold. Bang! There was another dull sound, and the dark matter that had been sealed began to spread towards the surroundings again. In desperation, Xiao Han quickly cut himself off from the abyss. His physical condition was now a little better, and he was no longer so uncomfortable. He originally wanted to try the formation flag seal and the formation seal, but judging from the condition of his body, it seemed that he had already unable to try. If this continues, there is no way to know what will happen to the body, and we can only look for opportunities next time. However, after this attempt, Xiao Han felt in his heart that this hope was slim, and the ghost spirits had already told him the news about what kind of realm the so-called ancient gods were. After pondering for a moment, Xiao Han suddenly felt several terrifying pressures coming from the abyss. He quickly took a few steps and disappeared in place. This feeling should be that of a digital 6th-order demon spirit, and its strength is even slightly higher than the previous demon spirit. If he were at his peak, he could still escape smoothly and even be able to withstand 1 or 2, but he had just been backlashed by the abyss, especially since an unknown force has entered the body. If he takes action rashly in this situation, there will definitely be tragic consequences. Just when Xiao Han was looking for a place to retreat, a pillar of light suddenly appeared from the north. Xiao Han frowned. How could such a strong light beam appear? And this direction seemed to be in the direction of Wanzhong City. How could it be in Wanzhong City? Originally planning to find a place to retreat, Xiao Han quickly gave up the idea. If such a pillar of light soaring into the sky was dangerous, Wanzhong would probably be gone without him. Given Wanzhong City's current status in the Tianshan world, once it is destroyed, it will be a huge blow to the Tianshan world. At least Wanzhong City cannot be allowed to have an accident. But if something happened, why didn't the city lord send him a message? After pondering for a moment, Xiao Han took the initiative to send a message to the city lord, but did not receive a reply. Then he stepped out. Considering that the distance from here to Wanzhong City was not too far, it didn't take long for Xiao Han to arrive at Wanzhong City. This soaring light pillar was not near Wanzhong City, but within Wanzhong City. Xiao Han looked down from above and saw that the light pillar happened to come from the city lord's mansion. The hearing was instantly released. Hey, look at the city lord's mansion. This beam of light has lasted for at least half an hour. Could it be that the city lord is doing some research and has made some elixir or spiritual weapon? Who knows? But this beam of light is too strong. If it is an elixir, it must be at least the 6th level elixir. It looks like it is unlikely to be an elixir or a spiritual weapon. What the hell is that? Do you think it is? Xiao Han frowned, and a guess gradually came into his mind. Just when Xiao Han was about to send another message to ask about the situation, he saw a beautiful shadow appearing in the sky above Wanzhong City. Li Xuan? Xiao Han recognized this figure immediately. This girl was becoming more and more calm now, but she still had great hostility towards him. In fact, apart from the beginning, Xiao Han had a good impression of Li Xuan. In the following years, this girl said she was tough, but in fact she was very good. The most important thing is that his attitude is not as bad as before. Least the relationship between them should not be like this. I saw that Li Yixuan first cast her eyes towards Xiao Han, took a look and then looked away. Xiao Han was stunned. He was hiding his aura. Although the hiding was not very complete, ordinary monks in the transformation stage could not detect him, but Li Yixuan had obviously discovered his existence. His strength has improved by leaps and bounds. Xiao Han shook his head. Gently. Don't panic, everyone. My grandfather broke through to the return to the void realm this time. After finishing speaking, Li Yixuan paused and continued. No one is allowed to approach the city lord's palace during the pass. Once he gets close, he will be killed without mercy. The last 3 words, kill without mercy, have a very strong momentum. Just from the pressure, it is enough to defeat the peak cultivator of the god. Transformation. You're better than your predecessor. Xiao Han muttered softly. Wow. When Li Yixuan told the news that the light pillar was the city lord's breakthrough, the monks became completely excited after a short silence. What news did they hear? The city lord is actually about to break through and step into the realm of returning to the void. You must know that currently in the entire Tianxian world, no monk has broken through to the realm of returning to the void. In an instant, countless noisy voices appeared. After confirming that it was the city lord who broke through, Xiao Han went to the Li clan as long as there was no danger. Hanging Island. Ding, ding, ding. 3 bells slowly appeared on the huge island, and all the birds and beasts within a radius of dozens of kilometers began to run. This bell will only ring when something big happens. The reason why this island is called the Hanging Island is that the entire mountain is suspended in the void. It is not so thorough to say that it is suspended in the air. In fact, the mountain is still connected to the ground. But the thickness is very thin, supporting the mountain, and it looks like it is suspended in the air. A mountain that looks like it is floating is suspended like an isolated island, so it is called the Hanging Island. There is no sect within hundreds of kilometers around the entire island. There is no other reason. It is because this is Shantian Palace, the strongest sect in the past. Even now it is still strong. In the main hall of Shantian Palace, the palace master suddenly opened his eyes and cast his gaze towards Wanzhong City, muttering, "Did you break through first?" Then he continued to close his eyes and began to practice. At the same time, in addition to Shantian Palace, there are many forces quietly paying attention to all this. The various forces have complicated feelings, but overall most people are happy. The stronger the city lord is, the better it is for the human race. When the dark world descends, the human race will have a little more strength to save their lives. #C2190 Kill Qin Ming 1. Dark Realm. Somewhere in the dense forest, a Qiliang was waiting anxiously on the spot, and he was the 7th level Qiliang who was in charge of the Tianxian realm in recent years, known as the Demon God. During this anxious wait, several shadows approached quickly, and soon gathered 3 Qiliangs, each of whom was above the 6th level strength. Demon God. The 3 6th level Qiliangs spoke in unison. The Qi Yao looked at the gathered Qiliangs quietly, and in just a moment he had a thorough understanding of the future Qiliangs. There was no other way, the time was too urgent, so he could only recall so many, and the rest would not be able to come back for a while. If he missed this opportunity, it would be very difficult to find them again. Qi Yao thought so in his heart and quickly said, "According to the news, Xiao Han didn't know whether to live or die and wanted to forcibly seal the abyss. As a result, he was attacked by the abyss and injured himself. This is the best opportunity. In addition, I had already arranged to deal with Xiao Han, but those people gave me a different plan. Xiao Han has a very good relationship with a senior brother named Qin Ming. At this time, our people have already taken action. And you 3 must take action at the critical moment. Remember not to be reckless and let those humans fight among themselves first. Qishan, you lead the team this time. I don't want to see what happened to Chiwei again." The Qi spirit called Xiao Han immediately said, "Yes, it must be act according to the plan, but if we really watch our people being killed, then the slaves we worked so hard to get, wouldn't that be the end of it?" The Qi Yao said nonchalantly, "It's just a return to void cultivator. If we want, we can cultivate as many return to void cultivators as we want, as long as we can kill Xiao Han, it will be fine. As for the price paid, it can be ignored. Besides, sometimes loyalty is more important than ability. If some people have other ideas, we don't mind giving up on them. There are so many people to choose from, and it's not necessary to choose certain people." The Qi Yao seemed to have some ideas and kept talking until he had made his ideas clear. After listening, the Qi Shan nodded and said, "Yes, we will act according to the will of the demon god." After that, he turned his head and looked at the other two and said, "Let's go." The three god realm Qilings quickly disappeared from the spot. Somewhere in the Tianxian realm, two figures were quickly shuttling through the depths of the dense forest, heading to the southernmost part of the Tianxian continent. If you look closely at these two people, you can feel their strong strength. They can walk several kilometers away. The power of destroying mountains and forests is in their every move. "Wu Shan, do you think it is possible for Yuan Meng to ask us to kill Qin Ming?" This time, a figure spoke slowly. The man called Wu Shan paused and then said, "I think it should not be a big problem. After all, the other party is just a Yuanying stage cultivator. Even if there are two Huashan stage cultivators beside him, they can't save him." "Hey, wait. Zhang Hua, what do you mean by this?" Zhang Hua showed an expression of and Wu Shan immediately understood the meaning and said, "Do you mean that Xiao Han will come to save Qin Ming? I don't think there is much hope. We are doing it secretly.
Unless Xiao Han
Is watching Qin Ming, there will be no problem." Wu Shan had a new doubt. "You said that Yuan Meng asked us to kill Qin Ming. If Xiao Han knew about it, would he put the account on us? Is there any need to say this?" Zhang Hua said decisively. Then he continued, "No matter who is responsible, we can't escape. But I don't think there is anything to worry about. With Yuan Meng we are now 5 returned to void cultivators. Why should we be afraid of Xiao Han, who is in the spiritualization stage?" Wu Shan narrowed his eyes and said, "I think it is better not to have a head on conflict. Just follow the thinking of Boss Yuan. The Dark Realm will pretend to be friendly and we will survive here. Secret development is the hard truth. There is no need to fight for the Dark Realm. If you fight for it, you may be abandoned soon. When we have a certain strength, the Dark Realm will have to consider whether there is a replacement even if it wants to abandon us." The two of them talked while they were on the road and soon arrived at the southern border of Tianxian realm. The intelligence clearly stated Qin Ming's location. He was usually in Luyun
sect
as the leader of Luyun sect and the head of the Dawn organization. Qin Ming usually stayed in Luyun sect, but not the previous Luyun sect, but a new one. There are mountains here, and it is also based on a mountain range. The geographical location is excellent. It seems that the concentration of spiritual power is better than the previous location of Luyun sect. At this time, Luyun sect is shrouded in a 6th-level formation. This is a formation that Xiao Han gave to Qin Ming, and the purpose is to ensure the safety of Luyun sect and Qin Ming. Even the Power Clan is still a 5th-level formation. There is no other reason. This 6th-level ancient formation is too powerful, and the materials required are extremely rare. What Xiao Han can gather is only enough for a large formation. Xiao Han had already planned it from the beginning. The distance to the rear is too far, and it is impossible to go back at will. With such a large formation, it is more reassuring. When the two figures appeared outside the formation, the whole formation suddenly made a roar. A huge hum spread instantly, and all the disciples of the entire Luyun sect were as if they were facing a great enemy and moved quickly. Wu Shan and Zhang Hua were wearing black clothes and masks on their faces. This time they looked at this scene quite strangely. Why did such a strange thing happen when they just approached? Why did this formation take the initiative to warn, but there was no time to care about so much at this time? If Qin Ming didn't come out and die obediently, then the formation would be broken. It would cost a huge price for the Qiling, but it was not so difficult for humans, which is why the Qiling played this trick. Internal fighting is always the fastest way to consume the enemy, because only one's own people know one's own people best. After the two looked at each other, Wu Shan suddenly released his pressure and said loudly, "Qin Ming, come out and die quickly. I don't want you to be too embarrassed. Today our two targets are only you. If you don't want the entire sect to be destroyed because of you, then come out obediently." The sound has a strong penetrating power. Even if the Luyun sect is very large, it can be heard clearly in every corner of the Luyun sect and even within a radius of dozens of kilometers near the Luyun sect. Unless there is a soundproof cover. Qin Ming, who was in seclusion and practicing hard, naturally heard the voice. He suddenly opened his eyes and appeared under the formation in a flash, quietly looking at the two figures in black. At the same time, the top combat power in Luyun sect was also gathering rapidly. From the pressure, it can be felt that the strength is extremely strong, and it should be a peak-level cultivator of the spiritualization stage. Such a big enemy must be dealt with all one's heart and soul. The elders and the saint of the power clan also appeared in the void. On the Luyun sect side, there were a total of 13 spiritualization stage cultivators, but most of them had just broken through to the early stage of the spiritualization stage. #C2191 kill Qin Ming 2. Inside Luyun sect, countless cultivators gathered quickly and cast their eyes into the void. The man in black stood facing several Luyun sect leaders. In the face of this situation, except for the two cultivators in seclusion, all the top combat forces must appear. Except for the sect master Qin Ming, the 11 Luyun sect leaders are all cultivators in the early stage of transformation. The other two are Zhou Zhenhua, the saint of the human race, and Zhou Ping, the elder of the Li clan. The two are the hope of this crisis. Each of them can deal with a peak cultivator of transformation alone. Hey, look, almost all the high-level people of Luyun sect are here. Are we blind? Do we need you to remind us? The people who are shouting outside the formation probably don't know that we have external aid now. Nonsense. Would they be so arrogant if they knew we had external aid? Those two are invincible in the same realm of the spiritualization realm. Currently, there is not even one return to void cultivator in the entire Tianxian realm. I think they are just jumping clowns this time. And our formation, last time I saw several 5th-level Qiling attack us, but in the end, the formation did not move at all. Later, the external aid arrived and killed 2 5th-level Qiling. Hiss, it is said that our formation is the only 6th-level formation. Fuck, is this true or false? Do I have to lie to you? It was given by our sect master, the former Yuyun Patriarch. The one who lives in the legend the Yuyun Patriarch Xiao Han mentioned. Above, this time our headmaster came back with 2 foreign aides sent by Yuyun Patriarch. I'll tell you secretly, those 2 are all Yuyun Patriarch's servants. You don't know that the scene of dozens of Huajin stage cultivators kneeling down and calling the master was really exciting. I heard that there were less than 10 of them. Is it important? It's not important. The important thing is that the 2 people who shouted today can only leave with hatred, and may even be killed by our people. I really don't know where they came from. They shouted. I think they should be those unwilling undercovers in the organization, or more accurately, slaves of the dark world. I don't know where they invited foreign aid from. At the moment when the cultivator's voice fell, there was an extremely strong pressure over the entire Luyun sect in an instant, and many foundation building cultivators immediately spit out blood. Just a pressure made many foundation building cultivators spit out blood. Before all the cultivators came to their senses, a large number of Jindan Stage cultivators also spit out blood. As for the Qi refining cultivators, they just fell down one by one for no apparent reason. Soon everyone came to their senses, and the confusion in their eyes turned into fear. These fainted disciples are dead, without any breath. Can everyone still hold on? I feel something is wrong with me now. This is definitely not a cultivator in the spiritualization stage. Who can tell me what happened? The entire Luyun sect was completely in fear, and countless cultivators who could still move were desperately crawling to a safe place. A pressure can still force cultivators below the nascent soul stage to spit blood under the 6th level sect protection formation. Boom! Just as everyone was discussing, a roar suddenly emerged from the body of the Son of God in the void, and his body quickly expanded. He stepped into the void, and his figure suddenly appeared in the front, punching out fiercely, and the formation seemed to have opened a gap. The fist shadow whistled out directly and hit the two figures in front of him. One of the figures waved his hand lightly, and easily resolved the attack. The Holy Sun narrowed his eyes and said, "What should we do? If we continue, the entire Luyun sect will probably be finished. This pressure is simply unbearable. It is definitely a top-level strength." Qin Ming did not hesitate at all, and began to send a message without saying a word. The target of the message was Xiao Han. It is suspected that two masters of the Return to Void Realm suddenly attacked the Luyun sect. Please help. The content of the message was very short. Regardless of whether Xiao Han would come or not, just convey the message. Do your best and leave it to fate. He has felt the pressure of the peak of the God transformation stage, even if he has felt it at half a step back to the void. There is absolutely no such pressure. The only explanation is that this pressure is most likely from a real return to void cultivator. Although this seems impossible, there is no evidence to prove it, and there is no so-called anomaly. After sending the message, Qin Ming spoke loudly. Everyone except the cultivators of the God transformation realm hide in the shelter, and the Yuanying cultivators help retreat. Qin Ming's voice was steady. Even in the face of such a situation, he would not panic in the future. The huge pressure continued. Qin Ming looked at the people around him. Soon, those divine transformation cultivators understood Qin Ming's meaning and sent their pure spiritual power to the formation. Qin Ming tried his best to mobilize the formation to resist the pressure from the opposite side. At this time, the situation of the entire Luyun sect was better. At least no cultivators in the Qi training stage continued to fall. The spread of this pressure was contained. Many cultivators retreated quickly. Qin Ming had expected all this. When the crisis came, everyone had a place to hide. Once the top combat forces were killed or injured, they would go to a safe place through the teleportation.
Formation.
All the sects of the Dawn organization were arranged in this way. Qin Ming paused and looked at Zhou Zhenhua and Zhou Ping and said again, "Please help the two of you outside the formation. If you encounter any danger, retreat immediately into the formation." After that, he looked at the two in the void and said, "I don't know who you are and why you care so much about my life. If you can give me a reasonable explanation, I can consider handing myself over to you." "Heh!" A cold shout came out of Wu Shan's mouth, and then he increased his pressure again and said, "Do you think you are qualified to negotiate with us? To be honest, if it wasn't too much trouble, I would destroy your formation and your Luyun sect right now. But you are my only target. If you want to drag Luyun sect to be buried with you, it's not impossible." Qin Ming smiled and said, "Since you two think you can break this formation, why don't you try it? Why bother talking so much nonsense to me? Or do you have no confidence? Two cultivators in the Return to Void Realm dare not break our sect's formation." Qin Ming became nervous after he finished speaking. While he was asking questions, he also had a little gambling in his heart. Sure enough, when Qin Ming finished speaking, the original pressure suddenly weakened a little, and then returned to its original state. Another figure said, "You are just talking nonsense. Since you have already guessed that we are returning to void, why don't you give up resistance?" Zhang Hua did not intend to hide anything. Under the current circumstances, it is meaningless not to admit that he is a returning to void cultivator. He was prepared to expose his strength before coming. As long as no one recognizes them, it doesn't matter. For the outside world, it has always been believed that the top 10 seats of the Ranger organization are only transformation of the spirit cultivators. That means that as long as they are not defeated, their identities will not be exposed. As for Xiao Han, it is still a question whether they can hold on until Xiao Han comes. #C2192 Kill Qin Ming 3. Hearing the other party's answer, Qin Ming was shocked. He didn't expect it to be true. These two were the return to void cultivators. There has never been a precedent in the entire Tianxian realm. Even the third strongest city lord had just received news that he was breaking through to the return to void realm. Where did these two return to void cultivators come from? Unless there is only one possibility, these two should be from the dark realm. I have heard that there are humans in the dark realm, but humans are the food of the demons and are enslaved. Find a few obedient ones among these humans and cultivate them. So why do they have to come to kill me? There is only one possibility. Qin Ming immediately sent a message to Xiao Han, and the crisis has been resolved. Now he is full of regrets in his heart, regretting that he sent a message to Xiao Han without thinking it through. He came up to find me. Isn't this purpose obvious? The other party's purpose is not me but Xiao Han behind me. If Xiao Han is called now, then Qi Ling will join forces with the two return to void cultivators and Xiao Han will be in danger. He can only pass some simple words to Xiao Han. The more he said, the less Xiao Han believed it. As long as Xiao Han is still alive, even if the entire Luyun sect and the entire Shuguang organization are destroyed, there is hope for the human race, and Xiao Han must not be in trouble. To his disappointment, when this message was sent out, he soon received a message from Xiao Han, saying that he would come soon. Things have come to this point, and it is too late to regret. Qin Ming can only cast his eyes on the two people outside the formation. You don't need to waste your breath. If you want to kill me, break this formation first. Qin Ming is full of confidence in this 6th level formation. This is a formation that can resist return to void cultivators. At least it should give those disciples time to retreat. Just now he has sent a message to let those disciples retreat quickly. However, all these take time. Even if Xiao Han doesn't come, they can't sit and wait for death. And he still needs to support this formation. He doesn't believe the other party's words at all. If he really kills himself and lets go of the entire sect, then he is willing to do so. But how can such a person's words be believed? Senior Zhou, I hope you can help me, Qin Ming suddenly said. He not only has the control of the formation but also has the spiritual power of more than a dozen spiritual transformation cultivators to mobilize. If he uses it well, he may really be able to cause harm to the returning cultivators. I saw a sharp spear gradually condensed on the formation. This 6th level formation not only has amazing defense but also has a variety of attack methods. Just as Zhou Zhenhua was about to make a move, he was stopped by Zhou Ping and said, "Young patriarch, leave it to me this time. You can't get into trouble." For the entire power clan, in addition to the master not being able to get into trouble, the most important thing is the Son of God. The Son of God is not only responsible for the hope of the power clan, but also the hope of the entire human race. At the moment of leaving the formation, Zhou Ping had already completed the transformation into a giant bear. Even if he could not defeat the two in front of him, he could still seek a glimmer of hope under the extremely strong defense. Almost at the same time, Zhou Ping's attack and the spear arrived at the same time. Zhang Hua was slightly startled, and his face under the mask changed. Slightly. Soon, a spell was condensed in front of him. Absolute Earth Domain. A yellowish-brown hexagram appeared, and a large amount of sand came out of the star array, forming a tiny domain. The spear was stuck in the middle, and Zhou Ping's attack was successfully blocked. Qin Ming in the formation frowned. The problem was more serious than he thought. This was already the strongest attack, but it still could not cause any harm to the two. Thinking of this, Qin Ming once again input a large amount of spiritual power and thrust the spear forward. The entire domain was shaken. This sudden attack caught the opponent off guard. The spear brushed past the opponent's face, causing countless flesh and blood, and the whole face was almost wiped off half. The other half was a mask. The man's face was recovering quickly after being injured, and another new mask reappeared on his face. He looked at Qin Ming and said gloomily, "You forced me to do this." Then a more terrifying pressure fell instantly. Qin Ming hurriedly said, "Senior, give up the attack." Everyone switched to defense. After feeling this pressure, Qin Ming completely gave up the idea of fighting with the other party. This is no longer a situation where a fight can be fought. The gap between the spiritualization stage and the return to void stage cultivators is like a natural chasm. Except for the monster like Xiao Han, no one can cross the level to kill people. Zhou Ping nodded, and when he was about to return to the formation, a flying sword directly pierced Zhou Ping's huge body, and blood flowed out of Zhou Ping's body. Zhanghua joked, "Since you are out, why go back to the tortoise shell?" The whole flying sword suddenly rotated in Zhou Ping's body, like a meat grinder, and a huge hole was made in Zhou Ping's stomach. Ah, the painful sound echoed throughout the Lu Yun sect. The Holy Sun Yu's eyes were red as he punched again and again, but in the eyes of the other party, this kind of attack was like a child punching an adult with his fist, which was not painful. Zhou Zhenhua went towards Zhou Ping, who was falling down, but Zhou Ping seemed to be seriously injured. The giant bear transformation was lifted, and his entire stomach did not recover as quickly as usual. A lot of blood flowed down, but the bowl-sized hole recovered very slowly. Zhou Zhenhua quickly took out a porcelain bottle and took out a pill from it. Zhou Ping saw the pill and said with difficulty, "No, this pill is for you to save your life." However, Zhou Zhenhua didn't care whether it was life-saving or not, and stuffed it directly into Zhou Ping's mouth. Only at this moment did the bleeding speed of the wound slow down. 1 hour ago, in the Li clan, Xiao Han returned to the secret room in a flash. When he learned that the huge light column was the breakthrough of the city lord, he put down his hanging heart and decisively returned to Yuyun sect. According to ancient records, the time required for the advancement of the spirit transformation to the return to the void realm is not fixed, and there is no accurate answer to the specific time. Unlike the promotion of the nascent soul to the spirit transformation stage, the longer the thunder tribulation is endured, the more benefits are obtained. Return to the void is not like this. Some people can even return to the void in one step and have extremely strong strength. There are also cases where some people spend several years but are still very weak when they enter the return to the void. After thinking for a while, Xiao Han began to prepare to see all kinds of necessary elixirs, barriers, and soundproof covers. After making all preparations, Xiao Han began to heal himself. He did not choose to enter the blue jade pendant to speed up time, but simply recovered. Now time is not very urgent, just recover slowly. The violent energy is still shuttling quickly in the body. Just now it has not been suppressed, and it has formed a certain climate. Even the world's own spiritual power is not easy to suppress. This energy seems to have self-awareness, attacking or hiding. For a while Xiao Han has no way to deal with it. Hashtag C2193 kill Qin Ming. 4. Poof! Xiao Han suddenly spurted out a mouthful of black blood. Just now, because I was too aggressive, I tried to use my spiritual power to force the energy out of my body, but in the end, it aroused resistance from that energy. As the physical problems became more and more serious, Xiao Han tried many methods, including using the power of creation, and the power of creation did have some effects. It's just that this speed is too slow. If it continues at this speed, it will take at least a year to completely dissolve the energy in the body, and it will take all one's heart and soul to eliminate this energy. Judging from the current situation, if there is only 1 year, even if you enter the small world, you can only speed up 3 times at most. In fact, it will take 4 months. Xiao Han had no choice but to sink his consciousness into his dantian. After entering dantian, he informed the good fortune bead of his current situation in an attempt to get the answer from the good fortune bead. This kind of thing is actually easy to handle. You are just suffering from energy backlash. If you have huge energy in your body again, the backlash of energy can be easily solved. Listening to what Hongmeng Good Fortune Pearl said, Xiao Han was very confused. There are many forms of huge energy, and he didn't know what it was exactly. Xiao Han asked quietly, for example, wouldn't it be possible to borrow the energy of the spiritual dragon? The Hongmeng Good Fortune bead responded softly. The spiritual dragon provides external energy. It's not that you can't try it, but the Hongmeng Good Fortune bead stretched out his voice. Xiao Han quickly asked, what's wrong? Are there any restrictions? The Hongmeng Creation Pearl said quietly, it's just that the amount required is too large. In your current situation, there is indeed a chance of success, but it is less than 1%. There is a high probability that due to the collision of 2 huge energies, your body will eventually explode. But it doesn't matter if it explodes, you still have a clone as long as you still have breath. Xiao Han felt regretful in his heart. Why did he ask about the Hongmeng Fortune bead? Isn't this asking in vain? The Hongmeng Fortune bead said again, okay, there is another way. If you can step into the realm of returning to the virtual world, the huge energy in that moment can indeed force the energy out of your body. The rest is consumed little by little with the help of the power of creation. As before, Xiao Han decisively ignored the Hongmeng Fortune bead. He was angry with him today, but there must be nothing he could do. It seems that we can only use the power of creation to clear it away bit by bit, Xiao Han muttered, and the moment he left his spiritual consciousness, he directly entered the blue jade pendant. This is not the time to be stingy with the power of space, and if it really accelerates, it's not a big loss overall. The moment he stepped into the blue jade pendant, there was a prosperous scene. In front of him, the 4 holy beasts were flying in the void and became the holy beasts in the blue jade pendant. After such a long time, many disciples from the temporary sect outside the Li clan were screened out who voluntarily entered the blue pattern jade pendant. They live and develop here, cultivate and practice, and have developed this place into a paradise. Large medicinal fields are spread neatly throughout the space, as well as edible monsters. All available resources in the space have been utilized. Xiao Han also had a cave here. After a little exploration of the situation, here Xiao Han quietly accelerated the speed here. The power of creation is being worn away little by little, and the energy is slowly dissipating. The speed was quite fast at the beginning, but it became slower and slower as time went by. As if feeling something, he huddled in a certain place desperately to block the erosion of the power of creation. A month later, Xiao Han was using the power of creation to sharpen the energy, bit by bit. However, at this moment, Xiao Han received a message. When he saw the content of the message, Xiao Han narrowed his eyes slightly and murmured. A monk in the Void Return realm unexpectedly appeared. Xiao Han did not have any doubts about Qin Ming's message. There is no point in lying on this matter. Even if the opponent's strength is misjudged, the problem still cannot be solved on the basis that the 2 gods are invincible at the same level, which means that the problem is indeed quite serious. Xiao Han immediately stopped processing the energy. After spending this time, he had suppressed the energy in a corner. Temporary suppression was still possible. Taking one step at a time and several steps out, Xiao Han's figure rushed over there quickly, with his strength that was about to enter the realm of returning to the virtual world, coupled with the earth-shrinking technique. His speed had reached an extremely terrifying state. It won't take long at full speed to arrive. After a while, Xiao Han received another message. After staying for a moment, Xiao Han headed towards Luyun's sect again. Ha! Xiao Hanin murmured. Did you also think of this problem? There are no return-to-void cultivators in the entire Tianxian realm, so the most likely ones are those from the dark world. He wanted to kill Qin Ming but forced him to appear, and he was in the southernmost range. This also means that he will lose a large number of monks in the transformation stage as his backing, which is really shrewd. As for why the humans in the dark world were not allowed to take action before, Xiao Han did not know this yet. After all, it should be easier for humans to break the formation of the Tianxian world. After another moment of silence, Xiao Han suddenly accelerated. On the other side, Zhou Zhenhua helped Zhou Ping stabilize his injuries before helping to resist together. He almost killed an invincible monk who had transformed into a god in a single encounter, but still managed to kill himself with the help of a powerful elixir. Under such circumstances, I really don't know how long they can hold out. The teleportation array will take some time, and they must hold on. In this situation, unless the top combat forces retreat at the first opportunity, they will face death. Or they can just quietly resist here like they are now until they can no longer resist. Under the mask, Zhang Hua decisively transmitted his voice. Don't waste time. Let's attack together. Looking at the other party, they are ready to die. I think it should be to cover the retreat of their disciples. However, Wu Shan was a little hesitant. After a moment of silence, he transmitted his voice. This formation looks not simple. Once the formation is broken, it will inevitably face a certain backlash. Although the backlash is not big, it is easy to shake our foundation. By then, we will have no chance to make progress. With Yuan Meng's mentality, we will definitely be treated as pawns, squeezed to the last bit of value, and finally abandoned. That's why we said to attack together. We just need to find a way to open a gap and kill Qin Ming. Zhang Hua exchanged glances and continued. Don't forget, our mission is only to kill Qin Ming. The two discussed again and again before deciding on this matter. After a moment of silence, they attacked together. Two magics appeared in the void at the same time with the khaki hexagram formation in the back and the golden hexagram formation in the front. A huge cone appeared from the golden hexagram array. With a swoosh, it was nailed on the array. Boom! The violent roar echoed, and the whole array trembled violently. The next moment, a huge stone hammer appeared in the khaki hexagram array. The stone hammer slowly raised and smashed towards the huge cone. Everyone's heart was in their throat. This combination of magic was the most disgusting. Can this array withstand such a strong attack? #C2194, not that simple. Ding! The stone hammer hit the huge cone directly, making a crisp sound, and with a boom, the whole formation shook violently again. Just as everyone was watching this scene nervously, the formation showed no signs of being damaged. There was nothing else except the shaking. The two figures in the void first cried out in surprise, and soon cast a sharp gaze. The huge stone hammer seemed to have a second power and hit it again. But there was still no sign of breaking. At this time, the disciples of the entire Luyun sect had basically disappeared nearby, or to be more precise, the living monks disappeared nearby, but those who had died could only lie here. In this emergency, even if you can use the storage bag to collect such a little time, it is precious. If you waste a little more time, you don't know what kind of danger you will face next. Qin Ming naturally felt the situation below, and he was a little relieved. But There were still a large number of disciples who had not left the teleportation array, and they had to hold on no matter what. Fortunately, judging from the current situation, it is indeed not easy for the other party to break the formation, even facing this combination of magic. They have not been able to break it. You have to know that these are two returning to the void cultivators, and the combination of magic cannot cause any damage to the formation, which is evident. As long as the formation is still there, the cultivators behind him will not panic. After all, they are all promoted by him. To be more precise, he gave them the opportunity to achieve the transformation of the gods, even if this relationship is not stable, but as long as the formation is there, they can wait for Xiao Han's support. Now, although he really doesn't want Xiao Han to come and even wants to scold Xiao Han and scold him away, he has some feelings in his heart. The two people in the void looked at each other again, and condensed magic. Again, this time it was 4, not the previous 2. The huge cone appeared again. The 2 cones were tightly blocked, and at the same time 2 huge stone hammers hit the cone together. Zhang Hua sneered. I admit that the defense of this formation is beyond our expectations. But if you think you can defend it like this, you are really thinking too much. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Hua felt a little pain on his face. The formation trembled twice again, and then there was no movement. This is a slap in the face. Wu Shan was silent for a moment and took the initiative to send a voice message. It seems that this formation does have some tricks. I feel that it has already deviated from the level of the 5th level formation. It seems that we can't break the formation easily. Although we don't have much dark matter, once we suffer a backlash, it will be enough to drink a pot. Zhang Hua nodded slightly and sent a voice message. This formation is very likely to be a 6th level formation, but there is no 6th level formation in Wanzhong City. Where did the formation here come from? When the voice message fell, the two thought of a possibility at the same time. Wu Shan paused and said, use all your strength to break a gap in the formation. Just kill Qin Ming and leave immediately. This backlash should be enough to withstand it. Dark Realm. Near a dense forest, the demon was looking coldly at the dozens of demons around him. After a moment of silence, he said, it's really difficult to gather you all. The demons just lowered their heads and dared not refute at all. Qi Yao had an expression that said, I'm not happy with you guys. After a pause, he said again, I think you're all busy developing your own kingdom of God. Yes, it's true for your own strength, but you have to understand that while you're developing, it's the will of the dark world that's providing for you. And the dark world also needs blood supply. From today on, you pseudo-gods will take turns on duty. I'm going to gather at least 10 of you as quickly as possible. Okay. Get out, Qi Yao said and waved his hand. The more he thought about this kind of thing, the more he regretted it. Who knew that Xiao Han would be so stupid to seal the abyss? No normal person would think of this. Until all the Qilings left, another equally powerful Qiling appeared next to Qi Yao from the darkness. After seeing this, Qi Yao whispered, Qi Xen, are you here to laugh at me? If you are, then you can rest assured, I am indeed quite funny. Qi Xen shook his head and said, I never thought that you, whom I regard as my opponent, would be so easily decadent. To be honest, I am a little disappointed. What do you know? Qi Yao was like a cat whose tail was stepped on. He suddenly exploded and said quickly, you don't understand how difficult the current problem is. Things are far from as simple as I thought. What's so difficult about it? It's just to kill Xiao Han. Qi Xian seemed indifferent. If it was his turn, it would not be like this at all. No, with the current state of Tianxian realm, it is already the limit to be able to descend 5 divine realm Qiling at the same time. If the resistance is too fierce, it will inevitably attract the chain of order of Tianxian realm. Qi Yao said helplessly. After saying this, Qi Yao was silent for a moment before continuing. Last time, Xiao Han was able to fight the three-god realm Qilings on equal terms. Not to mention now, Xiao Han's growth rate is too fast. As long as they choose to defend the formation, we have no way to stop them, even if we can forcibly slaughter the other top combat forces except Xiao Han. That will also cause great damage to the strength of the Dark Realm. As long as Xiao Han is still alive, it is only a matter of time to train another batch. Xiao Xian also frowned slightly. It seemed to be much more complicated than expected, and he quickly said, "You don't mean to let the human race fight among themselves. If it doesn't work, you can arrange a few gods to join forces with the human race in the Tianxian realm. Didn't you train some human masters? Although there is dark matter in your body, the backlash should be smaller. At worst, you will just become an abandoned child. As long as we can kill that Xiao Han." The monster smiled bitterly and said, "I want to do this too, but the human race in the Tianxian realm has been cultivated with great difficulty. Even if you do it regardless of the cost, you may not be able to gain anything. Not to mention that those guys still pretend to be Xiao Jujiu in their hearts. Although they are good at doing things, they still care about their own lives first." Jia Xian said again, "If that doesn't work, just send our human masters from the dark world over. I think it will be no problem to gather a dozen void return monks in a short time." The demon shook his head again and said, "You will find out when you take your turn. Let's not talk about the richness of dark matter in our human monks. The most important thing is that the strength that comes can't really solve the problem. That Xiao Han grew up too fast. Although he paid attention to it at the beginning, he did not do anything corresponding. Now it is too late to regret. I can only hope for this opportunity to see if I can get rid of Xiao Han. We will wait until this time." After the demon finished speaking, it seemed as if he had some cruel intentions. Xiao Xian shook his head. He was the next one to take the turn. The problems that Xiao Yao faced would also be the problems that he faced. Coming here today was not just for a look. The news was equally important. #C2195 Deceiving Superiors and Subordinates. In the conversation just now, Qi Xian had already obtained a lot of information. As for why Qi Yao did not report these problems, Qi Xian could also guess some of it. After all, even if it was him, he would not report the real situation. He could only inquire about the news, prepare in advance, and try to solve the problem during his shift. Even if he could not solve it, he had to try his best to avoid any problems during his shift. The most important thing is to save his life first. Thinking of this, Qi Xian dissipated directly into the void, and the Qi Yao shook his head. In fact, he could think of Qi Xian coming here to inquire about some news. It's just that the pressure during this period is too great, and Qi Xian and he are the same kind of Qiling, so there will be no problems because of these words, not to mention that what he said is not all true or false. What can Qi Xian be sure of? After thinking for a while, Qi Yao continued to think, with various information from Tianxian realm on one side and various information from the Dark Realm on the other side, and analyzed them seriously. Although this is an opportunity, it is full of uncertainties due to insufficient preparation. For this kind of thing, Qi Yao is under great pressure. Even if the situation in Tianxian realm is extremely bad, he will keep it secret for as long as possible to see if he can find an opportunity to solve it. There is no other reason for deceiving the superiors and the subordinates, just not wanting to lose his future and his life. The words have been said, and every time he inquires, the situation is good. And the rule of Tianxian realm is advancing in an orderly manner. Now because of these, he tells the superiors that things are out of control and needs to ask for help. Isn't this slapping himself in the face?
Yuyun sect.
What? Your spiritual power is almost exhausted. Above the void, Qin Ming was shocked after receiving the news from one of the divine transformation cultivators, but he didn't say anything because the other party was transmitting the voice. This obviously doesn't want to let things get out of control. Once he speaks out, it will definitely cause panic. Qin Ming is the same, just transmitting the voice. Soon he got a reply. My spiritual power is recovering too slowly, and it is difficult to replenish spiritual stones. Just as the two were communicating, several other voices were transmitted to Qin Ming, also saying that their spiritual power was almost exhausted. More than a dozen spiritual transformation cultivators plus Qin Ming and the two returning to the void cultivators have been confronting each other for a long time, and now they have reached their limit. Fortunately, the two returning to the void cultivators seem to be afraid of something and never used their full strength, otherwise they would have collapsed long ago. Qin Ming calculated the speed of transmission and had the answer in his mind. Then he spoke loudly. Everyone, from now on, take turns to recover on the spot. The voice seemed low, but with the realm of the two returning to the void cultivators, it was easy to hear. Qin Ming did not intend to conceal this news. As a returning to the void cultivator, if he could not even see this situation, he would not be worthy of being a returning to the void cultivator. After a moment of silence, Qin Ming continued, You don't have to be too nervous. I think you know my purpose. I just want those disciples to retreat safely, and you know their goal, which is nothing more than me. When you can't hold on any longer, I can still support this formation for a while. I think this time is enough for you to leave. Qin Ming's tone was calm when he spoke, and he didn't show any sadness because he was going to die. He had done all the docking. Even if he died now, the Dawn organization would operate as usual, and his departure would not have much impact on the Dawn organization. Facing this result, the various divine transformation cultivators had no choice but to do so, even if they were unwilling in their eyes. Although they could reach this level entirely thanks to Qin Ming, they had already done what they could do, and staying here was just waiting to die. They tried their best. From the panic when Qin Ming spoke at the beginning to the calmness now, the cultivators have accepted the result of the impending failure. The two returning to the void cultivators had been paying attention to this place all the time. It was not until this moment that a glimmer of light flashed in their eyes. Not to mention the transformation of the spiritual stage cultivators of the Luyun sect, even the two of them were almost numb. Various means of attack were frequently used and all methods were tried, but it seemed that as long as there was a strong spiritual power to support it, it could not be really destroyed, or it could not open a gap. Unless they really used all their strength to break the formation, but in that case the two of them would almost die. This risk was too great. Now the two of them saw hope. As time went by, this stalemate continued. Whenever everyone thought that the formation was about to fail, it would always just hold on until all the cultivators were completely exhausted. Qin Ming said as if he was ready to die, Everyone, your time is limited. Leave quickly. When this sentence fell, half of the transformation of the spiritual stage cultivators fled quickly in an instant, but the other half still stood firmly in place. Among them was the Holy Sun. He glanced at Zhou Ping, who was unconscious, with anger in his eyes. It was because of the two returning to the void cultivators in front of him. Otherwise Elder Zhou would not be in trouble. The entire Li clan was a family. Although Zhou Ping had no blood relationship with him, even if he had some blood, it was basically equivalent to being gone, but he was still his family. He would never leave, and swore to fight the other party to the end. Moreover, his grandfather said that if Qin Ming died, his grandfather would pay with his life, so he would not leave at this time. Thinking of this, the Holy Sun immediately mobilized the blood in his body and quickly activated the secret method with a strong blood color on his body. Every cultivator who can reach the God transformation stage has basically mastered a relatively strong method of burning himself before the God transformation stage. When the enemy reaches this point, you have to fight for your life. The several God transformation stage cultivators who stayed for a while all activated their secret methods and madly squeezed the potential in their bodies. In the face of such a violent storm of attacks, they still held up the
Formation.
This place was in a mess. Under this desperate situation, they fell into exhaustion again. Cultivator, who had just entered the god transformation stage, died on the spot because of the exhaustion of blood and essence, and there was no chance of survival. Seeing this scene, Wu Shan and Zhang Hua immediately condensed the magic, and a huge meteorite fell from the sky and finally hit the original magic. When they thought it would be blocked, they heard a click and the formation was broken. Even if the hole was small, it was enough to kill Qin Ming. Wu Shan shouted excitedly, "Qin Ming, you will die today." A flying sword quickly passed through the formation and flew towards Qin Ming. Qin Ming closed his eyes in despair. Not to mention him, even the peak cultivators of the spiritualization realm could not stop this flying sword. He finally came to an end, but he was a little moved in his heart. At least there were still people who did not give up on him and stood by him until the last moment. It was worth it. The atmosphere of the whole scene was extremely cold. The cultivators looked at this scene in despair. Not to mention helping Qin Ming to block it, it was difficult for them to maintain their flight. The formation flickered and it felt like it would completely break at any time, but it was still very stable, leaving only that small hole. #C2196 All of them deserve to die. Swish! The flying sword made a sword sound as it scraped the air. The sharp flying sword was full of murderous intent. It came to Qin Ming in an instant and cut off one of Qin Ming's arms. Qin Ming's face turned pale instantly. He was extremely exhausted from controlling the formation. If it were normal, breaking an arm would not be a big deal. He could take some pills and reattach it quickly, but he couldn't do it now. Before he could slow down a little, the flying sword flew out again and scraped Qin Ming's arm. Another arm passed through the void, and Qin Ming's other arm was also cut off. Qin Ming shouted in a low voice. Wu Shan in the void looked a little excited, and his whole face looked a little crazy. It had been so long, and the two of them had been attacking the formation for so long. They were already anxious. If they didn't torture Qin Ming, they would be unhappy. Hiding in the dark for a long time, you need some opportunities to vent from time to time. Zhang Hua was a little dazed and anxious when he saw Wu Shan like this, and he quickly shouted, "Hurry up! My support gap is very difficult. Don't mess up. And you have to kill Qin Ming quickly. There is only a short chance. If you fail to kill him, you should know the consequences for you and me." Wu Shan's expression became more crazy. He didn't want to say anything when he heard Zhang Hua say this, but if Zhang Hua didn't help, this formation would either be broken by force or closed quickly. How could he release his anxiety? In his heart, after a moment of silence, Wu Shan slowly said, "Why are you panicking? The moment I slashed the first sword, Qin Ming's fate was doomed. Before he dies, let me play with him for a while and give full play to his surplus value." Zhang Hua seemed to understand Wu Shan's meaning and whispered, "Do you mean that the sword is coated with poison? There are still problems in your heart, and it's still so annoying." Wu Shan smiled and said, "You and I are people walking in the dark after all. The long-term darkness has caused various problems. Whether you want to hurt yourself or others is your choice. And there is nothing wrong with me doing this, but everyone has their own choices." After saying this, Zhang Hua stopped talking. After a pause, he spoke again. "Hurry up." He had given up discussing this issue with Wu Shan. It was like this every time. He had the same troubles, but he preferred to put them somewhere else instead of enjoying this perverted killing. When the two were communicating, the flying sword flew out again and chopped off Qin Ming's two legs. At this time, Qin Ming was already dying and fell directly to the ground. The Holy Sun's eyes were full of anger, but he could do nothing but watch this happen. The other monks simply gave up the defense formation. It had come to this point, and there was no point in continuing. Qin Ming shouted weakly, "Go! I have no chance to survive. Their target is Only me. Go. As he spoke, Qin Ming kept looking at the Holy Sun's position. Everyone here could die, but the Holy Sun could not. As the hope of the Tianxian realm, he must live. The only two who could move were the two divine transformation monks. After hesitating for a moment, they could only leave slowly. Even if the speed was very slow, the two were not interested in them, so it was easy for them to leave. The Holy Sun looked at Qin Ming, and then at the elders beside him. In this case, the elders could only die if they could not get timely treatment. And Qin Ming looked like he had no hope of survival at all. His limbs were all broken, and his face looked like he had some poison. His whole face was covered with green lines which looked particularly hideous. After a moment of silence, the Holy Sun slowly said, "Today I will live and die with you too. Let him live alone secretly, and he will be greatly condemned in the future. If he can't even protect the people around him, what hope can he talk about? For mankind, it's better to die like this." Wu Shan was more interested in the Holy Sun. After a few glances, he retracted his gaze. It was really boring. It would be more fun to kill Qin Ming. This Qin Ming has a good relationship with Xiao Han, so this behavior is a provocation to Xiao Han. Zhang Hua narrowed his eyes at the Holy Sun, and then, as if he thought of something, he said directly, "Kill that one too. He looks like the Holy Sun." This time, killing the Holy Sun, by the way, is a great achievement. I can't hold on any longer, and the backlash has begun to appear. Wu Shan said with some regret. "Forget it. Let's stop here today. You all go to hell." Swish! The flying sword flew out again, shuttling quickly in the void. However, at this moment, a yellowish-brown hexagram array appeared from the void, and a figure walked out of it the next moment. This figure had a very strong pressure, and several magics came overwhelmingly. In an instant, and Wu Shan and Zhang Hua were suppressed and vomited blood on the spot. The flying sword in the big array also stopped moving and fell straight to the ground. Originally, the tip of the sword was pointing directly at the Holy Sun, and Wu Shan was just about to kill the Holy Sun. The two looked at this figure, and their eyes were shocked at the same time. He was not Xiao Han, the two said in unison. Fear gradually appeared in their eyes. With the two of them who were at the initial stage of returning to the void, it was impossible for them to defeat Xiao Han. Swish! 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 Several deadly needles appeared in front of the two people's faces and stopped. Xiao Han calmly stepped forward and looked at Zhang Hua and Wu Shan with cold eyes. When he was about to arrive, he had a clear insight into the situation here. These two people deserve to die. Clang! The fatal needle shook violently and made a sound, and the killing intent suddenly rose. However, just when the two were about to resist, the fatal needle turned around and stabbed directly into the connection between their arms and shoulders. A force of good fortune was quietly input. Xiao Han said coldly, "I said Qin Ming can't die, so he can't die. What are you?" When the fatal needle disappeared, Lu Shan didn't seem to find anything wrong with his body. Could it be that Xiao Han was a silver spear candle? After a little feeling, there was still no problem. So he said in a deep voice, "Hee, I thought you were a tough guy, but it turns out that you are just like this. I said Qin Ming must die today. He has been poisoned by my highly toxic pill, and no one has been able to solve this pill so far. Let's see if you have the ability to save him." Hee. Xiao Han shouted coldly, stretched out his hand and grabbed Qin Ming, and the elder was also with him. After seeing Xiao Han, the Holy Sun was silent for a moment and then knelt down and said, "Master, Elder Zhou Ping needs a place to rest." Xiao Han just nodded, looking at the scene where Qin Ming's limbs were cut off and Zhou Ping's abdomen was pierced with a hole, which could not heal itself. The ground was covered with dead bodies of monks, and there were even familiar faces among them, and all of this was done by the two guys in front of him. Xiao Han's eyes showed murderous intent, and several deadly needles flew out. again piercing directly into the legs of the two people. At the moment of piercing, the power of destiny was triggered. Wu Shan and Zhang Hua instantly lost their ability to move. C2197 This madman. The two of them were horrified. The scene just now was too bizarre and strange. There was nothing, but they lost control of their bodies. No matter how they mobilized the spiritual power in their bodies and tried to control their limbs, they could not do it. They even felt pain. The more they resisted the pain, the more intense it became, as if they would be killed by the pain in the next moment, but their heads were clear and there was no sign of coma. This pain was deep in their bones. Wu Shan's body was shaking all the time, and he said slowly, "How did you do?" Xiao Han ignored Wu Shan's question, looked at Qin Ming's appearance, and immediately took out several pills from the blue pattern jade pendant. Each pill had 9 cloud patterns on it. Then he lifted up the limbs on the ground. Under the effect of the pills, Qin Ming's broken limbs healed at a speed visible to the naked eye, and soon his body returned to its original appearance. However, the situation inside the body was still bad. It was still very difficult to restore the limbs to their previous appearance. Xiao Han had seen this kind of poison in the 10,000 Pills Classic, and it was extremely overbearing. Fortunately, he had the corresponding elixir, otherwise Qin Ming would have died here today. The only problem was that he had wasted too much time, and now the various situations were still unclear. After swallowing the elixir, Qin Ming recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the hideous green lines on his face also quickly receded until he became normal. Looking at Qin Ming, Xiao Han said, "Stay in my little world. You won't die. With me here, just wait quietly, and let me deal with them. I will make them suffer 1,000 times more than you." In this case, Xiao Han could only put Qin Ming into the little world and use the little world to slow down and delay for a certain period of time. Qin Ming nodded gently, his eyes full of trust, as if Xiao Han said it was true. Xiao Han quickly put Qin Ming into the blue-veined jade pendant. After doing all this, Xiao Han came to Zhou Ping's side, checked Zhou Ping's situation a little, and then said with a light exclamation, "What's going on?" The Holy Sun naturally knew what Xiao Han was curious about, and hurriedly explained, "Master, I gave the elder a life-extending pill. This pill has been passed down by the Power Clan since ancient times. Each pill is extremely precious. As long as there is still a breath after taking this pill in a safe place, as long as there is enough time, it can be completely restored to its original state. Now you just need a place to rest. This pill is called the Immortal Soul pill, which can even repair the consciousness, and this one is the last one of the entire Power Clan." Xiao Han expressed his understanding and refreshed his concept of the Holy Soul. If this pill was given to someone else, he would never take it for others, even his relatives. You have to know that this is life, but the Holy Sun was very decisive and gave it to an elder in the clan. After a moment of silence, he said, "Don't worry and go and heal your wounds. Elder Zhou Ping will be fine." Xiao Han also put Elder Zhou Ping into the blue jade pendant, which was the safest place. "Immortal Soul pill, it's really good." Xiao Han looked at the two again, and their bodies trembled violently. At this moment, they had emotions that were more terrifying than death. Zhang Hua said impatiently, "Xiao Han, I just assisted and didn't do anything excessive. I don't ask to live. I just ask you to give me a quick death." At first, he still had a certain fluke mentality in his heart and always felt that he could still fight with Xiao Han, but when Xiao Han appeared and a few spells were shot, he began to feel despair in his heart. This is not at the same level at all. How can a monster like Xiao Han exist? Wu Shan, however, went crazy from the initial fear and shouted, "Come on, torture me in various ways. I really enjoy it too much. You must think of more ways, otherwise I will be unhappy." Zhang Hua listened to the corners of his mouth twitching. This madman Xiao Han still controlled the heaven and earth technique to suppress them. In fact, the two lost control of their bodies. The main reason was that Xiao Han used the power of creation to cut off the other party's perception of spiritual power and body. This kind of situation should be when the other party is relatively weak and caught off guard and he just made a move. Listening to what Wu Shan said, Xiao Han lost the desire to talk to him. There was no need to say more to this madman. Xiao Han immediately took out the image bead and slowly said, "If you want to die quickly, then tell me all the problems honestly." He also wanted to kill the two directly, but the problem had to be solved. After all, where did these two come from, or more accurately, which organization were they hiding in? It is obvious that he serves the dark world, but I don't know whether he is a human from the dark world or from the Tianxian world. Speaking of this, Zhang Hua trembled again and said, "I don't know anything. Just accepted a task that asked me to kill Qin Ming, and I can get a lot of money. I don't know anything else. Just kill me." Xiao Han quietly floated to his side, forced Zhang Hua's mouth open, stuffed a pill into it, and activated it with a spiritual power. Then he took out a spiritual weapon from the green jade pendant. This is a short knife, a 5th-level spiritual weapon. Xiao Han used the short knife to cut Zhang Hua's body, and each cut was just right. What surprised Xiao Han was that the physical body of the cultivator in the return to Void Realm was extremely powerful. It actually takes a little effort, and some power of creation needs to be attached to the short knife so that the skin can be cut open. However, the more this happens, the greater the pain the other party will suffer. A huge sound of pain appeared in the void. The extreme pain almost made Zhang Hua collapse. He even wanted to faint. But the fact is that his mind is extremely clear, and his brain is slightly excited, so the perception of pain is more obvious. Xiao Han cut Zhang Hua's arm again and again until the white bones are exposed, and then he raised his hand and cut it down. This was repeated until the first leg began. Zhang Hua finally couldn't hold on and shouted loudly, I say, I. Just when Zhang Hua wanted to say something, his body suddenly swelled violently. Is this a self-explosion? Xiao Han's eyes were cold, and his consciousness quickly explored the surroundings. After a few breaths, he found the reason, quickly disappeared from the spot, and directly entered the formation. The next moment, the other figure also swelled rapidly and fell straight onto the formation. Damn it! Xiao Han directly placed the Holy Sun into the blue pattern jade pendant. The two returned to Void Realm cultivators exploded, and the power was unimaginable. Unless the chain of order appeared, they would definitely suffer a huge blow. It was too late, and I just hoped that this formation could resist for a while. Xiao Han quickly condensed the black steel rock around his body, covering it layer by layer. He still had experience before, otherwise he could only wait to die. Bang bang! 2 explosions appeared in succession, and the huge energy collided with the entire formation. #C2198 backlash. This heart-stopping sound made Xiao Han feel a little uneasy. Maybe it was because of the continuous release of spells. Xiao Han only felt that the energy in his body began to stir. I can only control the magic while suppressing the energy in my body as much as possible. The huge energy generated by the self-destruction fought against the formation, and after only a few breaths, the formation was completely shattered. Even though he had suffered a powerful attack before, this was still a 6th-order formation, and he couldn't even last for tens of breaths. The huge energy continued to impact the black steel rock, crushing it layer by layer. As expected, these two people came from the dark world. Xiao Han had been thinking before that since the demon spirits would suffer huge losses if they forced the formation to break, why not send the humans from the dark world to take action? Even if there will be some backlash, it will definitely yield miraculous results. Sure enough, he took action now. The target this time was clearly him, leading him out of the vicinity of Wanzhong City so that there would be no help from many gods in the transformation stage. Arrange 2 monks in the void realm to forcibly detonate the restrictions buried in his body at the last moment so that he can be caught off guard. Now he is in a passive situation. A quarter of an hour later, Xiao Han felt that the outside had calmed down a little until it completely dissipated, and because of his control of the black steel rock, the energy in his body escaped. If the trouble in front of you cannot be solved in a short time, it will cause huge harm to yourself. He cannot hide in the green jade pendant. It is relatively easy to destroy the small world from the outside. By then, all the creatures in the blue jade pendant will die directly, and so will he. Is there only one battle? Alas, Xiao Han sighed slightly. The road to the Great Road is so difficult. The stronger you are, the more you will encounter. The moment the black steel rock was removed, Xiao Han saw 3 figures appearing in the void, and they were none other than 3 god-level ghost spirits. The entire Luyun sect was razed to the ground by the self-destruction of the 2 void-returning monks. All kinds of buildings, the fields of spiritual medicine planted, etc. were all turned into nothingness, including the corpses of those monks. There are 3 people again, and there are 2 in the middle stage and 2 in the early stage. Is this a coincidence, or does it mean that the demon spirits can only come to 3 people at the same time? Some answers were ready to come out, and Xiao Han's pressure became less. It seems that the other party does not dare to go too far, for fear of triggering the chain of order again. At this time, Xiao Han even hoped that the other party would lure him out again so that he could buy a few more years. Xiao Han. Jia Shan spoke slowly, carefully looking at Xiao Han in front of him, and after a pause he continued, I have heard that you are difficult to deal with, and Jia Yu fell into your hands. But I don't think you can escape this time. Xiao Han raised his eyebrows. This Shaoling knew Xiaoye, and then he had a plan in mind and said, Since you know Xiaoye, you should know that you are by no means my opponent. So tell me, where is your confidence? Are there still trash like you waiting behind me? Jishan's eyes froze for a moment, and then he spoke after a moment of silence. I know you are trying to trick me, but let me tell you the truth. It is useless even if you know the result. You must die today, but you dare to seal the abyss passage. Not even the ancient gods would dare, let alone a human like you who has not even reached the divine realm. It must be very painful to be swallowed by the abyss, even though you look good now. In fact, you are completely exhausted. Maybe we don't even need to take action. You will die soon. How about I chat with you a little more? Jia Shan's tone was still full of teasing. It seemed that the other party was so confident precisely because he knew that he was being attacked by the abyss. Thinking of this, Xiao Han grinned, raised his hand slightly, and several spells appeared in the void. Heaven and earth magic. In an instant they were pressed against the 3 god-level ghost spirits. The 3 god-level ghost spirits, who were originally very comfortable, felt as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Neji Shan was even more shocked and said, This is impossible. Why can you still release the spell? Why haven't you been attacked after such a long time? Xiao Han said, So you are always overconfident. The so-called backlash is just rubbish to me. As he spoke, an aqua blue spell appeared again. Originally, there was not much dark matter around, and what appeared newly was only a large amount of dark matter brought by the arrival of 3 gods in the divine realm. Combustion. Countless blue flames are like little snakes, quickly devouring the surrounding dark matter. 3 huge logs fell from the sky and directly suppressed the heads of the 3 gods. This scene happened so fast that Xiao Ling was just reacting and observing Xiao Han's condition at all times. Even if Xiao Han showed super strength, he still could not rule out the fact that his body was riddled with holes. Just as the 3 gods in the realm of God's guest, Xiao Han's current situation is indeed not optimistic. The spells he just released have already caused great damage to his body. Xiao Han only felt that the energy in his body was impacting his body, and scrupulously, as if it wanted to destroy all Xiao Han's functions. But he had to endure it. Once the other party discovered the clues, he would completely lose hope. Xiao Han didn't hesitate at all, taking advantage of the azure sacred tree. Pressing down on the three gods, he gave up control of the heaven and earth. Magic and quickly formed a seal to condense another magic. 7 colored rays of light condensed in the sky, and a 7-pointed star. A ray appeared in the void. 7-star soul-slaying sword. A deep voice came from Xiao Han's mouth. Compared to the last release, Xiao Han's current strength has improved a lot. With the blessing of the spirit vein dragon, it is even easier to release the 7-star soul-slaughtering sword. This time, Xiao completely lost hope and shouted to the sky, "Qi Yao, you really hurt us. You are incompetent and let us bear the consequences." He looked at the 2 Qilings beside him and said, "You too, now is the most critical moment. If we don't do something, we will die. Even if we die here today, we must seriously injure Xiao Han so that our family and clansmen can at least get good treatment." The other 2 Qilings nodded. They all know the tricks here. Although there is no sight here, the Qilings hidden in the dark are everywhere. Although these Qilings are only low-level Qilings, they are the eyes of the dark world. Before reaching the divine realm, they are all like this, and they don't even have the subjective consciousness of self-arrangement. However, at this moment, the 7-pointed star array that had just condensed trembled violently. The Tuliang sword that was about to come out became trance, swayed a few times in the void, and the entire 7-pointed star array suddenly disappeared. All the pressure dissipated, and the 3 sky-blue sacred trees also disappeared above the divine realm Qiliang. Xiao looked happy, and he knew what this meant better than anyone else. Xiao Han frowned. Did he fail after all? The power of the 7-star Tuliang sword was too great. Even if he tried his best to condense it, he didn't condense it in the end, and the energy in his body was also rapidly destroying his body. He was basically in a state of exhaustion now, and a mouthful of blood immediately spurted out of Xiao Han's mouth. Xiao laughed and said, "I really thought you were not affected by the backlash of the abyss, but it turns out that you are really just a spent force. In this case, I will give you a quick death." #C2199 Nirvana Rebirth 1. Xiao Han underestimated the backlash of this energy. He threw several pills into his mouth in an instant and turned them into pure energy and entered his body to confront the energy. However, how could it be willing to do so since it had already become powerful? Even Xiao Han, whose body was far superior to that of a normal cultivator, could not bear it. Seeing this, Xiao looked at the other 2 Qilings and came towards Xiao Han at the same time. Even though Xiao Han's current state seemed to be failing, Xiao did not relax at all. Even the last knife had to be carefully. Xiao Han created too many miracles, so many that even the ancient gods began to pay attention to. It was like a child with the most amazing growth rate. Xiao had a small black ball in his hand, and one of the other 2's hands turned into a knife which naturally merged with the body. The treacherous and changeable means made Xiao Han unclear about the current situation. Seeing that the other party was about to reach him, he seemed powerless and could not even resist. The black ball whizzed over and hit Xiao Han directly. The intense burning sensation made Xiao Han feel unprecedented pain, especially the feeling that seemed to be burning his soul. "Xiao Han, it's all over." Seeing the black ball touch Xiao Han, Xiao finally relaxed his vigilance. After a pause, he continued, "If I hadn't received the order to kill you, to be honest, I really want to train you into a war slave. While being played by me, I can also see the rule of Tianxian realm." Hehehe. A strange laugh came from Xiao's mouth. Finally, Xiao Han was killed, and he, Xiao, would also gain countless resources and reputation, including the increase of his people several times. In this way, it is not a matter of time to break through to the next realm. Whether it is human beings or demons, even if they are Qi Ling, they are all trying to seize the fortune of heaven and earth, competing with the sky and the earth, and finally fighting for a chance to live forever. The knives of the two demons also landed smoothly on Xiao Han, leaving two huge wounds. The wounds were so deep that you could see the bone. Although it was just an illusionary knife, it was actually close to the level of the 6th level, and the sharpness was obvious. Xiao Han gritted his teeth. Even though the pain on his body had reached the extreme, he still didn't say a word. The fine beads of sweat on his forehead mixed with the blood splashing on his face. Xiao Han just stood in the void, and the power in his body couldn't even successfully summon the 4 sacred beasts. His body was being destroyed step by step, and the place where the black ball hurt was also spreading rapidly. The wound began to turn black, and the blood that flowed out also turned thick black. However, there was no reinforcement around. From the beginning, Xiao Han didn't think of calling for reinforcements. With his speed, let alone the divine transformation cultivator, even the return to void cultivator couldn't keep up. What he couldn't solve, no matter how many divine transformation cultivators came, it would be useless. In the end, Xiao Han couldn't stand it anymore, and fell directly from the void to the ground, smashing a huge deep pit. With his current body, the weight alone, if not controlled, weighs several tons, and it hit the ground with a bang. A Qi spirit beside Qi Shan asked in a low voice, "Is Xiao Han really dead?" Another Qi spirit followed, "I feel that he is definitely dead. If he can still survive after being in this state, it is really a miracle." Qi Shan hesitated for a moment and muttered, "Qi Cheng, why don't you go down and take a look? Rest assured that you will get the benefits." Qi Cheng immediately shook his head and said, "No, forget it. Xiao Han is already dead." After completing the killing of Xiao Han, the 3 God Realm Qi spirits did not even dare to go down to take a look and confirm. "I really don't know what to say to you two." Qi Shan was powerless to complain. His eyes narrowed slightly, and he tried his best to explore Xiao Han's current state. From the perception alone, Xiao Han was indeed out of breath, but they were really worried and had to confirm this matter again and again. Qi Cheng's eyes were gloomy, and he quickly said, "Why don't we stay here? Besides Xiao Han, is there anyone else in the entire Tianxian realm that can harm us?" Qi Shan looked as if that was indeed the case, and thought of a figure and said, "What about Lu Yan? It seems that we are not her opponent." "Don't worry about that. Just before coming, I mobilized a large number of mortal realm Qi Ling to attack the northernmost family of the demon clan. Lu Yan can give up a family, but she can't give up half of the demon clan." Qi Shan looked at Qi Cheng with some surprise and said, "So you have thought of this problem a long time ago?" "I really can't tell." Several God Realm Qi Lings discussed it and waited in place. More and more Qi Lings gathered around them. Along a range of several kilometers, they surrounded Xiao Han in the center and waited quietly. Dark Realm, somewhere in the dense forest. "What? You said Xiao Han is dead?" Qi Yao asked the Qi Ling who came to report the news in disbelief, and then shouted again, "You must understand the price of telling lies. How could Xiao Han die so easily?" Qi Yao couldn't believe that Xiao Han was solved so easily. He even planned what to do next time after this failure. Now telling him that Xiao Han is dead, it means that his plan has become a joke. Soon Qi Yao came to his senses. "Why do you need to think so much? Now Xiao Han is dead." Thinking of this, Qi Yao immediately began to summon many Qilings in the God Realm, until dozens of God Realm Qilings gathered together. Qi Yao slowly said, "The next plan is to prepare. It's time to defeat the living forces of Tianxian Realm." In the territory of the demon clan, Lu Yan was heading north quickly. A family suddenly encountered a large number of demons and soon slaughtered the entire family. Then the second family followed. Behind her were the head of the Han family, the head of the Yen family, and many demon clan leaders. This incident was extremely bad. Hurry! Speed up! What's wrong with the dark world? Why did they suddenly start from the north? It's obviously the most backward place. Who knows what's wrong? Anyway, I think there may be some problems here. Whether there is a problem or not, this batch of Qilings must be killed. With the saint girl here, there is no need to worry about this problem. All the demons knew that the saint girl had the strength to slaughter the god. Realm Qilings, not to mention some 4th and 5th level Qilings. As long as the saint girl is there, they can just pick up the credit. However, at this moment, Lu Yen suddenly received a message and then clicked. Grandfather was defeated in Lu Yun's sect. The news is true. She glanced at the person who sent the message. It was Xiao Qian. That means this matter can basically be confirmed to be true. Wait, this time. Point and the sudden increase in the number of Qiliang attacks in the north seem to coincide. This is really too coincidental. Lu Yan's heart stomped. A sense of sadness instantly filled Lu Yan's brain, and unknowingly, 2 lines of tears appeared in the corners of Lu Yan's eyes. #C2200 Nirvana Rebirth. 2. Her figure stopped in place and her eyes looked towards the north. She didn't know how to make a decision for a moment. Is he really dead? Lu Yan's abnormality made all the demons present stunned. They waited in place one after another and looked at the saint quietly. This scene had never appeared on the saint's face. Even in the face of great danger, the saint this attitude has never been revealed. Hungxi was silent for a moment and asked softly, "Did something happen to the saint?" Even though the war in the north was raging, Han Si did not show any impatience. Compared to that family, the status of the saint was more important. As long as the saint is around, those families that were destroyed will still appear. Lu Yen stopped her tears, and after a moment of silence, she said to the other demons, "You go first. With you there, we should be able to solve the problem. I still have some personal matters to deal with." The other demons were startled, and many demons were even more at a loss. There were so many demon spirits. There were countless 4th level and 5th level demons. If they just go over, can they solve this problem? I'm afraid it may be difficult. I'm afraid we can't. I feel very worried about so many ghost spirits. How about we wait until the saint is finished with her work before we go? Looking at the situation, it seems like this. If there is any god-level ghost hidden behind it, then we will probably all die there. Many demons murmured. Lu Yan's eyes suddenly condensed, and his murderous intent spread instantly. He said word by word, "I'll say it again, I have some personal matters that need to be dealt with. If you feel that it can't be solved, just leave." The head of the Yen family quickly said, "Saint girl, don't be angry." After saying that, he fired a few demon spells, knocking several thorn heads out of the air, and then continued, "I don't want to hear anything like this again. Speech. If you let me know who is talking nonsense behind your back, then don't blame me for being ruthless." As they spoke, those ghost spirits stopped talking. Some of them had risen from the realm of demon kings, and they were still deeply afraid of old demon kings like the head of the Yen family. The head of the Han family paused and said, "Saintess, don't you think we might be able to help?" "No. Just do what you are supposed to do," Lu Yen said as he disappeared into the void and then headed directly towards the Lu Yun sect. Regardless of whether Xiao Han is dead or not, she has to see what happens. Even if he dies, Lu Yen is still her man. She has to collect the body and set up the tombstone, the main palace of Wanzhong City. As time went by, the vision above the city lord's mansion slowly dissipated, and the city lord also successfully broke through to the realm of returning to the virtual world. The moment he came out of seclusion, the city lord suddenly received a message. When he saw the content of the message, the city lord frowned, his face turned extremely ugly, and then he murmured, "Did Xiao Han really fall?" after saying that he sent a message to several people and then took the lead. On the journey to the south, he covered a long distance in a few steps, but it was still far from Xiao Han's speed. The moment Li Yixuan received the message, she was stunned. Xiao Han was dead? That bastard is actually dead. This is impossible. Ah! Li Yixuan shouted loudly, and the sound spread throughout the city. Lord's mansion, instantly killing all the small animals raised around him. He kept shouting until he calmed down and then continued to mutter, "I don't believe that annoying guy is dead. How could he be dead? Obviously this kind of person lives the longest, so why do I feel sad because he died? Why is this sadness so unforgettable? Shouldn't I be happy? Why can't I be happy at all?" Li Yixuan kept muttering, and soon turned her gaze in the direction of Luyun's sect. "I have to see if this guy is dead. If he is, I also want to see who killed him. Even though he is annoying, at least he taught me so many things. I will cut the person who killed him into pieces, even if it costs me my own life. I will treat him as a favor." Li Yixuan stepped on the void and walked towards the Luyun sect, a clan of strength. What? The master was defeated in Luyun sect? But I didn't receive any relevant information. My grandson didn't send me a message either. Zhou Yan listened to Xiao Qian's words with shock in his eyes, but thinking that he had just sent a message to his grandson and still hadn't received a reply, he was already half convinced. Zhou Yan didn't hesitate at all, and immediately sent a message to several people. He took the lead and took the lead. It was about his master, even if it was fake, he had to go. For a time, the news of Xiao Han's defeat spread throughout the Tianxian world, and Xiao Qian quickly organized the inner disciples of Luyun sect and embarked on the road to Luyun sect. The news came back from the intelligence network. At first, I thought it was false. However, as the news increased, the impact came back, including the battle between Grandpa Ancestor and the demon spirit, and the retreat of a large number of Luyun sect disciples. There were also disciples who took photos with shadow beads from a distance, and the entire Luyun sect was reduced to ruins. In this case, the authenticity of the information can be determined. Although I don't know the whole process and I don't know if it is really defeated, but at least I know that there is really a problem with Grandpa Zhu. Xiao Tanner immediately came out of the retreat, her eyes full of sadness. Xiao Han did this again and again. It had been several times. It was heartbreaking every time. She even hoped that Xiao Han was a little more ordinary now, people. And this time's defeat is what happened. Thinking of Xiao Tanner's eyes full of determination when Xiao Han was here, she was a weak girl who needed protection. But now that Xiao Han is gone, she is a woman who can handle it on her own. She will go to see whether it is fake news or defeat. She will never believe it unless she sees it with her own eyes. What is the joy of life and what is the pain of death? It doesn't matter if I can be with the one I love the most for one day and die tomorrow. Thinking of this, Xiao Tanner took a step and headed towards the Luyun sect. All those who have a relationship with Xiao Han and are relatively strong are heading towards the Luyun sect. On the other side, Xiao Han lay quietly on the ground. Although his body was extremely broken, he still had a trace of consciousness and did not really faint. His brain was also trying to support him. He knew that if he fainted like this, he would never wake up again. People have been fighting against all kinds of difficulties that come their way. Even if they are facing the desperate situation of dying, they want to survive. Maybe it is the fear of the unknown, or maybe it is the reluctance to leave the living. At least Xiao Han does not want to die like this. Xiao Han. Xiao Han, a voice came from Xiao Han's body. Xiao Han was stunned for a moment before he realized that this was not the voice of Hongmeng. Creation Pearl. He tried to send a voice to Hongmeng Creation Pearl. "I'm here, you said I can hear it." "Huh. It's good that I can hear it. Listen to me carefully. In fact, you are not without a trace of life now. Do you remember the method I told you before? One of them is that a huge Force must appear. However, it seems unlikely in the current situation. There is only one last way, dying and then reborn. Hashtag C2201 Nirvana Rebirth. 3. Near death and then rebirth? Isn't that exactly his current state? But how can he be reborn? Judging from the current situation, the chance of rebirth is too small. Hongmeng Fortune Pearl paused and continued. I have never told you about this method before. It's not that I don't want to tell you, but this possibility is too risky. Instead of telling you this, it's better to let you use the power of fortune to eliminate this energy bit by bit. But now the situation is different. You are indeed facing the possibility of dying. The so-called backlash is also the energy destroying your body. That is, this body of yours. I remember that you have been extracting the consciousness of the nascent soul, and that clone is in the Dantian. If those things smash your body to pieces, in the state of despair, you can still maintain a trace of clarity, and a trace of consciousness can meet the conditions for rebirth. And all the backlash will disappear. The last problem left is how to ensure that someone can protect you during the period of your rebirth. Xiao Han listened very seriously, but after listening, he was speechless. Again, what's the difference between saying it and not saying it? In this situation, who can protect him? He can only die. If I knew this earlier, I might as well call some helpers so that there is really a glimmer of hope. Xiao Han didn't want to pay attention to the Hongmeng creation pearl. But, after a while, this guy didn't speak, and fell into silence again. In the void, the three-god realm Qilings were still looking at him, and from time to time they took out some small snacks and stuffed them into their mouths. Qilings, like humans, can improve their strength by eating other powerful creatures. Humans can eat monsters, and so can they. In addition, there are Qilings gathered around, surrounding Xiao Han in a circle, but anyone who can watch around is at least a 4th-level Qiling, and ordinary Qilings don't have this qualification. Qi Shan waited for a moment and muttered, now it can be confirmed that he is dead. Qi Cheng followed and said, he is not dead yet. I will go back to the furnace and rebuild myself first. How about we let other Qilings try it? The last god realm Qiling suggested. Qi Shan's pupils lit up, and he quickly arranged for several mortal realm Qilings to go down and investigate. 4 or 5 5th-level Qilings approached Xiao Han little by little. Just when they were about to arrive, a wave of vibration came from Xiao Han. Suddenly, several streams of light passed by, and immediately in front of the 4 or 5 5th-level Qilings, a dull explosion sounded, and the next moment those Qilings died immediately. Seeing this scene, Qi Shan's eyes were extremely gloomy. Qi Cheng hurriedly said, it seems that some means are prepared. This Xiao Han is really cautious. If others want to take action when he is in seclusion, they will probably be killed instantly. Continue, Qi Shan said gloomily. This time it was not the 5th-level Qiling, but the 4th-level Qiling, who went to explore. Isn't there a lot of defensive means? Then use it until you have no means at all. But this time, when a large group of 4th-level Qilings approached Xiao Han cautiously and fearlessly, a huge defensive formation suddenly appeared, blocked those many 4th-level Qilings hundreds of meters away. Qi Shan was so angry that his eyes almost popped out, and he cursed loudly. Why is this dog so cunning? He can even come up with countermeasures according to the danger he is facing. He cursed but did not stop. As long as Xiao Han could die, what would the loss be? Several 5th-level Qilings approached Xiao Han again, intending to forcibly break the defensive formation. However, at this moment several streams of light flew out quickly, blowing up the approaching 5th-level Qilings. It turned out to be the 5th-level top-grade talisman, the soul-eating talisman. Qishan's face was even gloomier. Just now, the speed was too fast, and it was unexpected, so Qi Shan did not notice it. But he did notice it just now. How many cards did Xiao Han have? Qi Shan said to Qi Cheng next to him. It depends on you to solve it. They really don't care about the lives of the 5th level Chileans, but they still need them. If this goes on, who knows how much they will lose. Seeing that things had become like this, Chi Cheng approached Xiao Han fully armed. The 5th grade top grade soul-eating talisman was almost a sure kill for the same grade soul-eating spirits, but for those of a slightly higher grade, he could only bear hatred. After hundreds of breaths, the soul-eating talisman was completely consumed. With a bang, the defense formation was broken with the efforts of many 5th grade soul-eating spirits, and this was at the cost of losing more than a dozen 5th grade soul-eating spirits. Even if Xiao Han died, the soul-eating spirits suffered serious losses. With the unremitting efforts of many soul-eating spirits, Xiao Han finally stopped moving. Countless 4th grade soul-eating spirits approached Xiao Han, transformed into swords, and chopped at Xiao Han's body one by one. There was no intact part on his body, even his internal organs were destroyed. At this time, Qi Shan looked at this scene with satisfaction, saved the images here, and then announced his triumph. If Xiao Han could still survive like this, it would really be a miracle. Even so, Qi Shan arranged dozens of mortal spirits to stay around, always paying attention to the movements, and immediately kill them if there was any disturbance. Just when Qi Shan wanted to leave, he suddenly felt several energy fluctuations. The original plan to leave was stopped because of this, and there was a little more excitement in his pupils. You too. Do you want to have a hunt? If you kill these people today, I'm afraid you can get a lot of credit, and the most important thing is to have a good time. Qi Cheng was surprised and soon found several energies approaching. Then he grinned and said, "It seems that I haven't hunted like this for a long time. I used to play this game often, but I haven't played it much in the past few 100 years. You aroused my interest. It seems that there is a big fish." Just when several divine realm chi spirits were communicating, Li Rukin arrived. A cultivator in the Return to Void realm could see the situation clearly after a little investigation. The Qishan looked at Li Rukin with a playful face and said, "Oh, Tianxian, realm finally has a cultivator with divinity. It's not easy, but you will die today." At the end, the word die was particularly heavy. Li Rukin found Xiao Han, who had been defeated, and her heart instantly turned cold. Once Xiao Han died, the human race would have no hope. "It's hard to say who will die," Li Rukin said coldly. But the next moment, another voice appeared. "You will all die today. I want you to be buried with Xiao Han." The voice was cold and piercing. A huge magical power spread around, and even the city lord who was about to take action was shocked. The murderous aura was too strong. Seeing this scene, Chishan's face was gloomy. Why did Lu Yen come so quickly? Didn't she want her people anymore? This Xiao Han was just a human. Why was he treated like this? He couldn't figure out why Lu Yen came here, and with the words of this Return to Void realm cultivator, the current situation was indeed a bit too tricky. Lu Yan's figure was stable in the void, coldly looking at the three-god realm. Qi Ling's with murderous intent in her eyes. #C2202 Nirvana Rebirth. 4. Xiao Han was below, and the look of his body being almost chopped into pieces was deeply imprinted in his mind. Not only did they kill Xiao Han, they even cut his body into pieces. This situation was difficult for Lu Yen to accept. When she thought of the agreement with Xiao Han, they would destroy the ghost spirits together, construct the passage space together, return to Blue Star together, and so on. Seeing the current situation again, the anger in Lu Yan's heart suddenly rose, and her hatred for the demon spirits reached an unprecedented height. When the city lord saw the saint, he immediately said, "Saint, I think given the current situation, it would be better for us to cooperate. Although my strength is average, I still have the cultivation level of the Void Return realm. I'll give you a little beating." Before Li Rukin finished speaking, he saw 3 huge black hexagrams appearing in the void, and 3 huge hands appeared from the void. The heavenly finger of the great demon prisoner. 3 huge fingers pressed directly on the heads of the three gods and spirits, and they were pressed hard to hold them up. Li Rukin's words were stuck in her throat. They were too fierce. She had already thought that Lu Yen was very powerful, but she didn't expect that she would be so strong. Seeing this scene, Li Rukin shut her mouth obediently. She was also very angry about Xiao Han's death, but seeing the demon saint like this, she was much more angry than him. Those who don't know really think that the two of them are the closest, but in fact they just care about each other. After Li Rukin pondered for a moment, she decided to wait for the opportunity at any time. The saint was not necessarily capable of defeating the three gods. The surrounding demonic energy was soaring to the sky. At this time, the saint was like a demon. After pressing down with 3 huge fingers, she shot out several spells. As soon as Zhishan raised his hand, dozens of black holes appeared in the void. 3 god-level ghost spirits appeared and disappeared again, and countless black sword blades shot out from them. Huge iron chains roared out, trying to control Lu Yen. Lu Yen, you and Xiao Han are from a human race and a demon race. Why do you have to fight so hard for him? Zhang Shan roared loudly, paused and then continued. Even if you join forces, he is already dead now. I promise you here that if you just retreat, I can ensure that the demons will have no worries for 100 years. On the other hand, if you take action today, we will only suffer a few injuries at most. It is easy to escape from you. I admit that you are stronger than we expected, but you may not necessarily kill us. Lu Yen did not take the initiative to say anything, and his hands were still forming seals as if they would never stop. Seeing the 3 god-level ghosts shuttle back and forth in the void, Lu Yen immediately shouted, "Darkness swallows." The endless darkness covered the entire area like a tide. Among them were dozens of black holes. Lu Yen said in a cold voice, "I found you. Call out, call out, call out." 3 condensed magic swords roared out and directly hit 3 of the black holes. 3 howling sounds appeared, and Lu Yen accurately found the 3 gods. Lu Yen, are you really going to do this today? A shrill voice suddenly appeared. The darkness around them quickly faded away, and instead they were greeted by a large amount of dark matter. The pressure on the 3 ghost spirits, including Zhishan, increased a lot in an instant. Li Rukin frowned and muttered, "It seems that the other party was hiding his strength just now. This is..." Li Rukin soon figured out the key to this. It is nothing more than the fear of being too strong and causing the chain of order, just like last time. If these 3 god-level ghosts fight with all their strength plus Lu Yan's fighting power and her fighting power, such huge energy fluctuations will most likely trigger the chain of order. But now they are not worried about making too much noise. The bigger the better. The moment the chain of order appears is the moment when these 3 gods are destroyed. Li Rukin quickly concentrated her spells, and several 6-pointed star formations appeared behind her body, and she struck directly at the 3 god-level ghosts with golden long swords. She didn't get too close, and she didn't even position herself to fight against the gods. She was just assisting. Call out. The golden long sword turned into a stream of light and quickly headed towards the God Realm Ghost Spirit. Before it reached the God Realm Ghost Spirit, it was blocked by something unknown. Boom, boom, boom. However, just as Lu Yen and Li Rukin were fighting Shaoling, the ground suddenly shook violently, and a large plume of smoke appeared in one direction. The God Transformation Stage monks from the Force clan arrived one after another. When he saw Xiao Han's broken body, and the complete disappearance of the Holy Son and Elder Zhou Yen became angry. The pupils began to become filled with blood, and the aura was unprecedented. Everyone of the Force clan. Zhou Yen slowly raised a huge palm and then continued, "Once a slave, always a slave. Today the master is dead, and we have no shame to continue living. But before we die, we must avenge our master and kill all these things. You afraid of death? Don't be afraid. Another monk in the transformation stage shouted. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. The other monks followed closely and their momentum surged in an instant. The sound of dong dong could not be heard without end, and the members of the Force clan quickly moved towards the surroundings. Their target is very clear. They are not the three figures in the void. They have someone to restrain them. Their target is the remaining fourth and fifth level ghost spirits in the surrounding area. Kill one and lose one. Zhou Yan stepped forward suddenly, his body rose into the air, and a huge palm slowly clapped down. The shadow of the palm appeared in the void, and then he clapped down suddenly. Several level 4 ghost spirits were shot to death on the spot. After a while, Xiao Tanner also arrived above Luyun's sect, and immediately locked onto Xiao Han's figure and swooped down. Looking at Xiao Han's broken face, tears slowly slid down and fell on Xiao Han's face, and then she gently kissed Xiao Han's face with her lips. With anger in her eyes, she slowly put Xiao Han down, and immediately set up a barrier and then muttered, "Wait for me here, I will take you home after I solve the problem here." A series of green hexagram arrays appeared, and countless vines came out in an instant, madly strangling the nearby Qi Ling. Each vine was dark green, and those Qi Lings that were touched would soon show various horrible symptoms and finally die on the spot. Qishan, who was fighting with Lu Yen in the void, looked at this scene and shouted in confusion, "Why are you like this? Didn't you say that you humans are not united? Fighting on your own. But why are you like this? You are all crazy." Qishan shouted loudly, but the others seemed to have heard nothing and continued to kill the surrounding Qiliang. Watching the tragic death of Qiliang, Qishan felt a little uncomfortable. Was not because he felt sorry for these Qiliangs, but when all these Qiliangs died, they would face a siege. Unless they were like Qiwei, it was too easy to attract the chain of order, which was too restrictive. These humans in Tianxian realm did not have such great restrictions. This may be the adjustment between various realms.